right, welcome back, everyone. Wow, it's been so long since the last stream, right? So long. I can't wait to play my favorite series, Ace Attorney, again. It's been so long. Hold on. Set myself up here. I'm gonna get my mic. Do you play Investigations 2 after Dual Destinies, by the way? Probably. Ideally, I would like to do, Spirit of Justice first, but realistically, we have about 2 months before, we have about 2 months before Investigations Duology comes out, and my classes start in about a month, so in reality we only have about a month to actually play things at a proper pace, so I do not for a second think we have the time to play through Spirit of Justice, and I do want to start Ace Attorney Investigations on the day it releases, so to that end we will be holding off on Spirit of Justice. Yeah, we'll finish Dual Destinies, then we'll play Investigations 2, and then after that we'll do Spirit of Justice. Yeah, that's gonna be the plan. Also, since it's Miles Edgeworth time, I got myself a nice cup of tea this time. We are so back. We are so back. But yeah, I'm interested to see how this is gonna go. I hope Athena isn't just a completely passive, like, observer in this trial. Like, it should really be her who clears Blackwell's name. I refuse to accept it any other way. Like, ideally as the defense attorney, but, like, honestly, if she just contributes meaningfully, I just want her to actually contribute meaningfully to the trial. But I suppose we'll have to see. So, let's just hop right into it. I don't really, have a, I don't really, well, I guess we can talk a little bit. Let me pop open the game. Can I say the fan translation names in Investigations 2 when you stream it? Yeah, sure. Whenever we meet a new character, you can go ahead and let me know what the fan translation. The only, there's a couple that I know already. There's, the fan translations. Raymond Shields is now A Defender, I think? Come on, it's such a good name. And then I also know that there's a guy called Sebastian De Best. Those are the only two characters whose names I knew before going in. So, Eddie Fender, there we go. That's even better, honestly. But yeah, when we actually get to Investigations, yeah, I'll gladly hear what the fan translations are, because I think there's some that I'm gonna like. I mean, let's just take Eddie Fender / Raymond Shields, for example, right? I think Eddie Fender is a incredible name if we're going by this Ace Attorney standard of having the punniest names known to humankind. Eddie Fender is incredible. That said, Raymond Shields is a lot cooler. But yeah, it's, I suppose, a difference of whether, you want the cooler name or the funnier name, in the case of those two. But yeah, I'm interested to see what the other ones turn out to be. Yeah, all right. Let's hop right into it. I will just go through my court record, try to just look through everything. Theorize a bit. Okay. So, name's Eddie Fender is good, Raymond Shields is unique. Yeah. Alright, so we've got two separate murders to litigate here, which is, that's always one of my favorite things about these, like, final cases, that you have the, that you were essentially trying to solve two cases at once, right? So let's start by speaking of the case 7 years ago. So, so in the robotics lab, obviously we had Blackquill working on the actual engineering side of the robots, whereas Metis worked on their AI and psychological stuff, right? Now, she had a collection of various Japanese stuff, including a katana, as well as a moon rock. And then that's the capsule. The capsule was removed. Hot take, Edgeworth coming back is cool, but I really think Clavier should have been the prosecutor in this case. 2 lawyers started the Dark Age of the Law, now ended. Huge missed opportunity. That is actually a very good point that I didn't even think about. Yeah, because the Dark Age of the Law did start with Phoenix facing off against Clavier, so Clavier coming together with Phoenix to end the Dark Age of the Law would be really cool. Yeah, Hat 1 exhibit. Yeah, so it seems right, because the only entrance to the crime scene was a single corridor. Blackwell's the only one to pass through. However, that there's still a couple of possibilities. Where's my... Okay, I can... Where is my evidence? Half of my evidence is just gone. What? Huh? I had like over 2 full pages of evidence. Where did my evidence go? Huh? My beautiful evidence. Okay, anyways, this leaves 2 possibilities for the killer to actually, well, actually no, 3 possibilities for the killer to commit the crime. 1, using a robot. After all, right, Aura took the evidence hostage as well. Metis was found on this sort of, on this the robot operation table, surrounded by a bunch of very scary looking machines. It wouldn't be too hard for someone to program the machines to go in and kill her. The only real issue with that is we don't see blood on any of these machines, right? And that would still require the killer to go in and wipe them out. Oh, this is interesting. But it's found an operating katana, victim's staff, and a cart were found nearby. Moonrock is stolen. Hope Castle can be seen in the workplace. There's rolling equipment, robot changing station, a toolkit. There's a hanging shell and Japanese theater mask. Okay, yeah. Now the only exception is we do see here a an arm. This is Ponko's arm that seems to have blood on its tip, right? So it's entirely possible, and we see a screwdriver here, right, which is then gone by the time the police arrive. So a possibility, right, is that someone attached the Ponko's arm to the machine, so that then the machine stabbed Metis, then went ahead, removed the robot arm, and simply took it away. That would explain the bloody robot arm as well as the screwdriver. It would and the lack of blood on any of the machine's components, as well as why she was sitting in the machine when she died, as well as why this stuff disappeared, right? That still leaves a couple of questions. For example, the katana, right? Where did the katana come from? Why was it covered in blood? The killer wouldn't have been able to, I don't think, set up the crime scene, although I guess maybe they could, using some of the manipulators on the machine. So yeah, I think one possibility is that the killer programmed the machine to kill Metis, and then as for how they were able to then dispose of some of the evidence, I'm not sure, because they'd still need to actually get into the in and out of the room. Now there's an emergency ladder that comes out of the window and drops down all the way to the bottom floor. If there was some way to activate that ladder remotely, the killer could have used it to get into the office, into the lab, committed the crime, then gone back out and retracted the ladder, all without ever passing through the corridor where the killer knew a security camera would be found. So that's clearly not an... So the thing is, we don't know of any way that the ladder could be extended remotely, plus the ladder has been completely removed from my evidence list, so that's probably not the case. The other, and a bit more promising, is the Carrie case, right? Which was gone by the time the police arrived. As stated, Phoenix and Pearl should be able to fit into that case together pretty easily, which means the killer could have easily hidden inside the case. The question then is, how was the case brought in? Who brought the case in and out of the room? If Blackwell, for whatever reason, brought the case in and out of the room, maybe he was asked to by his sister or whatever, that could definitely be a way for the killer to get in. But that's still, again, those are, you know, each method has its own issues, right? Like, the killer used the machine to commit the murder. Well, then how did the killer, you know, set up the crime scene and get rid of the inconvenient evidence, steal the moonstone, all that stuff, right? Did the killer sneak into the room using the Carrie case? Well, then who actually moved the Carrie case in and out of the room? Did the killer use the escape ladder? Well, we don't... There's no reason why you'd be able to activate or deactivate that remotely, so how did they actually get that to work? Huh. It's a doozy, definitely. But... The victim's blood was found only on the blade. Interesting. Could have been... The katana could have always been planted into the wound afterwards, right? Though I'm sure they would have noticed if the, There's no notes on the autopsy report regarding the weapon used, though, so I'm not sure. And yeah, the thing with the robots is that I wonder if a robot there would be able to test to the fact if there was a human in there or not, through the heartbeat stuff. Yeah, and as for the current murder, I think just the biggest thing we have right here is... Where's my phony Fanty bomb? That's like my best piece of evidence. The fucking... The moon rock that was stolen by the killer showed up this time around inside the phony Fanty bomb. That is literally my best piece of evidence to tie the two cases together, game. Where is it? You can't just get rid of my best piece of evidence. What the fuck? Hello? Insane. That was literally the perfect. That was literally the perfect piece of evidence, and now it's gone. It's just gone. What? Oh, this is gonna be crazy. Oh, God. I did a little research. I looked into those special psyche locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. You did. That's great. I really appreciate it. This evidence... Yeah! Miles, why did you sneak? Miles snuck into the office in the middle of the night to dispose of some of my inconvenient evidence. God damn it, he's back to his old tricks again. Maybe he's being blackmailed by the current chief of police, too. A red psyche lock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out. Yeah, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. But black psyche lock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that the person isn't even consciously aware of. So even they don't know it's there. He isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. Likely, well, in the case of Athena, that makes sense. It's probably, you know, it's very common for people who go through trauma to have some of those memories just blocked off and just unable to access them. It's a sort of defense mechanism that the body uses. The one I'm actually more curious about is, why the fuck did Kristoff have black psyche locks then? Okay, so all I have to do is break the psyche locks. According to my research, a black psyche lock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Ah! Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She's suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. Alright, but will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all my focus and strength. You can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back. No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls. Alright. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick. Imagine Kristoff was so paranoid about getting caught that he generally started thinking he was innocent. Maybe. Good. Well, my mind is at ease. I'd better get ready. Oh, setting up the evidence, take what I don't need out. You already did that! It's how to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. Proceeds to take out some of the most crucial pieces of evidence. Incredible stuff. Yosef breakdown was because of his black psyche law. Maybe? Though, in reality, I'm pretty sure his breakdown was literally just because he got bested by Phoenix Wright. The person he probably, like, despises and hates most in the world. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Oh, the judge is here! Wow, that's incredible! God, this is so cool.
Court, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap.
Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you.
Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes.
Oh, the smug bastard. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce.
What did you say? Edgeworth, did you just hear what I said to his honor?
However, that ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law.
I see what you are after. If you can find the real truth behind the case today.
Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be returned to the court system.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth.
I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, Wright, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
As you should.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready.
Judge's like, stop flirting, goddamn!
Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was...
The prosecution is also ready.
Phoenix! Phoenix! He cooked so hard! Oh, the prosecution always has the, always has the very smug, like, the prosecution's ready naturally, or whatever the fuck. The defense was born ready? Oh, let's go! There's immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusation and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I guess there is a certain sense to having Phoenix and Edgeworth here, because obviously Phoenix is fighting to protect Athena, his subordinate, whereas Edgeworth is also fighting to protect Simon, his subordinate. So, I understand what they're going for, you know? It makes sense. I just think having Athena be the one clearing Simon's name would be better. And having, having Phoenix versus Clavier would also be better. The event tension between us, that is a very heterosexual thing to say about your relationship with another man. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So, you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage?
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy.
True culprit is a spy. It's gonna be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. Like, the problem is, like, look at the people we have. It's just no one here makes sense. I mean, Athena's the one we're trying to defend, so perish the thought, right? Apollo, again, he has a connection to the current case, but he didn't have a connection to the case back then, so that doesn't make sense. Trucy makes even less sense. Clay, I mean, he was there, but he's also dead, and if we're assuming, right, if we're assuming that the culprit in both crimes is the same, then that also rules out Clay. The culprit is Larry Butts! When something smells, it's usually the butt, Your Honor.
Well, that's very persuasive logic, Mr. Wright. Very well. I declare Larry Butts guilty.
Oh, come on, Nick! Man, why are you doing this to me? Junie... I mean, okay. Let's actually continue off of that idea from, Cosmos, right? Junie would have been, like, 11 years old, so she couldn't have been a fucking spy, let's be real here. And she didn't really... Can't believe Larry was a foreign spy. Yeah, you thought Laurice Doxnim was his fake name? Laurice Doxnim was actually his true name, and Larry Butts was just his was just a cover-up. He was a spy for the evil terrorist state of France. Juniper Woods, no. Starbuck, again, doesn't make sense because he basically sabotaged the rocket he himself was on and gave himself PTSD, unless everything about that was fake and he purposely made sabotages so that, he purposely sabotaged Hat 1 in such a way that it would almost be destroyed, but just enough that it would be savable in order to make himself famous. I suppose that could work. And then the second murder could have been because he didn't want to get upstaged by Clay. But again, but then the problem with Starbuck is that he had been slipped drugs by the, he had been slipped drugs by Clay, so he was in no condition to actually be able to commit a murder. Maybe the real criminal were the friends we made along the way. Simon Blackwell, again, we're not going there, but yeah, we know there's someone. Right, because, Ted Tonate, we don't have him here, but Simon says he saw someone, right? Which actually makes me also think that possibly the emergency ladder could be involved, because here he seems to be looking out the window through which the emergency ladder drops, right? Least convoluted final kicks! Oh no, my controller died. Let me plug it in here. Him looking out the window like this, could be But no, but then that doesn't make sense. This was before the crime scene was altered, right? This is before Ponko's arm disappeared, before the screwdriver disappeared on the large carrying case. So the killer shouldn't have set up, unless it is an Emma Sky situation, Lana Sky situation, right? The killer committed their murder, made it look like Athena did it. Black Quill stumbles upon the crime scene, sees what to his perception is a murder committed by Athena, but obviously he wants to cover for her. So he fixes the crime scene and sets it up so that so to take the blame himself, hence why he pleads guilty, so that Athena will be able to be saved. Now, it is worth noting that the only thing the culprit actually took was the Moonstone. Yes, other things in this picture have changed, like the arm, or the screwdriver, or the carrying case. The thing is, those could have all been done by Black Quill to obscure the crime that he thought Athena had committed. After all, the only thing we know for a fact the real culprit took himself, or herself, or they self, was the moon rock, and we cannot see the moon rock in this picture, meaning the moon rock could already be gone. The culprit could have already come in here, committed the murder, set it up to look like Athena did it, and escaped with the moon rock. Blackwell comes in, he finds the crime scene, which he believes Athena committed. However, as he looks out the window, he catches a single glimpse of a person running off into like the forest or something. There's a forest around the space center, right? So, much like Lana Sky, he sets up the crime scene to essentially take the blame for the crime herself in order to protect Athena. However, he realizes that there was a third person, that Athena is likely not guilty. However, all the evidence points to her, so he decides to take the blame anyways. However, he then spends the next 7 years chasing this phantom, because if he can find this third person, he can clear both his name and Athena's, right? Every final case, a case that happened many years ago. Kind of, except for Farewell My Turnabout, actually. Farewell My Turnabout is basically the only one that doesn't rely on a previous case. I mean, there's the suicide of Celeste Impacts, but that's not really an unsolved case. And that's more so motive than anything else. Oh, I did not read the word almost. Great. But, so, yeah, if it is a Lana Sky situation here, where it's a double cover-up to protect Athena, that would explain a lot of things, including, you know, Blackwell's Phantom, why he has pleaded guilty and, you know, keeps insisting that he is the killer. You know, it explains, and, you know, it doesn't contradict any of the facts that we know, because the only thing we know was taken by the killer was the moon rock, and we don't see it in the picture, right? Blackwell could have moved this, and he could have taken these two things out. We don't know. So, yeah, that's definitely a possibility. It's Phantom. So that's gotta be my main assumption, that it has to be a sort of, Lana Sky situation, because, I think that's the only reason I can think of that Simon would actually be taking the fall for everything, and that really explains most of the things we saw. Bobby Fulbright, although, Bobby Fulbright, detective assigned, we have no reason to believe he could be involved in this. Well, we know for a fact that he was a police officer at the time, because he did mention that he helped in the investigation of that crime. However, we have no actual, like, motive or anything that actually connects him. We don't have anything that actually connects him to the scene of the crime. So, we don't really have any reason to suspect him. You're dead. Although... No, you are dead, right? Right. Okay, I remember what I went off on. Simon Blackwell saw Phantom. Ted Tonate also did. while he was murdering Candace Arm, someone stole the detonator for the phony Fanty bomb and then proceeded to blow it up during the trial, right? So that means whoever the person... Yeah. And so they were, so it's not Candace Arm, because Ted Tonate saw another person. So then that means whoever the killer was must have been a free man during the time before, case 5-1, right? So that immediately eliminates Juniper, because she was obviously doing her own... She was obviously busy and couldn't have stolen the... She was obviously detained as a suspect. Same with Solomon, right? These three were in jail, so they could not have stolen the detonator or the bomb during, you know, when Ted Tonate murdered Candace. Bobby could have, I suppose. You were dead. Yuri, maybe, but his actions are extremely inconsistent. Like, he had the opportunity, but, like, the testimony just doesn't match up, and, like, he clearly went to too great of lengths to ensure that, you know, to try to save his astronauts for him to have been the one who planned everything. Honko, Klonko, and then Aura. Again, I don't see it. I don't see a motive. I don't see a, She could have definitely gotten one of her robots to commit it. And then, well, we do know that Aura hated Athena. So I had actually not really put it past her to try to frame Athena for the murder, but to her dismay, her brother ends up stumbling upon the scene of the crime, and framing himself for the murder, to protect Athena. So that would explain why she's so adamant on having Athena litigated as the killer here, but some of her behavior after that crime doesn't really make sense from the testimony that we've heard. She clearly was, yeah, that doesn't really make sense. You're dead. You were a child at the time, and then it was Miles Edgeworth all along. He killed Metis Sykes and blamed Simon Blackquill so that he could bring about the dark age of the law and finally fulfill the dreams of his mentor Manfred von Karma. Hard to convince. So, like, yeah, I guess my point that I'm trying to make is I just don't see anyone that could actually be responsible. Right? Like, no way, 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 maybe, no way, probably not. You're not a human. Maybe. No way, no way, no way. Like, my only two possible suspects are Bobby Fulbright, who, as far as we know, has no actual connection to the previous case. So, like, we have no fucking reason to suspect him, but he's just, like, one of the only people that could have even done it in the first place. And then Aura Blackquill, who is, again, based on her actions, doesn't really make much sense. So I don't know. Edgeworth Phantom, your life is outdated. It's gonna be hard to convince anyone. So, like, that's what's so hard about this case, because, like, in all the previous cases, like, there's usually, like, a series of characters, and, like, either there's one that I'm pretty suspicious of, or there's maybe a couple that I can think maybe did the crime. But here... I don't think I'll cover with one of the Dark Age of Law, even if he might have been a bad person. He hates criminals. Well, but the Dark Age of the Law was mainly about, you know, prosecutors and defense attorneys doing everything in their power to win, which is basically what he did. So I don't know. I just don't see anyone who could have done it. Like I mentioned before, the only two people that I think are even remotely possible are Bobby Fulbright and Aura Blackquill. Those are literally the only two suspects I have. Just by pure, like, process of elimination, because literally no one else could have done it. So it either has to be one of those two, or someone that hasn't been introduced yet. But I just don't think introducing a new person at this point in the trial is... Like, I don't think someone's gonna get introduced as, like, a witness that we've never met before and then be the killer. That seems crazy. The only other possibility is that we don't actually figure out who the culprit is today. Right? Because after all, today's trial, the importance of today's trial is simply clearing Simon Blackwell of guilt. That's all we need right now, right? Because Athena's trial, right? This is the first day of Athena's trial, which means, according to the fucked up Japanifornian legal system, right? Trials need to be completed in 3 days. That means we still have 2 more days to litigate Athena's case, right? But the one that we need to clear his name right now is Simon Blackwell, because if we don't, he gets executed. So, right, I think a more likely scenario is that rather than trying to actually find out who the killer is, all we do today is prove that Blackwell could not have done it. If we do that, then Blackwell's execution gets cancelled, he gets to go free, that's good. Then we can investigate further, find new suspects, and then figure out, okay, did Athena do it or did someone else do it? I think right now we can't worry on finding who the true killer is. All we can worry about is proving Blackwell innocent. Von Karma.
You fools! It was I who made Kristoff lose the game of poker, and I am also the spy who killed Athena's mother. What will you do now, Phoenix?
Oh, Von Varma. I don't have a choice. I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy.
Well then, Chief Prosecutor Edwards.
Maybe the judge is the spy. No need for the chief prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I'm here as a simple prosecutor. I have some tea.
Very well, your opening statement, if you please. Although I've been known of late to give impressive opening statements myself.
In all the trials I've ever been, only the prosecution gives the opening statement.
Of course, you're right. I was just joking, just having a little bit of fun.
I wasn't doing them just out of fear? Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. God, it's so nice to have an actual prosecutor for once. God damn. I still wish it was Clavier, but okay, we take the dubs that we can get. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago, on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Metis Sykes, is killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Ina's mother. Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There are 2 deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. 1, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And 2, this photo, which captures the moment of the crime.
Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed.
Are you kidding me? I am not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now hurry up and call the witness.
Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know.
Well, perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial's sponsor, after all. It's a sponsor. That's a nice way of putting it. Besides, this courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, that is true. This is like December. This has got to be really cold in this courtroom.
Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly.
Oh, here's the true culprit. He's bitter because he's only has a cameo in the game. He's a German spy. How could we not have seen it? That's Kristoff's black psyche look. It's the fact that his little brother is a spy. Okay, hold on. I think I'm gonna stand for this. I think specifically for trials, standing works a bit better. I feel more like, you know, this, you know, after all, Phoenix and Edgeworth are standing there. So, there we go. Let's do this. Xavier could claim to remove his competition for Apollo's love. Anything for the ship. As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? Just who is this witness anyways?
Bobby breaks the net, and justice we trust.
Fulbright? Don't make me suspect you of this crime, because goddamn, I fucking will. You are literally one of the 2 people in my court record who could have even possibly committed the crime. So you better not do anything even slightly suspicious. Because you do fucking anything, and I will fucking bite your dick off. What are you doing here?
I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. And she says she's too busy, what with confining and threatening the hostages and all.
That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonko. I am nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you. I like Emma Apollo much more than Clipolo. I don't see Clipolo at all, to be honest. I kind of see them both. I think I like them both, honestly. I guess my view of it is more of a one-sided Clipolo, where Clavier has a crush on Apollo, but Apollo doesn't really notice, because, like, let's be honest, Apollo is a Rizzler who has no fucking clue. Like, he's like, because, like, Junie keeps trying to, like, hint at the fact that she's has feelings for him, and he's fucking clueless about it. Fucking Aura Blackquill also did, and he was fucking clueless about it. So, like, I think, like, Clavier could be in love with Apollo, and Apollo just has no fucking clue. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackquill has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we at least hear her theory. Okay, so Fulbright is speaking for Blackquill, not as himself. Okay, that makes sense. He is a man. Most of us don't understand clues. I don't know. I feel like Juniper has been very fucking open about her feelings for Apollo. Like we as the audience have picked up on it. Phoenix has fucking picked up on it. Everyone else has picked up on it, but Apollo himself.
I have here Miss Blackwell's notes of the investigation she conducted.
Yeah, but how do I cross-examine a piece of paper?
A piece of paper? I'll be giving the testimony based on these notes. Here I go.
Oh, Fulbright, my beloved. Please don't be the murderer. My heart could not handle that. My heart could not handle Fulbright being the murderer. He's too pure. I want there to be at least some semblance of truth and justice in this world.
Diamond isn't the murderer. He's trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene of the crime. At the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes.
Okay, so the rolling case theory is the first one we're going through. Okay, cool. But I'm pretty sure that it was stated that Phoenix could have fit inside there, so that doesn't seem to make much sense.
And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. And totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh?
Well, no, I actually think her theory makes quite a lot of sense. Because it's, that's also my feeling on the case, that Black Quill was covering for Athena, but I also think Athena was framed, so... And I think Black Quill knows this, so, like, he's still gonna cover for Athena until he's able to ensure that she doesn't take the fall if he, you know... He'd rather go himself to jail falsely and get executed than for Athena to be blamed for the crime, if that makes sense. Even if he knows that neither of the two of them actually committed the crime. Which is kind of a mirror of what happened in Turnabout Academy, actually. Interestingly enough.
And about the case she mentions, there are other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for travel. They're barely for moving parts and equipment.
I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases of all different sizes.
At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. But they had a perfectly good reason to think that, too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab.
Oh, okay. This is new. Oh, hold on. This map is interesting. So, okay, so if these are the elevators, this is the robotics lab, then that would make... What? Hold on, can we get this added to my map?
And the camera captures footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case.
I can see why the footage helped to bring this trial to a quick end. I wonder if Blackwell actually found Athena at the scene of the crime, stuffed her in, like, unconscious, because we know Athena passed out in the Space Museum this time around. What if she found her mother's dead body and also passed out? So Black Quill stuffed her in the case and rolled her out to ensure that she wouldn't be accused of the crime. Trial in a ruined court while being threatened by robots, while also saying they found 007 super spy in order to save a samurai and a girl that hears people's emotions. I think we jumped the shark. To be fair, Investigations also had a pretty wild final case. It's very convincing, that's for sure. Okay, now we can actually see it.
That case, by the way, was later discovered outside of the Space Center grounds.
Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center, the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death.
Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony. And there were no witnesses or evidence to tell us where she might have been.
So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi? That is what the evidence is saying, yes. Okay, so we still don't have... I wish you'd have added the... Can I get the 4th floor map added to my thing? Because, like, at least from my perception, it seems that the robotics lab should be here. But then the window... The emergency ladder window doesn't match up with the boarding lounge emergency ladder window. Huh.
I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl?
Of course, the girl had a very strong motive.
Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers on speech and emotion.
Without spoiling anything, Spirit of Justice last case is even more intense. I'm very interested to see it.
Fully aware of Athena Sykes' special ability. You're fully aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she studied quite a few times in court.
The ability to read emotions from speech and the subject of her mother's research.
Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see a particular problem with researching it.
I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on research that she forced her daughter to undergo experiments.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting?
I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny that to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt the only choice was to kill her own mother. Ah!
Order, order in the court! What a tragic story! I hardly want to believe it myself.
You know, Edgeworth, the last time I saw a prosecutor accuse someone of killing their own parent, they turned out to be the killer. So I don't know, you know, maybe chill out a little bit.
But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes.
Professor Edgeworth. It's just a small slip of the tongue, you know. Though I do think Edgeworth would actually be quite an excellent law professor. Maybe he should. Maybe when he retires from the prosecutorship, he can teach the prosecutor course at Themis Legal Academy. I do find it kind of funny that we never met the the head of the prosecution course in Themis. We obviously knew Constance Court and Professor Means, but who the fuck's the prosecutor in charge of that?
Simon isn't the...
Okay, we're back here. Cool. Do you show me the map? No. It's a clever theory, but I don't like they have it. But it doesn't look like they have any solid proof. It's Von Karma and Edgeworth's mask. If I push, maybe I can uncover some flaws in it. Nah, sadly, Von Karma is dead. Pretty sure he died shortly after being incarcerated, if I remember correctly.
Hold it!
Alright, give me the deets. So, Prosecutor Blackwell willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone else.
Yes! That is precisely what Miss Blackwell appears to believe.
And that is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackwell is no murderer, Mr. Wright. But Athena Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth. So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other. Fine, I expected no less. Oh, they're flirting. They are flirting.
I'm only reading notes here, but yeah, I feel like you should invigorate a dip, so let's keep going. Somebody else at the scene of the crime. They say Simon committed the murder.
Hold it!
Don't worry, I'm gonna press everything. Von Karma committed suicide or was killed by any. I don't know the specifics, but I do know he died in prison. But that's just speculation.
Objection!
No. Miss Blackwell has proper grounds for her claims.
Objection!
Why didn't you say so in the first place?
Objection!
Oh, the boyfriends! They're objecting! Let's go! We're so back! You're the one who screamed, "Hold it," and cut me off. Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit.
Now I know what they mean when they say close enough to argue. Moving on. Really was that to steal the moon rock? Why the rolling case?
This rolling case. I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwell in it, but was absent when the crime scene photos were taken. There's a headcanon that Von Karma was killed in prison by a group of inmates that were convinced by using forged evidence. That would be very nice. That would be very prophetic end for him. A very karmic end for him. Yes, that's the one, and Miss Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from these two photos.
She has? And what is that conclusion?
You're the one with the notes!
Oh, well, right, of course. I'm reading them now, so why the rolling case?
Edgeworth is like, fuck, why did I fire Detective Gumshoe? Oh god, this guy's so much worse.
It does get to hide some of its side, that's why.
Hold it!
How do you propose to heat a weapon inside one of those cases? This guy just starved to death! Have you forgotten that we saw just such a thing only the other day? I'm pretty sure Emma probably got arrested because she heard Edgeworth was going to be prosecuting again, and she tried to break into the she tried to break into the courtroom to see him and got arrested for it. Trespassing. Have you forgotten what we saw just such a thing the other day at your own daughter's magic show? She fit a group
They went to see Trucy's show together? That's the most adorable thing I've heard in my life! Her second dad! Yeah!
Trucy lost one dad and gained two instead! At your own daughter's magic show, she fit a grown person into a small box. Oh yeah! Way to ruin a memory of a good day.
Hey, don't bring our date into the courtroom, Edgeworth!
A magic show? I wish you would have thought to invite me. Actually, I would have liked to go too.
Oh, my apologies. I'll invite you both next time, I promise. So, wait a minute. What are we talking about again? You know what? I take everything back. Getting Edgeworth back was worth it just for that one bit of press dialogue. That's it. You know what? Everything else, the thematic consistency, character arcs, all of that shit doesn't fucking matter. That's what Ace Attorney's all about, baby. That's what it's all about. Trucy was lucky she had she traded an asshole person for two top-tier father figures. Yeah, Zach Garamarai. I fucking love the Zach Garamarai as an asshole comic. It's so good.
Prosecutor Blackwell is using the case to hide someone. And the only person small enough to fit inside the case was Athena Sykes.
But she had nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility.
In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case?
I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case just to move the rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Huh. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case?
Well, Mr. Wright, can you?
Yes, give me some time to think. I mean, yeah, we know what was in the case. It was, Honko's art. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through and what would have been in the case? Always bluff! I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from that scene. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat.
Oh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If it's true, that is.
This crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with the photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. Took something with him, then it should be one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now. Come on, Phoenix, you of all people should know. There are only 2 games in which you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker and court.
All right then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear your theory.
Or did Edgeworth balls drop since the last time we saw him? I mean, it has been like 8 years, so his voice is definitely deeper. His voice actor is different, so. But that, yeah.
And Prosecutor Blackwell take for the scene of the crime.
Honko's arm.
Take that!
Please notice that there is a robot part on the top of the card in this photo. However, in this photo, taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, that part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime.
You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be?
Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which...
What are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball!
Stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Your Honor, about this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there?
Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just the moon rock and a robot arm.
It was really just that one arm that was there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe. I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one there. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was the other robot that was in the case.
What?
Yeah, I still think it was Athena in that case, though. I don't like Edgeworth and Phoenix's new voices, to be honest. I mean, it's just because like their original voices were just done by literal just members of the localization team, not by actual voice actors. So when they, when they decided to actually do animated cutscenes with actual voice actors, they had to get actual voice actors. It can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is. Plus, after 8 years, it makes sense that their voices have changed.
Objection!
I know for a fact that it's a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not.
But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. Why did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned.
Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot arm the arm belonged to. Yep, that one exhibit photo. The robot in this picture is named Ponko. Take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that.
He must have thought the machines heal the same way people's do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchildren.
Alright, we've 1 point with the judge. Let's go. The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandages wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko.
Order in the court! Order, I say! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you say to this?
I can see the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its knees and curl itself into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there.
Her case does come up about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that.
No, it's standing on boxes. Well, they've got me there. So then did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit into the case? Yeah, dismantling her. Of course Ponko would fit. Not Prosecutor Blackwell, it was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside the rolling case. Oh, it appears to be a robot assembly device.
Disassemble anything in a flash, push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah.
It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Except that's with a body on the table, where robots are dismantled and assembled. The body could have been placed there. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead?
You mean the sword?
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Is it true that a katana would have been able to take the robot apart? That's not exactly the argument I would go with, but sure. I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in the photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of the photo is very different from the original interpretation.
You can't mean.
That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. Blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. That would explain. Yeah, that explains the blood on their arm. Most likely, the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Well, yeah, but then this doesn't explain, like, why. Why would he do this?
Not hearing this.
Therefore, what was transported inside the case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes was never at the scene of the at the time of the murder.
My head, my body, where am I? Ah!
Eh? Who took the photo, by the way? Was it ever stated anywhere? I think they said that there was a journalist that was, I think they mentioned that there was a journalist who was taking various pictures around the Space Center and just happened to capture that in one of her photos without even realizing it.
Order in the court.
Probably my goat, Spark Brushel.
It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder, and I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards.
Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I can see that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. Alright, what's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight.
Does the prosecution withdraw its claim the defendant was carried from the scene?
No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes would have both been inside the case.
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes and Miss Blackwell. The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Smug bitch. Thanks to the defense. Edgeworth. He's been one step ahead of me this whole time.
In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene?
Simple. That footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding something or someone. That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The circa Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front. The stain had a highly distinctive shape.
A blood stain with a distinctive shape. Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there's only one in the world. A special pair of headphones made just for her. Right?
She always wear these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research.
Analysis showed the bloodstain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones, and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp.
A most gruesome stamp indeed.
Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was without question present at the crime scene. Well, I mean, we know that already because we saw it, because she clearly was at the crime scene in her flashback. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. Yeah, no, going for the like Athena was not even there. It's just a waste of time, I think. Ah!
Order! If the defense was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against it.
Objection!
We've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making these ridiculous claims that a robot was the real murderer. I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Dr. Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time?
No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case.
But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand.
A robot witness?
Ponko should be able to tell us if Athena was there.
Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this?
Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. Why, there was this one time while I was in trial for murder, and he called a parrot. I damn near shat myself in the fucking gallery. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him.
Very well, I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko.
Yes, I realize that. But you're at the witness stand. You are the witness.
No, I am not. I am Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
What an utterly inflexible little robot! Edgeworth having difficulty every single time he calls a witness to the stand will never not be funny. You're the last person who should be calling someone inflexible. God.
Reminds me of my grandchild who just learned of his own name. Oh, how precious.
Alright, Ponko. I'm going to ask you some questions.
Questions? You have questions. Hooray! What are your questions?
I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Metis Sykes. It was 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab.
Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Beep, 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 beep. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab.
Okay. It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. This is great! I just knew Ponko had to have seen something important. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna like what she has to say.
A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable.
The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild.
So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today?
What I saw. Went to the robotics lab around 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Alright, tell us about that. Oh, this is testimony. I thought this was cross-examination.
Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point.
Oh, what the fuck was that testimony? What the fuck?
Well, it sounded like the defendant was without a question at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder.
I disagree. The testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget the witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited.
So, what are you suggesting?
The witness's statement needs to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down from being hugged by a child.
They don't, but...
Yes, what this witness statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment.
What?
Yeah, not off to a great start. Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse?
Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised.
Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued.
I see. Murder after a heated argument. And then the victim fell down? I agree, that does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
You may as well admit defeat now, right? Cross-examination would be useless. Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless. Until now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time.
Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright.
I'll show you both just how fruitless how fruitful any cross-examination can be. What I saw. 2 p.m. for regular recharge, alright.
Hold it!
Your regular recharge. What is that exactly?
I have to refill my battery's power or else I stop working. I go to the lab to do that.
So that recharge occurred around 2 p.m. around the time of the murder.
That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m. I was about to charge up. Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis.
Hold it!
Supposedly the moment of the crime. Hugged her, huh? Which Edgeworth took to mean stabbed her with a weapon. You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother. Is that right?
Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying.
Couldn't tell. Even though they were speaking so loudly?
I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me.
If I listened to every voice, it'd be little better than a mobile eavesdropper. Oh, that explains why some of Ponko's testimony is so vague. It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that?
And Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything.
Hold it!
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but... Tell us about how the victim appeared and acted at this moment.
Mommy Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound.
Her heart? That is true, the robots can hear heartbeats. Did you notice if was her heart still beating after being hugged? Because we know from the autopsy report that the stab would cause instant death. Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about the document we found in the robotics lab? Those robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that before. They detect the presence of people by sound of their heartbeats. Wait a minute, that means Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment. Ponko, how's Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat?
Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then.
Of all the unlucky timing, if you would have heard anything at all after that, they could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder.
I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry.
The robot is assigned to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing.
After Mommy Metis' heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room.
Aha! So she didn't fall down on the chair. She fell down over here. Huh. The workbench, huh? Ponko must be talking about the table to the right of where the giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Ponko's testimony? Well, we'll press the rest first. Nothing particularly important, I guess. So what happens after that, Ponko? Clueless.
And cleaning the room, Mr. Simon came in.
Prosecutor Blackwell. I wonder what he went there for.
His objective, I don't know.
Huh, I guess I can't very well ask Ponko to speculate. So what happened after Prosecutor Blackwell arrived?
And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point.
Hold it!
You don't remember what happened next? Huh. Error, huh? I wonder if...
All data is suddenly cut off at that point. I don't know anything after that.
The answer to that question is right here. According to the defense's theory, this photo shows the robot was being taken apart. Exactly, we can conclude that Ponko's error was the result of her being dismantled. Indeed, the bodies of these robots are designed to be controlled remotely by a separate computer. Yeah, that's basically what Miss Blackwell explained to us too. Said their hearts and memories are stored in a separate computer. When the witness is taken apart, she lost the use of her body, but not her memories. That's how she is now unable to give the testimony about the events of that day.
Fascinating. It's as if she can seriously be wounded, but her soul still burns.
There are a few parts of Ponko's testimony that are hard to interpret. And to just interpret hugged as stabbed. I better try to iron out who did what, where, and to whom for myself. Hold on, Athena. I'm going to save you. As turns up, I was cleaning my room. Mr. Simon came in. Alright.
Hold it!
Yeah, well, let's skip through all this. Yep. Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like it added to her testimony.
Very well. Ponko, could you please add to the testimony? That's a good little girl.
I like that the judges. I like that the judge finds the robot cute.
Mommy Menace fell down near the room window on the workbench side of the room.
Well, let's see. There are two round windows in the robotics lab. Which one do you mean?
The one on the right near the hanging scroll. The hanging scroll was Mommy Menace's prized possession.
Okay, in the picture of the crime scene from 7 years ago, there is definitely hanging scroll and a Japanese theater mask hanging out on the workbench side of the wall. Is there some problem with this statement? Yep, alright, I guess we're doing this.
Objection!
Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough.
I was helpful. Hooray! I'm so happy!
Yeah, so... But what? Why did she fall down, though? That's the part that I don't get. Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table.
But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations.
Exactly, Your Honor. They've just learned a new crucial fact. I can explain the two very different locations of the body. I'll tell you what. Yeah, the victim moved. An 11-year-old girl could have moved a heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder.
I am very relieved to hear that. Glad to know the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here.
Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more.
Objection!
Right. It's been 8 years, but he's still just as green as ever.
Green? But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Green in anything but a blue suit.
Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? If the defendant could move the body herself, she wouldn't have moved it. She could have moved it for her. Moved for her? Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree, since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system. It would have been aware of another person's presence. Someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present.
Then who do you suggest move the body?
Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Ponko, allow me to ask you a question.
My name is Ponko! Say it with me! Ponko!
I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large on the operating onto the operating table?
Yes, I did. Athena asked me to.
Dina asked you to.
And what did you move, little Ponko?
I don't know. Unless something was an ID tag, I can't tell what it is.
You have facial recognition software.
An ID tag, you say?
Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what things are.
Huh. Paper in the lab did mention something about that. So hold on, I'm still just trying to wrap my head around the map here. Or no, I guess it makes sense. Because this is the wall, this is the curved wall on the side of the lab. This is roughly where the chair is. So yeah, this is where the emergency ladder would be. Then the window is here, and then the observation took place from here. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform ID tag, it said. So it would appear that Miss Panko can't identify what had moved.
My name is Ponko!
But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, don't we? Imagination does not have a place in a court of law. Only evidence.
We do?
Well, I do at the very least. Miss Panko, and the defendant's command, move the body onto the operating table.
Yeah!
Panko, did you really move Miss Sykes' body? This is really important. Is there any way you could tell?
I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell.
Give it up, right? If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object.
Objection!
But Ponko was equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body of Dr. Sykes. But she didn't. So that means... Her face can easily be covered by a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. He's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then using the robot, she moved the body to the table, where she removed the sword that was stained with blood.
Order! But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place?
You want a reason? Very well.
What? You can't possibly have an explanation.
Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature?
I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there. Isn't that right?
That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds. But in the end, my mom just put her operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me up if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do. You can't possibly be suggesting this young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. Take a look at Podko's arm. It was Miss Psyche who bandaged it up like that.
They must have thought the machine sealed the same way people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild.
No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you're about to claim what I think you are...
Yeah, but if she tried to disassemble the body, and like the machine would have ripped it to pieces, it clearly didn't happen.
I demand that you word it as delicately as you can.
With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table...
Hold it!
No, don't say another word. Just stop. Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime. That can't be true. Oh!
Order! Order in the court! I say!
Edgeworth. She was just a little kid. How could you say such a horrible thing? Horrible. Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. Those two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged.
This just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claims?
Evidence? Right. Well, let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that truth isn't always pretty. Now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough.
What a terrible and tragic conclusion.
There's more that we still don't understand. Why? What reason did Blackwell have to move Bonko? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Actor's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have ever done something like that. What do I do? There has to be something. Can't think of a single thing. Oh!
Prosecutor Blackwell, your shackles were clipping through the witness stand just there for a second. Oh, no, there's just a hole in the witness stand. Okay, my bad. My sight isn't what it used to be, you know?
This is quite the farce you are conducting here. I could die from laughter.
Yeah, Blackquill is not gonna let Athena get convicted for this. He'll willingly throw himself under the bus to defend her, just like just like Hugh and Robin did for June. Prosecutor Blackquill, what are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise.
Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackquill trying to pull here?
7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your baldness, I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer.
Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please, go ahead.
Oh, great, he's gonna prosecute himself. Let's go. 7 years ago.
I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I could not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. How cathartic it was.
Liar.
But little Bonko here witnessed the victim fall. In other words,
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened.
which would be.
She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and a child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course. Meaning she must have left the room.
So the murder occurred after the time period Ponka described in her testimony.
You should hardly take stock in the words of wind-up toys.
Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something?
Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself, and she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena.
Pretty good theory, okay. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet... No, he's lying. Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying even now to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize you could bring the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer, beyond redemption.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to him if the entire legal system has to crash and burn, as long as it means that, and he has to die alongside it, as long as he protects Athena. And we can't let that happen. We're not gonna let you take the blame for this, emo boy.
Why don't you just let me go, so I can settle down in hell?
Nah. Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. Thought it was today. Oh, wait, no, this is... Right, we're actually doing this trial the same day as the investigation. Never mind, my bad. We're not doing this... Okay. The truth doesn't come out now, it's all over.
Are you saying the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder?
That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx.
Don't you dare, Judge! Don't forget I have hostages over here! And Simon! How long are you going to cover for her?
Miss Blackwell.
Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor?
Blackwell, you're selfish! He is the Twisted Samurai, after all.
Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision.
Okay, Athena, Apollo, one of you two needs to come in here right now. Preferably Athena, and save the day.
If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict.
Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. No, I can't tell her. How can I lie to Athena? I can't prove Blackwell's innocence in this trial. I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Who's here? Yes! Athena! What are you? Are you feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Powers might just be the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Sights don't all. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you are innocent.
These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know?
What are you talking about?
Do you remember? That horrible, horrible trial. Ooh. Please, you have to listen to me! He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try, feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like her chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. And yet you find a way to keep your fears at bay and become a lawyer. Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. Okay. I don't know if this is gonna happen, but if this game wants to be peak, just like we started off playing as Athena, and then Phoenix came in to save the day, and we swapped to him in the first case. We should swap to playing as Athena right now. Come on, game. It's all I ask. It's the perfect way to bring the game full circle from when in the bombing case, Phoenix comes in to save Athena and we play as him. Now Athena comes in to save Phoenix and we play as her. Come on. It's the perfect bookend. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction.
But, Miss Sykes, you do realize what it would mean. You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years, to face the truth. Nina's being so brave confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago.
Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain. For I am not a man who can be cut down easily.
Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart.
Yeah, Athena, let's go! I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes.
Angry? I mean, that would make sense.
But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed an act. Ah, how cathartic it was.
His emotions are very guarded, and his defenses are way up. If he's known, he'll never let his secret be known.
Mood Matrix, I'm going away. What's wrong with Mood Matrix?
He's never let his secret be known.
Oh, I don't know about that. We got a couple of strong wills on our side, too. Prosecutor Blackwell isn't the killer. We're going to prove it.
But what was he trying to do that day? You approach it from that angle. I bet we can find an emotion that just doesn't add up. We should be playing as Athena right now. This is so stupid.
Alright, let's do this one. When we view your emotions alongside the test, we find out. Wait a minute. There's anything strange here.
I don't know. I think maybe we made a mistake, Mr. Right.
I think maybe you're right.
Let's take another look.
Yeah. I guess, yeah, happiness at seeing Athena. And this feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that?
Simple. When I was looking for Athena and having found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that.
Oh, that's a lot of noise. Okay. Just now that you said you weren't in the space center to kill you were in the space center to kill Dr. Sykes. First thing you did was look for her daughter instead.
I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. She was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that.
Second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down.
Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. And there's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto.
I was afraid of that. Well, we just have to keep chipping away at him then, bit by bit. Could you update this testimony, Athena?
You got it, boss.
When I found Athena in the robotics lab, I was relieved. But I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And when she did, I plunged the katana in.
Yeah, you don't sound too happy about that anymore. Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackquill.
What?
When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death?
Such an obvious attack! Yet I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances.
He can't be talking about that, can he?
That was just a convenient subject for her research.
Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research that she forced her daughter to undergo experiments.
My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject.
What?
I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subject to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill.
That's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. Is the story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe.
Mr. Wright.
How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there?
I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss.
Now take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. Well, the game doesn't seem to think so because it won't let you actually, like, take over this trial like you rightfully should. What the hell? It went up. I've never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claim sound more believable. Just like Hugh O'Connor. Oh, how the turntables. He's trying even harder to suppress his feelings. That's what's causing the noise. How in the world would I approach this? This evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, just to look for an inconsistency in emotions.
There are no flaws in my testimony, and his baldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause and let the law free me from these chains already!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. Which should I tackle first? Let's deal with the emotions first. Okay, let's look for inconsistent emotions. Got it, boss. But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know and I'll easily switch over. Crying from next door. Of course I was worried.
I heard crying from next door. Of course I was worried. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. Before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor.
See an unusual large place emotion, just point it out. Really an inconsistency in his emotions though? You take a break and go back to looking for contradictory testimony. Yeah, sure, what's the difference? Okay, let's compare the testimony to the evidence one more time.
Crying from next door. Of course I was worried.
That shouldn't contradict anything.
I ran over and opened the door to the robotics lab.
Fine.
But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor.
The only thing I can think of, yeah, that according to the video footage, Dr. Sykes should have already been in the room because we never actually saw anyone go in and out of that room other than Blackquill. I suppose we can try this.
Objection!
No. Prosecutor Blackwell, your statement is inconsistent with this evidence.
And what's your opinion, Chief Prosecutor?
As always, I'm afraid the only thing that is illogically inconsistent here is Mr. Wright himself.
In that case, as always, I'll give Mr. Wright a penalty.
I better look for inconsistencies. That comes right to just... Yeah, let's look at his emotions. I think that's probably the better angle to approach this at right now. Let the contradictions reveal themselves. Wait, distraught and surprised. Yeah, there's even more sadness now. No? If you find Athena crying, you should have been maybe more distraught? Yeah, why were you so surprised? There you go, yeah. Why was he so surprised? Okay. How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab?
Alright, fine, I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko, that toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena, but she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day.
Dr. Sykes and Ponko do it.
That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with that now that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worth that fine blade.
That's right, and appeared again. There's even more noise now. It's at 100% now? What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. He'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. Pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are sharp as a katana. Alright, what should I tackle first? Let's look at his emotions again.
Feeling of dread, I opened the door to the robotics lab. Just then, Ponko attacked me and he retaliated by cutting it into pieces.
Ah, but there's the rub. There was blood on Ponko, which meant that Ponko must have been cut up after Metis was killed.
Alright, could lead Athena out of there. Sykes came in.
Yeah, show his testimony. Yeah.
Objection!
Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo.
It's a photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many times must I see that which damned me for my sin?
The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the blood stain at the end of Poko's arm where it was severed with a katana?
I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright.
No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana.
The katana already had blood on it. So then, it must have been the victim's blood.
That's right. But if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. There, he finally realized it. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko, then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture.
What? Well, that couldn't be.
Exactly. In order for the blood to have been transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first, before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackquill, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Ah! Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackquill, now!
You have no idea what you're doing!
His voice. There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions there. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something.
Phoenix, right? You will pay for this! Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave.
Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom?
All of these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing those feelings.
Oh my god! Oh, so yeah, we have my chat broke again. There we go, we're back. Hi honey, how's it going?
Sound of crying, I opened the lab door and then I saw it, that terrible scene. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I had no choice but to kill my mentor.
Ah, and his voice. It hurts to even listen to it. He's been living with this pain inside him for all these years? And the root of all this hidden somewhere in this testimony, isn't it? Apparently playing Final Fantasy XIV while listening to this. Ooh, are you playing Dawn Trail? Yes, that's right. Please hurry. Please set him free, Mr. Wright. Kind of crying. What's causing the strong emotion? Probably him coming in and seeing, yeah. Him seeing the dead body, right? The root cause of all these emotions is this. I'm actually not getting any particular readings there, Mr. Wright. Well, I guess that's not it then. What could have caused Blackquill to react to all these emotions at once? It has to be Dr. Sykes, right? No? Not at the moment, but I'm leveling up Pictomancer to like 95 right now. Nice. How is Picto? I haven't actually played any 14 since Dawn Trail came out, so I don't know anything of what's going on. I mean, I haven't even reached Dawn Trail because I only started playing 14 pretty recently, so I'm so much fun. Oh, I'll have to check it out. I only started playing Final Fantasy 14 about a month ago, and I still haven't reached like any of the expansions. Well, technically I did do like the I am in the 7th Astral era right now. That plot line, not so I haven't reached the I forgot what the first expansion is called. I'm actually considering maybe streaming playing through the expansions because the MSQ is so good. Can I open the lab and then it has to be Athena, right? He saw Athena all covered in blood? Yes! When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, Prosecutor? You're in the patches for Realm Reborn? Yes, yeah, that's where I am. So, yeah, I'm wondering if I should just pick up in the middle of where I am, or if I should just finish Realm Reborn and then start streaming when I actually get to. I think the first expansion is Heaven's Sword, if I remember correctly. So I'm trying to figure out what I want to do, but I think because like Final Fantasy 14 so this is a game that's like been out for a long time, and like I'm not playing like the new expansion or anything. That's a game I feel like I can take my time on. So I could do like once I'm done with Chrono Trigger and with Dual Destinies, I could like play a bit of that until Ace Attorney Investigations comes out, then pause that wherever I happen to be in the story, and then resume that the next time I have time. Like that could be a good filler game to sort of just throw in between other games as we just slowly progress through the MSQ. I think that could work. Heaven's Sword, okay. Sounds like a good idea. All right, then I will consider it. Yeah, I mean I haven't played through, obviously I haven't played through too much of the game, but I heard that like the expansions are really good. That I think Shadowbringers is considered to be one of the greatest stories in any MMO. And like honestly, like people like my friend who has played all of 14 up to this point. I don't know if he's finished Dawn Trail yet actually. But this was before Dawn Trail came out. Like he had told me that the Realm Reborn, it's all right. You just gotta power through it, and then then you can get to the good stuff. But honestly, I was fucking loving the shit out of Realm Reborn anyway. So so that's great. Like that's what people don't realize. Yeah, it's like when people say, "Oh, you should skip the first 2 parts of JoJo." Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Phantom Blood and Battle Tendency are fantastic.
And though it's pathetic, I admit I am terrified to speak of it.
Prosecutor Blackquill, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. How can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too? This is literally identical to Hugh O'Connor during Turnabout Academy. Holy shit! So many great parallels in this. Plus, you know, obviously, Hugh always carries his bow around, just like Blackquill always carries his sword around. I think that's actually very interesting. I could talk a lot about there are a lot of parallels between Prosecutor Blackquill and Hugh O'Connor. I hadn't even realized that until now. But you know, they're both taking blame for a crime in order to protect someone that they can consider a friend, or I guess in this case it's more of a sibling thing, I think. They both constantly carry weapons with them. They're both sort of they're both sort of touted as being this sort of darker, like it was always implied in Turnabout Academy that Hugh had sort of turned on his friends and was going to betray them or whatever. And here, you know, it was originally implied that like Blackquill is like the evil, twisted samurai, but in reality, Hugh's, you know, a good guy who, you know, wanted the best for his friends. Same with Blackquill. He's a good guy who wanted what's best for Athena. And they're both lying their asses off on the stand to try to protect the other person because they think if they tell the truth, the other person who they care about deeply is going to get blamed for the murder. But what they don't realize is that that's just an important step to reaching the truth, right? So this is literally a 1-for-1 identical to the situation that Hugh O'Connor was in during Turnabout Academy, and I think that's so fucking cool. And it also means, why the fuck isn't Athena the lead defense attorney for this case? Jesus fuck!
Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? Right, Dono?
I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door.
Curse you, Phoenix Wright! It was a tragedy, one I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. It's standing between the two.
Jesus fuck!
Was Athena.
This is probably one of the most fucked murder photos we've seen in Ace Attorney, if I'm gonna be honest. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, but like... Okay, but Blackquill. Okay, I think this is gonna be my, I think my prediction is turning out to be true. I think Blackquill legitimately thought that Athena, that, you know, there was no way for Athena to be innocent, so he set up the crime scene, but in reality, I think someone actually must have framed Athena, which is why I need, Blackquill, I need you to tell me about this phantom that you saw, because you're not the only one. There's, like, okay, I would understand if this was like Blackquill was having his Lana Sky moment where he comes in, he sees that he believes that Athena had committed the crime, so he lies to cover it up and protect her. Like how Lana lied to cover up and protect Emma, believing that she had killed Neil Marshall, right? But I don't think Blackquill actually believes Athena is the murderer. Lana Sky fully believed Emma killed Neil Marshall, which is why she went through so many lengths to hide that fact. I don't think Blackquill does, because for 7 years, they say he's been searching for the phantom that he saw that day. That means he saw a third person who was likely the killer, but he doesn't have any reason. He doesn't have any way to prove it. And that's what he's been searching for all these years. Which is why I need every piece of detail you can give me so that we can figure out who the fuck this phantom is, because you're not the only one who saw it. Ted Tonate also saw this phantom steal the detonator the day before the courtroom bombing. Right? Plus, Athena could not have been, Athena could not have sabotaged the, Hat 1 rocket. It doesn't make any sense. So she can't be the killer. She smiled with a far-off look in her eye as she sweetly said, Jesus! Demon child! Oh my god! Something's wrong with Mom. I'm going to take her apart. I'm taking her apart to fix her. Ugh. That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted. Okay, yeah, so Athena finds her mother dead and tries to fix her in the, and tries to fix her using the repair machine. That explains why she had, Ponko carry the body. But it doesn't mean Athena is the killer. Now, come on, Blackwell, you are not telling me the truth. Who is this phantom? I need you, the phantom. This is the crucial part of the testimony. I don't give a shit about this, okay? I mean, this is important, sure, to set the scene, but we should have started with this anyways. The real crucial part of the testimony is this phantom that you apparently been looking for 7 fucking years. I need you to tell me about that. No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth. And this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. I tried to take Mother apart? Oh no, the black psyche locks are coming off. Oh, she might have a mental breakdown. I No! Jesus, fuck. I think those were the psyche locks breaking right there. So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother. Athena! As I said, right, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembling on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner? Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart.
She loved me?
Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research.
I see, that explains that.
Do you remember those headphones you hated so much?
Yes. I had hurt every time I wore them.
No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger then than it is now, and those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life.
No, that can't be true. Then why? Why would I have done something like that? Somebody who loved me so much.
Her love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew that what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it.
So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know.
Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It would seem that now we have all the facts of this case.
No, not yet. It can't end like this. Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back on things that disagree with you? We both know that's not what this is about, Edgeworth. I'm not. But this? I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is, prepared to present evidence. Oh my, even Phoenix is unable to bluff. Fucking poker champion Phoenix is out of words. Jesus Christ. Mr. Wright. Yes, Athena? It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake. Athena, what are you saying? I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. You have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. Don't say those words. Apollo! Apollo, help me, my boy! Come on, the truth you were seeking a truth that's different from this, weren't you? Come on, Polly, where are you? Where are you? But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall? You mean to testify? I can work with testimony. It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess?
Very well. Then, if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes.
Jesus Christ, this is fucked. She's also very much like Edgeworth in this regard. She's, believes she's killed her mother, but, thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Well, he was in a very similar position a few years back. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward. Everyone's suffering can come to an end. Athena. Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt. Bring everything to its conclusion. I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands. Feeling of stabbing in deep. I didn't want to. Wait, no, I didn't mean this testimony. No, objection. The defense would objects to everything. Oh no. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty. I dare say. These are all memories that no one else but the murderer would have.
I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough.
There must be another way! There must be something we're missing. I mean, being covered in blood, that's easy. She would have just had to be there during the murder, and she would have gotten hit with the splash. But plunging it in. The moon rock. What about the moon rock though? We're saying Athena stole it? That's the most insane thing I've ever heard. Come on, Edgeworth, you know the facts don't line up.
I believe this trial has gone on long enough.
You know, Edgeworth, I'm sad to say, but I think you're back to your old self. I think you're once again blinded by victory, except this victory, you believe, is one that's for the greater good, to end the Dark Age of the Law. But I still think you're blinded from seeing the actual truth of this case. Because all you care about is ending the Dark Age of the Law. All you care about is victory. You're no different from how you were during Game fucking 1. Come on! Come on, people! Clavier Gavin would have never let this bullshit get this far.
But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
Objection!
I do, Your Honor. Thank fuck, Phoenix.
Mr. Wright!
But Mr. Wright! Why? I killed her. Damn, keep lighting Edgeworth's ass up. I mean, if he deserves... I love the man, but if he deserves to, you know... If he deserves it... Farewell, my character development. Well, no, in this case, he's not being selfish regarding his win record like he was at first. Would you agree with the community when they say Edgeworth's character development got reverted? Is that speaking regarding this case specifically? Also, hi, Vergonian Conqueror. I haven't seen you around here before. Is that said in relation to this case? Because if it's in relation to this case, I think I would possibly agree with that. I think he's... But I honestly don't think it's like... I think it's been 8 long years. He's clearly under a lot of pressure taking over as chief prosecutor during the fucking Dark Age of the Law. I fully believe he has the best intentions at heart. Game was directed by Takeshi Yamazaki, not Shu Takumi. Yeah. Yeah, welcome. I fully believe he has good intentions at heart. I think he's just under a lot of stress as chief prosecutor. He's trying to end the Dark Age of the Law, and he's going to do whatever it takes to bring it about, because he himself is also caught up in the Dark Age of the Law. We're all caught up in the Dark Age of the Law. It's not just something you can be like, oh, you know, avoid that. No, like, the ends justify the means. And, like, I think that's what's happening here. I think Edgeworth is blinded by his desire to bring the Dark Age of the Law to an end, to the point where he himself has given in to the Dark Age of the Law and is now blinded from seeing the truth. His desire to win is purely selfless, and he's doing it for the greater good. I don't think he's that out of character. Oh no, I don't think he's out of character at all. I just think it's a very interesting direction. The fact that his character, like, I fully believe Case 2 Edgeworth. I mean, Game 2, like, farewell my turn about Edgeworth. I fully believe he would not be going along with this. He would absolutely be trying to find, like, a secret third explanation that would allow both Blackquill and Athena to be saved. But I think he's just been admired by the Dark Age of the Law so much that he can't see beyond the two possibilities, right? Blackquill is guilty, and therefore the Dark Age of the Law continues, or Athena is guilty, and the Dark Age of the Law ends. And so he's fighting his damnedest to make sure Athena is found guilty so that the Dark Age of the Law can come to an end, even if that's not necessarily the truth. Well, Edgeworth is always annoying. Edgeworth is always annoying in the courtroom. That will never change, and I fucking love him for it. Even when he's actually like trying to find the truth, he's annoying as shit. But I think he's just been blinded by the pressure as chief prosecutor and his desire to find the truth that he's and his desire to end the dark age of the law, that he's just not seeing the truth. And this is why I think my goat, Clavier Gavin, should have been the prosecuting attorney, because he doesn't give two shits. You think he gives a shit about any of the dark age of the law? Fuck no. He only cares about finding the truth. That's my boy. That's the guy who would actually get us where we need to go. No, he's a lot nicer outside of court, actually. There's a crap ton of controversy in this game, but we can talk about it when we finish. That is true. Let's keep going. Honestly, my biggest complaint so far has just been the fact that we don't get to play as Athena in this case. I feel like that's just... like, she's the one that was supposed to save Prosecutor Blackwell, not Phoenix. It's essentially like the game just stole her fucking character, her, like, character motivations, and didn't let her actually accomplish her goal. DD is controversial, nowhere near as much as AJ. Any counter-argument is now pointless. You know who also admitted his guilt? Prosecutor Blackwell, 7 years ago. Guess who just got found not guilty? Prosecutor Blackwell, 7 minutes ago.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you're not the murderer.
Objection!
I said that you never changed, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth, and I won't stand for your worthless sense of pride to get in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul. They're still there. I did a little research. I looked into the special psyche locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. So the locks still haven't been broken. Also, this is the first time Phoenix has used his Magatama in court. There's still a chance. Somewhere deep in Athena's heart, there might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. Voice of Miles Edgeworth, Kyle Herbert, same voice as Ryu from Street Fighter. Yeah, and Gohan from DBZ, I believe, right? I might be looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still, the memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. We're gonna rip those fucking psyche locks. I don't care if it destroys her soul in the process. I'm gonna find the truth.
I hope for everyone's sakes that you're not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession?
My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, feeling of stabbing it in deep. I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down her handle onto my fingers. There's the contradiction. There's no blood on the handle. It wouldn't be a black sheep if they didn't turn Phoenix. Yeah, turning Phoenix back into... I think Phoenix coming back as a defense attorney is perfectly fine. I just wish he was still more of like a, overarching good, like, guy who's like managing things from, from outside. And, most of the actual lawyering was done by Apollo and Athena together.
If there is a problem with her confession, please prove it to the court now.
No! I misclicked! No!
Oh, and what contradiction does that piece of evidence prove?
Well, sometimes you have to flip or tilt the thing to get a new way of looking at things, Your Honor.
And I suggest you get a new way of looking at things yourself, Mr. Wright.
Gosh, that didn't work. Athena gets convicted of murder and gets gets the death penalty because I misclicked. Oh no.
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright?
I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers. That's exactly my point. Blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it. There should be blood on the handle. Yeah, I don't know what the judge is on about. The videotape searched the whole case around. Please, focus on the handle of this sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction to the facts. You're right.
Oh my!
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail. No! No, you fucking dumbass! Actually, objection, dumbass! Oh, I'm sorry! Did Fulbright not tell you? Your garbage excuse of an hypothesis? I'll shove my entire fucking lawyer's badge up your ass because it's fucking wrong! Why, you little bitch? What if you can take a look at this motherfucking murder weapon?
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it. A fact we can't ignore. I rose to see the AJ trilogy from Shu Takumi. It's a big if for me. Yeah. And to think Edgeworth accused Phoenix of regressing. Yeah, no. My man has absolutely gone back to his old ways. This is bad. This would have gone so much smoother with Clavier as the prosecution. God damn. No one can match him. He is actually just the best prosecutor of the series. Edgeworth went through the entire Dark Age of the Law and came out fucking and ended up regressing back to his old win at all cost self. Fucking my goat Clavier. Not only my goat Clavier started the Dark Age of the Law, and spent his entire law career doing the Dark Age of the Law, and even then never once turned away from the path of truth. You forget Clavier was also written by Shu Takumi. Yeah, because Shu Takumi is the fucking GOAT. Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone. But she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think. What could the contradiction of Athena's memories mean? Yeah, there's a different weapon. Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? The point of this game was kind of a reset to get Phoenix back into the spotlight, and that's essentially the center of the game. So it's just, yeah, it basically single-handedly like, if this game just didn't have Phoenix as playable, and you were always playing as either Apollo or Athena, it would infinitely be better. This time, I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was a katana. That much is for sure. So if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it can help me prove her innocence.
Alright. A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly?
Right, of course you would ask that. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always? How does he do that? But I can't back down. Not here, not now. That's right. I did. You gotta ask, did I tell you to play the special case before case 3? Well, yeah, but they told me too late, so I didn't. They told me when I was in case 4. So we'll be playing the DLC case afterwards. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos? He could have stabbed her with a fucking, like, screwdriver, I suppose. Wait, there is something. I probably that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in the evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that could have been at the crime scene. Right, a utility knife.
Take that!
But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Terran case.
Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. There must have been a knife, but there must have been a knife just like it at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to Space Center employees, and a robotics lab especially wouldn't naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
But besides the katana, no other bladed weapons were found at the site. That was at the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Well, your investigation was wrong, dumbass. Of course I knew that, once you told me just now. And there's something else you already knew. There was no toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. There's a photo of its contents. Huh. Except it was. Because the tools are out of order, and they're supposed to spell out the name of the space agency. And you can clearly see that the central A, the one corresponding to the knife, is missing. Fine. But isn't there something odd about the design of these handles? Therefore, there are no other bladed weapons in this room.
Objection!
I disagree. The toolkit contained the knife. What proof do you have of that? I feel like they probably should have shown us the toolkit, like the zoomed in toolkit earlier, so that we could have actually, like, thought about the knife. Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You're the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic taste. I was an art major in college, dumbass!
No, he's simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright.
Come on, Phoenix, put that art degree to good use. Yeah, see, Athena has her psychology power. Apollo has a perception power. Phoenix Wright has art major powers. Graphic design was his passion. Notice that the handle of each of these tools have a sort of design on them.
Ah, I see they do. But what significance does that have?
It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, I'd be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. There's that theory that your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with. Edgeworth, just let it go, man! Show the court then, if you would. What pattern or design would we see if we rearrange the tools? Yaksa.
Take that!
And what design is that supposed to represent?
The Yaksa logo, Your Honor. It's in all the Space Center documents and pamphlets. And as you're aware, Yaksa is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look at how brightly the Yaksa logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. Yaksa, huh? Is that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program?
Ah, I think I see it now, but...
Yes, with just the tools shown in this photo. The red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran's case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot, it's a perfect match. It would complete the Yaksa logo.
So it would! Then that means Mr. Wright's sense of aesthetics is much more refined than yours, Mr. Edgeworth.
Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. No! Oh, we finally got the legendary entrance sprite.
Order in the court.
Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone, using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing Miss Sykes, remembers, couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. Very well, let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again. What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Don't be ridiculous. Or are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes would have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon. To what end, you fucking troglodyte? And then conceal the knife on her personage until Blackquill carried her away.
That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memory and the evidence.
How the fuck does swapping the murder weapon up for a katana in any way would have helped her? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? If in fact the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. But you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic. You know, I don't even want Apollo to come in to save the day right now. I need fucking Clavier Gavin to show up, beat the shit out of this old fucking, out of this old man, and show him what it actually means to be a prosecutor, because this is pissing me off.
Objection!
The prosecution attempted to lead the court.
Objection!
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder? And the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own handle. What do you think about Apollo's character development in this game? Oh, I'm loving Apollo in this game. He's great. Edgeworth, my boy. You're blinded. You are blinded by the dark age of the law. Come on, lift up the darkness and uncover your eyes, and you can see the truth. Let's go over the events of that day one more time. Athena comes in. She stabs her mother with the utility knife. Her mother falls to the ground. Immediately at that moment, Ponko goes into charging mode and blacks out for a significant period of, and so we don't know what happens for that significant period of time. At some other point in time, Ponko comes out of discharge mode, is fully charged, comes out. Athena has Ponko move the body that is now dead to the operating table. Blackquill comes in, finds the scene of the crime, cuts up Ponko, and believes that Athena was the killer, so he sets up the crime to take the fall. There's still that time period where Ponko was busy charging. That's between Metis getting stabbed with the utility knife and Metis' corpse being moved to the operating table where it was later found. Now, I don't know how long Ponko took to charge, but that is at least several minutes of time unaccounted for where anyone could have come in, changed the scene of the crime, and killed Metis. No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was the katana or a utility knife. As long as we know the victim and the defendant are the only ones there. You cannot escape the fact that Athena Sykes killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes. The suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if. Now you're finally starting to get it. No contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. The suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open up your eyes and accept the truth? When you start doing the same thing, edgy boy. Love seeing Edgeworth being criticized for once. I mean, he fucking deserves it. Oh, I haven't seen this Phoenix spread in a while. I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. What if?
Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do.
Is giving up really the only option? No, snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving into doubt? I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It's not over yet. A defense attorney can't cry until it's all over. Let's go. Right. I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her, to the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make the brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case thoroughly. Alright, logic time! I can see the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with a utility knife. That must have been what Ponko witnessed at Athena's hug. Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. That means someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who would have taken the utility knife from the scene of the crime? The Phantom! Or... there was the Phantom that Blackwell saw. How have we not discussed this yet? If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. And how did this person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know. This Ponko must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition by covering their own face. But Ponko detects heartbeats. Okay. Wait a minute, Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. You know, if they covered their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence. She wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it! Culprit could cover their face and passed on as which person to avoid detection? As Mestis Sykes, right. By wearing her jacket, Ponko would have assumed it's her. The culprit posed as the victim. That would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All he had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. Her jacket. Culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing a jacket with their ID tag on it. That still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't work if Ponko could detect the real Miss Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. Does that mean the real Dr. Sykes was already dead at the time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? The real culprit. That's it! The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit! Who the fuck could it be? Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to the hostage negotiations.
You're absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second, because I realized something so shocking I had to take a breath to digest it. But now I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. So then the blood that Athena was covered in was the culprit's blood? That should be the blood on Prosecutor Blackwell's coat. Was that blood never analyzed? I'm sorry, Edgeworth, did you say you led this investigation? Well, that's crazy. That's crazy to me. You didn't analyze the blood on the fucking murder suspect's fucking jacket? You dumbass! Oh my god. There's the blood of the fucking real killer was on Prosecutor Blackwell's jacket this whole time and no one fucking analyzed it. I'm going insane. I am going insane here.
What are you talking about, Mr. Wright?
The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes.
What?
Objection!
Didn't really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright. According to the robot's statement, there was no third person there. Did you really think I would see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Finally! Don't you know by now this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? You make that pose all the time regardless of the facts. Blanco's strange malfunction. Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Terran? That's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. No, Edgeworth! You're sleeping on the couch! It's another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. Well, because Klonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask can nullify a robot's facial recognition. Then, all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID to pose as her.
Objection!
Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? Yes, but the robot only went into the room at 2 o'clock. That's a whole hour for the murder to have been committed beforehand. If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. That doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. What?
So does that mean?
Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed. This third person who is posing as Dr. Sykes is her mother's real killer. That... impossible! Do we know anyone that maybe could have suffered a stab wound? No, 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 no. He went into space the day after, so I doubt he could have done that after having been stabbed by a knife. We don't know. I don't know of anyone that suffered a stab wound. Well, I mean, other than Clay, but that one's pretty unrelated to the case. A mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask.
Order! Order in the court! Miss Sykes, did you say something?
A mask? Yes! I remember! Well, that is terrifying. Maybe Manfred von Karma got an extra wound hanging around? The Kabuki mask. Dino, what is it? Hi! Come on! I remember a man with a mask. How could... what did he do to my mother? My head.
Miss Sykes, are you alright?
No! Black Psyche locks. They're breaking. All right, let's see if her soul shatters or not. It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered. Well, come on, speak! They're gone. Black Psyche locks are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's alright, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door and then... It's alright. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena. She was on the floor by the workbench with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by clothes. And there was a man there.
A man!
Hold it!
The Phantom. Quiet, Your Honor. Oh my! Tell him! Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife there and he dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. The rip in the jacket. But I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went to the back of his hand. The back of his... Wait! Okay. It was Christoph Gavin all along! That would be the funniest shit! That would be the funniest shit! No! You fucking... the devil's face. So then the culprit must be someone who wears gloves. I can't see people's profile. I can't see people, like, I can't see people's hands in this. Ah, damn it. God damn it! God damn it! Christoph Gavin! Single-handedly started the Dark Age of the Law by fucking getting feed. What, did you lose a poker game to fucking Black Quill too? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went in the back of his hand. Then he kicked me, and I passed out. What would you do if there was a child right in front of you? Christoph would. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. And that's when it happened. Something's wrong with Mom. I need to fix her. That's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant's just giving us critical new testimony. Christoph sucks at poker! A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered his victim's face. I mean, to be fair, his tell of pushing up his glasses is pretty easy to spot, so. And put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit.
Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was?
No, I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything about that? Yeah, it was obviously the Kabuki mask in the photo. And it's absolutely terrifying. Yeah, so wait, then if the culprit was wearing that jacket and that's where the rip came from, how did the jacket must have blood on it if then the victim was stabbed. I mean, if the killer was then stabbed with it. It was you! It was this guy, this random guy, just when you thought, random employee, Hat 1 employee number 37. You're the real culprit. Yes, the mask. It's my mom's house. My mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab.
Ah, this mask hanging there on the wall.
Kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me. that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary being into a phantom. Blackwell, why have you been calling the culprit a phantom all these years? I swear to God, if you saw a motherfucker wearing that mask and you didn't fucking tell me until now, I will fucking cut off your ponytail and shove it down your throat.
Phantom? It would seem that a new suspect has emerged. That means all suspicion against Miss Sykes has.
You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. Miss Blackquill, this is not good. A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head? She's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence. Someone must have taken the fucking... Someone must have taken the moon rock. Who took the moon rock?
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now. Because I can say with certainty I didn't kill my mother. Athena, so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Poco came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. I went to the robotics lab at 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis really was the killer in disguise. Right. And he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Have anything here in the evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m. Well, the video, right? Yeah, we have to check the security camera footage an hour before.
Take that!
This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does this video show anyone else passing by there before then? I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. Wow, nice fucking investigation you ran there, Edgeworth. This whole fucking Dark Age of the Law is your fucking incompetence's fault. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene.
Very well then, let's take a look.
Alright. What is this, dude? I have no idea what this could reveal. I fully expect this is not over yet. There's gonna be some fucking curveball here. It's gonna be like fucking when we like found that the thing. Oh yeah, the fingerprints aren't the fingerprints aren't Starbucks, so we can dismiss them. Oh fuck, they're Athena's. Right? This is gonna be like, hey, you know, we see someone coming in, so we know Athena is the culprit. Oh shit, it's like I don't know, Miles Edgeworth. There, please stop it right there. Oh, I am trembling with anticipation.
It's just like you said. There's a man leaving the scene of the crime.
We have our suspect, but they're wearing a fucking hat? Smart. Too fucking smart. Alright, clean shaven. Probably a man. Yeah, the wound on the hand, that's probably the most, that's what we're looking for. Let's see, who does this person look like? It's a very round. It's a very round face with no facial hair. Maybe? No, the chin is too square, I think. It's more rounded. You're too pointy. It'd be so funny if it was Fulbright. I'd be heartbroken, dude. I'd be heartbroken, but he does wear gloves. He does wear gloves. He's like one of the only 2 people in my court record. He's also one of the only 2 people in my court record who could have even possibly committed the crime. But like, I have a feeling this is someone we haven't met yet because it just doesn't fit. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? Okay. It's not Starbuck, because he had facial hair back then. Or no, he didn't. Starbuck didn't have facial hair back then. And his nose looks like that on the photo. But we've seen him take off his glove to do, he's taken off his glove before to do his, to do the fingerprint thing, and I don't... Plus, no, it can't be Starbuck. It can't be Starbuck because he was, because we know that whoever killed... We know that the killer is also the person that sabotaged the Hat 2 rocket, and we know Starbuck couldn't have done that because he was drugged at the time. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? It's him, I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. I did. But I really wanted to see what's her jacket. The jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes. You see it? There's a lash I made with the utility knife that day. I'm sure that knife under the jacket somewhere. Is under the jacket somewhere.
So then, everything Miss Sykes said.
Exactly. Proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Then he disguised himself. Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask there in the lab. That is fucking terrifying. It's all I'll say. Culper probably knew beforehand that Ponka recharged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponka to come to the lab for her regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponka into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time. All to disguise the time of death.
Objection!
It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that it's just not possible. What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible in this video. And that right there is precisely the problem. Their detailing on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond a doubt that it belongs to the victim. But the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket. Then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? Well, they must have doubled back then. We don't see the jacket at the time of the crime. Oh, right, and there's the handkerchief that was used to cover Metis' face down there. That's cool. When did the police discover the body? Because the killer could have gone back in after Blackquill left with Athena and put the jacket back. Huh. What's going on? That doesn't make any sense. Edgeworth's right. If the culprit is wearing the jacket, how to get back into the lab? The killer brought it back. The victim brought it back. The defendant brought it back. Ah! So the victim brought it back doesn't make any sense because the victim was dead. The defendant brought it back. The killer must have doubled back, right? Killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. But in order to conceal the fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved. Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. And they claimed the jacket was there when they arrived. So when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket?
A puzzling question indeed.
Culprit had the chance to return the jacket when the body was found, right? The person just who have been, they should have just been one of the people that discovered the body, and then could have placed the jacket there. And the only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Yeah, they simply, came in, pretended to find the body. Then, well, everyone, obviously, when they showed up, the first thing they looked at was the body. They wouldn't have noticed if someone slipped the jacket out of their bag, dropped it on the floor, and then as long as that person claimed, oh yeah, I saw the jacket the second I walked in, creating a Mandela effect, where everyone else then is essentially conditioned into believing that they saw the jacket the moment they walked in as well, because in reality, they weren't fucking paying attention to the floor, they were paying attention to the dead fucking body. So the fact that just one person was like, oh yeah, I saw the jacket, the other people who were unsure, like, did I see the jacket? They were like, well, they saw it, so I must have seen it too. And so then that just spreads, and it sort of creates a sort of mass hallucination, if you will. Mr. Wright, you realize the implications of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attentions on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of the split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. All right, and that's a limited list that we can work off of.
I would never have thought of it. Order in the court. What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule for preparation for the Hat-1 launch. 3 people? That is less than I expected. Oh! One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. Suppose there's a jacket was in that bag. It could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? I should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. This person felt the need to hide his face with a theater mask. It might mean his facial data was once registered.
Prosecutor Edgeworth? Does this mean...
I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial anyway.
Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding?
There we go, finally! Is this true, boss? Does this mean I can't believe it. It's over, I won! I proved both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent! I am the ace attorney! Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial?
That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say I see no need to further prolong.
Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence. What are your thoughts, Aura?
The little princess who was truly beloved by Metis and who repaid that love with death. All these years hating Athena was the only thing that kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anyone tell me? How am I supposed to go on?
Miss Blackwell.
How unlike you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work. and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that?
Shut up, Simon! You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted.
And what did you want from her?
You really just go there, Your Honor.
Alright, there's something I've wanted to say if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Metis's murderer is.
I'm gonna kill this man. I'm gonna fucking... You know what? You do not deserve all the fucking work I've done to get your fucking ass off. I should have let you be executed. I should have let you be fucking put on the fucking electric chair, burnt up like a crisp, turn the other half of your hair white. Motherfucker! You're telling me you had this shit the whole time? You didn't fucking tell me? You had this shit the whole fucking time? I think I know what the DLC case is gonna be about, because I'm about to fucking kill Blackquill on the stand! So, where's the sword? Give me that fucking sword.
You do? Right, Dunno. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past.
That's right, and my chat is frozen again. Great. We're gonna make his guts black spill on the ground. Damn, that's good. That's right. Phantom, the person Blackquill has been looking for, even from behind bars.
7 years ago, somebody hatched the plan to sabotage the Hat 1 rocket.
A spy.
But he was no ordinary spy. They knew naught about him, his background, appearance. They came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him.
Oh, how exciting! And what was the lead?
A recording of the Phantom's voice. But the quality was too poor for a proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology.
And that scientist is Dr. Sykes.
Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered.
And that's the motive.
In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Sykes' results in the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic.
You couldn't find them. Where could they have been?
Who is to say?
Wow, I bet he never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them into prison?
Oh, I have my ways! What the... I stuffed them up my ass, Prosecutor Edgeworth!
What? You can't stab all those papers up your ass! That's crucial evidence! That's gotta be a crime! Your Honor, is that a crime? It's not... Hold on, I'm gonna call Congress right now. We need to make a new law. This is outrageous. This theme is... Oh, yeah, I didn't even pay attention. Yeah, this theme is great.
My partners. Taka! I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt.
And what about the results Dr. Syke drew up for you? Was there any useful information? So that's why he returned.
Here, you can see for yourself.
But did he manage to draw the Phantom back out?
But take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor.
I will. Better hold on to this real tight. Sarge's emotions rarely fluctuate and doesn't experience emotions like people do. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice is extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuations. So they're a sociopath. No emotional fluctuations, huh?
A spy who experiences no emotion, not sadness nor anger, and naturally, no fear.
Which instantly rules out anyone that we've used the mood matrix on, right? We definitely used the mood matrix on Yuri, so it can't be him. I don't remember who here we actually have used the mood matrix on, so... Because faking your emotions is a thing that the suspect, that the spy could do. But a mood matrix analysis would instantly reveal them.
He is the very definition of a phantom. A monster with no heart, don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives, and what set what ails us all in motion.
A phantom indeed. A fitting name for the one who's brought darkness to our world.
Well then. It seems a faint image of this man is starting to take shape. Based on what we've learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts to bring these proceedings to an end.
Whatever. Do what you want. No objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over.
Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, would you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything. Athena, you're more than welcome.
If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict.
What now?
You!
No.
God damn! What are you doing here? No! Get out! Get out! We had a good thing going! We had a good fucking thing going!
Also, can I just mention that I do not like the fact that they mute the voice lines when someone new comes in. I feel like part of the fun is being able to like tell who just showed up based on the sound of their voice line. That was always cool. It was so hype whenever you heard like someone that you knew show up, but hi Apollo. No. Apollo, you're fired. Get the fuck out. Do not open that fucking mouth of yours. Don't you dare fucking do it. Don't you dare make this harder than it has to be. Let's just declare, let him declare the verdict. We can find the spy another time. We'll add a case 6. How does that sound? Case 6? Case 6, come on. 6 is a great number. It's a highly composite number. Some of the best class of numbers. Come on, man. Apollo! We're here for 3.5 hours already. Yeah, I don't know who said that the trial should only take me 2 hours. This is incredible. Woo! What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago. You saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? I feel like you should have done a more badass entrance, you know? I could forgive anything you're about to say if you had, like, shown up on the roof of the courtroom and, like, jumped down from the roof down into the center with an animated intro. You know, I think that would have really sold the moment better instead of just, you know, using the door like a normal person. The amount of bullshit I am inclined to tolerate is proportional to the amount of bullshit, to how cool you are while you spout it.
All right, the trial continues. God damn. All right, we're gonna take a quick break, and then we will keep fucking going. We are doing. I need more. I need more. I can't stop here. I can't stop here. I need to find the truth. Call me Clavier fucking Gavin. I need to find the truth. All right, we're gonna take a break. Take a break. Oh, this case is getting spicy. What's he gonna do? What the lawyer doing? All right, we're gonna. I'm sorry, Sid Undone. I can't stop here. I do not have the ability to wait until Saturday to continue this trial. I must continue. Let's see if we're gonna be searching for the truth. I think we should. All right, we will be right back. And like Clavier Gavin, we will continue searching for the truth. All right, I'm back to sitting down because my feet started to hurt during that. I need more. I require it. It calls to me. It calls to me. It's just how it is, you know? Sorry. All right, let's Whew. Let's keep going. I'm terrified. What is Apollo going to say? Come on, Polly. Just let me finish this. All right, main character of the Apollo Justice trilogy, supposedly. What do you got for me? 20, District Court, courtroom number 4.
Mr. Justice, please explain yourself.
It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled. I'm not talking about the past here. I'm talking about the present case. I see. So now, right, because we finished litigating the UR1 incident, but we still haven't solved the murder of Clay Taryn. That is true. All right. Let's do this. It's still not clear who killed Clay Taryn. But Apollo, why would you? Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say. Miss Sykes! Miss Sykes! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! He's gonna drop the nuke. He's about to fall. Oh no. Oh no. Apollo! I'm scared, man! What in the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me a little bit of the court's time.
But this is a trial for the case from 7 years ago.
Miss Blackquill, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I'd lost someone close to me too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do. Apollo. Sure, you know, I'm all for the truth.
Now let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial.
Very well. Is that all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. Can't this wait until tomorrow, man? We got Blackwell off. That's what matters. We don't have a time limit anymore. This can wait. I'll have the police investigation report brought immediately. Not you too, Edgeworth. I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve.
Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
As you wish. Let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Tarrant. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, the culprit waited for the astronauts in the boarding lounge. Oh, so Edgeworth, this is not your case. Get the fuck off the prosecution's desk and let Blackwell step up there. You can't just steal Blackwell's case like this. I'm gonna be honest, Edgeworth, after your showing today, I trust Blackwell more than I trust you to handle this case. And I do not say that lightly, but yeah, I do. I trust Blackwell's judgment more than I trust yours right now. You are too obsessed with the dark age of the law. And two men made their escape out from the Space Museum. The killer attacked Mr. Tarrant with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum to boarding Lounge 1. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Tarrant's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day.
Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd better rearrange my evidence. Oh, okay, so now we're back to having evidence related to the current. I see. That's stupid. I think we should have had all the evidence and just been forced to, like, find the right one for the right situation. Because, like, how did we know that the utility knife was going to be relevant in the case 7 years ago? That's stupid. It should have just... We should have just kept all our evidence the whole time. I think that made stuff too easy. Emotion readily functioning doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Yikes. Who have we not used Who have we not used Mood Matrix on? You're dead. Juniper... We may have used the Moon Matrix on her during Turnabout Academy. It's Bobby Fulbright because the only emotion he processes is justice! Relevant evidence swapped. Okay.
Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please.
Apollo Justice's accusation! I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Tarrant. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. Wait! You suspected Athena before the lighter? Explain yourself, young man! I mean, I guess it makes sense. He quit. He took his leave before the lighter was ever revealed in court. I guess he must have had some suspicions that day, but why? In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder.
Order in the court.
Mr. Justice, you realize that you are charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you?
Yes, Your Honor, because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to. Come on, Apollo, you're better than this. Your investigation is shit. But Apollo, why? How could you suspect me too? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. I don't get it. Just what did you find out over the past few days to make you think like this? It's not the lighter, because the lighter confirmed his suspicions, but he had his suspicions earlier.
Hold it!
What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes? It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Taryn, my bracelet reacted. Wait, but when did you guys investigate the crime scene? We didn't get to investigate shit. We didn't get to it because, like, we started the case already in the court case. We didn't get to investigate because the police were busy with their investigation. We had no evidence, so she said she'd never seen the knife before. My bracelet told me otherwise. Well, yeah, because it's the knife she used to stab her mother, you dingus. And then every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Or Apollo must have been beside himself during the investigation. I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court. So I decided to wear an eye patch, so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. Are you serious? That's what the eye patch was about? You were trying to block out your perceivability? Fine. You know what? Take off the fucking eye patch, kid. What? Use your perceivability on her. Let's figure out the truth. That's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with her own identical one to it 7 years ago.
Objection!
That knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Taryn. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too. I guess he has a point. My bracelet was the only reason I became suspicious of her. This is what confirmed in the incriminating evidence presented. So he's been suspicious of Athena the entire time. Jesus.
Hold it!
Lighter that was found in the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it. Even if it seems decisive, there must have been other facts we don't know about it yet. That's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either. But Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. But Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Taryn.
Objection!
7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It would be strange if she had some kind of connection with him. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your career, Mr. Wright. I still can't believe this. How can you actually suspect Athena, Apollo? She was the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. Isn't it possible that somebody else used the same escape route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Because there's a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launchpad door. The camera captured Mr. Taryn and Mr. Starbuck. There's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. They recorded Mr. Terran's killer. Or rather, Miss Sykes coming out of the Space Museum. Well, yeah, we know that, because we know she was at the Space Museum. Camera and boarding lounge, too. First I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Okay, it all comes down to this. How was the killer planning to get into the, How is the killer planning to get into Launchpad 1? Now, obviously, in the end, the Launchpads got switched, and so it was easy, but how was the killer planning to get into Launchpad 1 had the Launchpads not been switched, Apollo? Can you explain that to me? Because me thinks the killer had another way to get in and out of those launch pads. Nina said she snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident. I was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day. I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosion. And I woke up and nobody was around, so I just went to the boarding lounge too. That must have been when the camera captured her. That's what made Apollo suspect her even more, but wait a minute. In that case, it most likely recorded the true culprit as well. That's the thing. That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears. What? Why? Okay, you know what, buddy? I'm starting to understand why, yeah. Okay, I can't really be mad at you. This is, yeah, if I'm gonna be honest, Mr. Edgeworth, this investigation seems more thorough than the one you conducted 7 years ago. Oh, please, Wright, now's not the time. I'm not even here. What? You're arguing with your own fucking subordinate. I'm not fucking here. What am I doing? I'm just sitting here at a desk. What the fucking hell? I could be home watching the Steel fucking Samurai. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't have to listen to this. Blackwell, take over. That can't be, but if it is, then it's incredibly incriminating. Wasn't it you who proved in the previous trial that the way the culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched? The fact you previously proved turned out on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright. Ah! Vintage Phoenix Wright is winning cases, let me tell you. Is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder.
Hold it!
Leaving your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Yeah, but she's not his client. Shouldn't you extend the same principle to your own coworker? You're probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Yeah. Clay was my friend. And that's why I just have to know the truth. Apollo suspected his trusted co-worker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own, but that only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but I'll say it again, Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. And I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have concrete proof to knock down my arguments?
Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice, and your facts appear to be indisputable.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? I think we need to investigate more, you little shit. It looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route. That is, if it was the only possible escape route. Under these circumstances, there can be no other suspect for the defendant. Unless you think there was an alternative escape route. Is that what you think, Mr. Wright?
Is that what you think, Mr. Wright?
Is that what you think, Phoenix?
Yeah, remember the leaves on the there were leaves in the there were leaves in the corridor leading to the Space Museum. Now, we know those leaves weren't like tracked in by someone's shoes because they were clearly not crushed up. And there's not really any reason for people to just casually bring leaves with them to drop at locations. This is like a Shelly the Killer type of situation. And like it's like a fucking calling card or whatever. But that means those leaves must have simply flown in, must have been brought in by the wind. But the only way that could have happened is if there was some kind of aperture in the Space Museum / Launchpad 1 corridor where the killer that would also mean, because obviously the killer needed a way to get into Launchpad 1, right? Because obviously, as I've stated a million times here, but this game is going to make me repeat myself again, yes, the launch pads are switched, and so anyone could have had access to Launchpad 1. That's true. However, the killer had no reason to actually think that the launch pads would be switched, though in the end they were, and that worked to their advantage. But the killer had no reason to believe that the switch was going to take place, which means if they were going to bomb the ship, they needed a way to get into Launchpad 1 that bypassed the security. The security door. That means either some kind of entrance at the bottom of the launch pad or some kind of way to get into the corridor. The corridor seems to be supported by the fact that there were leaves on the ground. Now, if the killer was planning to use if there was such a way, and that's how the killer planned to use the launch pad to get into Launchpad 1, the killer could have then repurposed that to then get out of Launchpad 2 / the Space Museum. So then, yeah, that's the only possible explanation that resolves everything. But Apollo, come on, think about this. The killer must have been the same person as 7 years ago. There's no way around that. I'm like, the bomb, the phony Fanty bomb had a piece of moon rock in it. The same moon rock that was stolen by the true culprit 7 years ago. Which means, if Athena didn't commit the murder, and Athena didn't steal the moon rock, Athena could not have planted the bombs, meaning Athena could not be the killer. Is there an alternative escape route? There must have been. Yes, of course there must have been. Don't ask me what. You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way! He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. As long as you can. Clear up this doubt inside me! Wait, so is that what this is all about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. What is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. That once the truth finally comes out, I can really, fully trust her. So that you can really trust me. Huh. It seems our junior partners just showed us what trials are truly all about. I think we both actually lost sight of what's important here, Edgeworth, if I'm gonna be honest. Apollo is the GOAT. I love him. He's the best. Oh, that's my GOAT. That's my GOAT. I believe you're right. We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant. While we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end.
When both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth.
Precisely. And when the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. And that is exactly what trials are all about. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes. I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside me. So I decided I needed to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid.
That's so like Apollo. Always uber earnest about things like this. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart.
Good. Because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again.
You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? If I use the process of elimination, there really aren't that many possibilities. Director Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through?
On, Mr. Wright! Where do you think the culprit escaped to?
No, because Cosmos was there. And it couldn't have been the control room because only Cosmos could have gotten into the control room. They must have escaped.
The leaf. It has to be the leaf, right? But the leaf isn't in my fucking court record. So what am I supposed to present if they ask me about it? Unless the window can open? And the culprit used the emergency ladder?
Oh, what the hell? I don't know which bluff to go with. Do I say that they went to the control room? Because then we need to prove that somehow they had access to the control room. Or did they go in the Space Museum? In which case we have to prove that there was some way to get out of the museum. I'm gonna go with my gut. I'm gonna say the Space Museum corridor. Those leaves, they have to mean something! They really only could have escaped to the corridor to the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mrs. Starbucks prince to get through the door.
Objection!
It appears that all you're trying to do is establish Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used that rat, the only exit would have been through into boarding lounge 1. Unless the logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer's none other than the defendant. Ah! I knew it! The only way it could be, huh? The culprit escaped from the corridor that leads into the Space Museum. And I guess it's true. The only exit would have been into boarding lounge 2. No, there must be another exit! But Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the boarding lounge 2 security camera. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly. The only place the culprit could have escaped was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridors or anything. But that leaves us with no other conclusions to draw on but that Athena Sykes was the culprit. What could the answer be? Really no other escape route? Hold on a sec. Fuck, why am I giving Phoenix the Apollo voice? But hold on a sec. What if... Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? And there we have it. The moment we've all been waiting for. Welcome back, Virgorian. Oh, those goddamn leaves, they're finally coming back. Yes! There must have been a secret escape route. What if they're a clue to the culprit's real escape route? I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than boarding lounge 2. So, opinions on Apollo? Goat. The fucking goat. I love this man so much. Oh. Reminding both Phoenix and Edgeworth what it truly means like. The true purpose of trials is. who had both essentially just lost their they'd both been a bit sort of lost this case. Launchpad 1 of the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time, which is exactly when the alternative escape route opened up for our culprit.
Are you kidding me?
Judging by the intense look in your eye, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Do tell. Where could the culprit have gone from the museum besides the boarding lounge? Could have just jumped out. I mean, 3 floors is quite a lot, but is there any other option?
Take that!
We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point us exactly where the culprit escaped to.
Yeah, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Do you mean?
Yeah, the Space Museum was in motion just beyond the corridor's safety door. It was an alternative place the culprit could use to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was the area outside the Space Center. You know what?
Freaking insane!
Objection!
Do you know how impossible that would be? That corridor is level with the 3rd floor. Even if the culprit tried to leap to the outside wall of the Space Center building, it'd fall to their death.
But there was a ladder, perfectly positioned for them to jump right onto it. We don't have a full map, which is still annoying.
Objection!
Ordinarily, yes. But after the bombing incident, the culprit would make use of a certain item. And that's, yeah, okay. By bombing the, that's what bombing level 2 ensured. That in order to get down from, in order to get down from the 4th floor and above, they would need to use the emergency ladder in the robotics lab, which then he could use to jump out. And what item was it exactly, Mr. Wright? Alright. The culprit used from the outside wall of the main building.
Take that!
Art! The emergency ladder. Our culprit is fucking, like, our culprit must actually be, like, an international, like, spy or whatever, because the man is pulling off some James Bond shit. Jumping off of a moving fucking platform onto the side of a building, catching onto a staircase. And then, yeah, the culprit could have just descended down and ran away. There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab. It was used that day after the explosions to help evacuate people. Miss Blackwell herself used that ladder to escape down to ground level. Recall the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. And leapt onto the ladder.
What? Who would have imagined?
Order! Order in the court! Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged.
Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes it puts Swiss cheese to shame. Alright then. Name one. I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet. 20 feet. You're pulling my leg, right? In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. That's more, the culprit would be leaping to a precarious place. An unstable ladder. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situation. It's a basic survival instinct.
Fear, you say? Does a phantom feel fear, Edgeworth? What about a man with no fear? What about Daredevil?
An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping. But even freeze in fear, not jump at all. But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind. Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the search to be complete and escaped to boarding lounge 2. But then the camera would have captured them. Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge 2. The culprit knew that they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way. In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down. And then blended in with the other people after the museum opened. That's a good point. But you claim, despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot, death-defying leap. All in a brief moment, the corridor and ladder passed by each other. That's also a good point. They would have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make the jump. If their timing was off, if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that? Stop bringing up good points, Edward. This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination.
I prefer the word phantom.
Why do you always have to point out every flaw?
Mr. Edgeworth's right. That does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman.
But everyone feels fear on some level, right?
Wait a minute! Wait a minute!
I've got it this time. I can prove that there is someone who could have used this alternate escape route. How can you now? This proves the possibility of a person who could have used this alternative escape route. What's that, Mr. Wright? This certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Yeah, if we're assuming this, going by this way, let's see. Athena was in the Space Museum the whole time, so it can't be her. Apollo wasn't there. Juicy wasn't there. You were dead. You weren't there, I don't think. You were in the boarding lounge 1. You weren't. You were in jail. You were helping with the evacuate. You were. This was after the evacuation was complete, so you were already in the shelter. You were with Cosmos. You were with Arms. You two are each other's alibis. You can't climb ladders. You had evacuated to the shelter. You can't climb ladders either. You are dead. You've been dead for a long time. You are a child that lives in the mountains, and you are gay. So that pretty much rules out basically every single person in my court record as being the spy, I think. Yeah, the spy, because, yeah, if the spy is the one who did this, the spy can't be anyone in my court record. It just doesn't track. None of them had none of them could have actually been there to commit the crime, because all of them had alibis or known locations of some kind. Or, yeah, everyone here has an alibi at the time the murder was, at the time the platforms were being rotated. Doesn't feel fear. Right. You can't be serious. Without the constraint of fear.
He could easily do what an ordinary man wouldn't dare. Plus, Edrith, I'm sure the great thief Yatagarasu would have been able to pull something like this off. Come on. Yeah, remember the Borginian embassy fire? Or I don't know, was it Virginia or was it? I don't remember which one it was. Just as you or I could do broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap, 50 feet up in the air. He could choose this extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear. The alternative route be quicker and eliminate the chance they'd be spotted. It's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright.
Was there such a person at the scene of the crime?
Yes, the Phantom. The mysterious shadowy figure keeps popping up.
Oh dear.
Alabast, right. The Phantom, again. This theme is a banger. All the music in this game has been bangers. I knew the Phantom was there behind the scene at the Space Center bombing, but I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Terran as well. However, now it's all clear. Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Terran. What? What?
Order in the court, order, I say. Mr. Wright, please continue.
There were just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? Yo, this music is going hard! It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom. So then this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he? This Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings. Background. Who could this unidentified international spy be? Right, this escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start. This was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unstable. That's why he gave advance warning and planted the bombs where he did. Yes, I think you're right. That doesn't explain this one last thing. So, you know how I was joking earlier about Detective Fulbright being the spy? I just remembered. You know when he does this, and there's like a little cross on his hand that kind of looks like that kind of looks like the X on top of the Apollo Justice symbol. That be a scar from a knife wound. It's his right hand. It matches the spy, but he was there during the evacuation, right? I mean, well, that's why I just started thinking about him a bit more seriously right now, because he's the one that suggested that he's the one that had Aura drop the emergency ladder to evacuate the 4th floor and above, meaning that he would have been directly involved in setting up the ladder. But the thing is, we know that Fulbright did go to did go down to floor 3 at some point to check for survivors, which definitely gives him an opportunity to have committed the murder. But the problem is, we then know he went back up to floor 4, met back up with everyone else there, and descended down to the underground shelter, right? We know for a fact that Fulbright didn't just disappear. So, like... But at the same time, he's the only person I can even remotely suspect. Because no one else, he's the only one that has a distinguishable feature on his right hand that could possibly be a stab. And he's the one who found the lighter. That is the reason why we suspected Athena. It has to be him. There's no one else. I need that evacuation thing cleared up, but again, I might have misheard that. If I misheard that about his alibi during the evacuation, he in fact becomes the only person who could have committed the crime. But then why help us prove Clay Terran innocent? I mean, why help us prove Starbuck innocent in the first place? Obviously, right, I get fake lighter with fake prints to get Athena convicted, but like, what's the point if Starbuck can get convicted instead? Was there a reason why he wanted Athena to be convicted? There's no one else! There's no one else! But doesn't explain one last thing. So I lower my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. They're such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? And there it is. I can't. Not Bobby. It can't be Bobby. But he's the only one it could be. How did I not think about his hand before? It's been there the whole fucking time. I didn't fucking see it. The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder. But he couldn't have made the leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So you mean the Phantom must be someone who knew the particular ladder was going to be used? That's right. I was joking! It was a joke! It was a joke! It wasn't supposed to end like this!
Who could it be?
Wait a minute. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me. Miss Blackwell lowered the ladder after being told to by the detective leading the... Ah! be kidding me!
Did you figure it out right? Do you know who the Phantom is? Yes, I do. And in the most shocking turn of events, the Phantom that Blackwell was chasing was the man he was closest to this entire fucking time. The very detective in charge of his rehabilitation. Who is it? Who killed Clay? Our mystery spy, known as the Phantom, is none other than Bobby fucking I can't say it with a straight face! After the explosion, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. Bro pulled a Callisto? Yeah, legitimately!
I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell ya.
As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind. So I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. His objective was to secure his own escape route. Don't do this to me, game. I can't handle this. Not Bobby. He's my boy. He's just a little birthday boy. He didn't do anything wrong. He just wants justice. Lowered an emergency.
We lowered an emergency ladder from the 4th floor window. Escaped that way. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down and headed to the shelter.
After, I did misremember that. He only headed down, he was the last person to make it to the shelter. Which meant, yeah, he was the, I don't know why I assumed he had rejoined the survivors back up the 4th floor and then went down with them. I completely misheard that. This is the detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he is without emotion.
Take that!
So when we were talking about love, that was all a lie? I've been betrayed. What are you saying? You mean the Phantom is Detective Bobby Fulbright?
Exactly. We were all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom.
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Wright, how could this be?
That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. Ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. Second is that he directed everyone to the basement shelter via the ladder. Verily, it was all part of his plan to create an escape route. After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the detective's lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Terran and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving slowly, so he waited for the right time, got a running start, and just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leapt onto it. I don't believe it. That addle-padded detective did all that? That next thing you're gonna tell me, Detective Gumshoe is Shelly the killer. Was it really him? I mean, all this time I thought. Sorry, we didn't catch your name.
My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright. A heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. A champion of justice comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase is, in justice we trust.
And his concern for Simon was also one big act? Yep, he was keeping an eye on the man that was chasing after him.
I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. They can't just sit by and watch him get given to his emotions and tear the defendant apart.
But why stop? That monster killed Clay. He had me completely fooled. So then, but why did he stop Starbuck from being convicted? Come to think of it, he's the one who brought the blood-stained lighter to court too. The scumbag even made me turn on Athena. Damn it! How the hell did I fall for that? For him to have wormed his way to the police department as well. Nah. Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright.
Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. The court will take a short recess, and then Detective Fulbright will take the stand.
This is insane.
Five 13 p.m. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, Don't thank me yet. You still have an uphill battle to fight. You got it, boss. There he comes back. So you come crawling back, you cheap sack of shit! Apollo? Well, this is awkward. Athena, can you do me a favor? Huh? What is it? Could you punch me, please? What? Why should I do that? Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't trust. Ouch! Don't be such a dope! I was really touched by what you did. Huh? What are you talking about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I needed to question her guilt, so that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. Yeah, Apollo was the only one with his head actually straight on this entire case. He took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how can I punch a true friend like you, Apollo? You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. Thanks, Athena. Thanks for waking me up to reality again. So I know who to call if I ever get sleepy in court. Like some promising young people working under you. Okay, I imagine so. Hedgeworth! Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself. They're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I have some very good news. Poor Blackwell has surrendered and the hostages have been set free. Trucy and all the others. Oh, thank goodness. Miss Blackwell said she had something she really needed to do. So I granted her special permission to do what she must. I wonder what it is. Oh my god, Bobby Fulbright is gonna be torn apart by the fucking robots. We're gonna find his bones in the fucking trash can. Miss Blackwell. I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you. Miss Aura. She better not be here to complain about something. Miss Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault.
Yes, it's true, a culture filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me.
Oh, Miss Aura, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again?
No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Metis' killer down. Leave it to us. We'll get him. I guess that means she's starting to trust us, at least. Aura. Why are you still in shackles, my dude? Your verdict has been overturned. Simon, I'm so glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicious. And it's all thanks to me and my robots. You'd better be grateful. I never imagined you would go that far, though you always were extreme. But I don't recall ever requesting your help. As close as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'd probably give me the death penalty. You know me all too well. I guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case. But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the stakes just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish. Simon. I'm so glad. Simon. So very glad to hear you say that. Aura. All right. That's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center. What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable. But it's clear she did it out of love for her brother. I still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom. I can't believe he killed Clay! Right. And murdered my mentor. It's brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor? Let's go. Yes. I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. That was my plan all along. After all, it's highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court. Sir. The formal paperwork is yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity and uncover the truth by your own hand. No one cares about Clay Apollo. We never got to see him. I mean, by that logic, we also shouldn't care about Athena's mother. The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you? How long have I waited? Number one reason people hate this game? What? The fact that we didn't get to know Clay? Maybe it is the sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher, the light brighter. And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy. I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is. And he's got a new poses now that his hands aren't cuffed. I see, okay. I'm so glad that I won't cry just yet. That's my girl. A lawyer can't. A lawyer
Can't cry until it's all over. Phoenix, strike!
After all, we've still got a trial to finish. It's okay to cry, Athena, I promise. No! A lawyer can't cry until it's all over! Prosecutor Blackquill, Mr. Wright. Please avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense bench with me. I am? Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me, now can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo. But are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything. Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Apollo. Athena, I can say it with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence. And now we're gonna prove it to the world. Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it.
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Right, because I'm fine now.
Yeah! Wait, that means he could perceive Fulbright. Because we can't use the mood matrix on him. But we might need Apollo's perception powers. Because it's the only thing that can actually... Because just because you have emotions doesn't mean you can't have a tell. And in fact, wait! He'll... Oh, wait, let me predict. Okay. He's gonna spot the hand! The injury on his right hand, just like he did with Christoph Gavin! That's what Apollo is good at, looking at people's hands! Now this is the Apollo I know. Welcome back, Apollo. It's almost time for the trial to restart. It looks like you have things well in hand. Yep. I should head back to the prosecutor's office. But why? I want to look into a few things. Namely, the first people in the scene 7 years ago, the facial data registered by that robot, Detective Fulbright's background. I mean, Fulbright will definitely be in the robot's memory, and yeah. Odds are, as a police detective, it would make a lot of sense for him to be one of the first people on the scene. Phoenix answers, I don't have anyone else. Can I turn out Juicy being abducted was completely sidelined? She's fine! She's a fucking magician. She could have gotten out of there if she wanted to. That's literally what she does. She was there by her own free will. Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks. I expect to be repaid with victory, right? Now if you'll excuse me. Should have been back there. Well, to be fair, we do know that Hobo Wright basically just let Trucy run free with very little concern about her. So this is actually fully in character for post-time skip Wright to be like, oh, my daughter's getting... Oh, but she's free. Okay, yeah, that's fine. And just keep going. Because you know absolutely, like, Hobo Phoenix would just give the, like, his, like, vacant, like, looking upwards look. Be like, ah... Trilogy Phoenix had pearls and crime scenes. Okay. You two all set to go? We also know the Hobo Phoenix persona is gone. Well, I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it was necessarily a persona at all. I think it's just... That's just how he was during that time, and I think some of that remains, you know? Obviously, he's back. He's significantly gone back to his old self after reclaiming his lawyer's badge, but that doesn't mean he can't maintain some of the character traits that he developed throughout that time. You bet I am. Let's do this. Plus, Maya was legitimately in danger. Maya was legitimately in danger with Shelly. And being, like, starved and whatever. Like, Trucy only got, like, held hostage for, like, a couple of hours, and yeah, Aura did threaten her a couple of times, but I don't think Phoenix really expected her to go through with it. Shelly the Killer absolutely was much more the threat. Maya was gone for, like, a whole, like, 3 days, and she was basically, like, starved, and she didn't have access to any food or water during that time. So it was a significantly worse situation than Aura's much more unstable than Shelly. Maybe, but at the same time, she's also not an assassin who, like, Aura has never killed someone in her life. So, like, for her to actually take that first step and, like, actually kill someone, like, it's hard to believe that she would do it. Like, to me, Aura felt like she was just making empty threats. Because that's the type of person she seems. Shelly the Killer absolutely would have made good on his threat to kill Maya. The murder of Apollo's friend. The courtroom bombing incident. And yeah, he would have definitely been able to steal the detonator. In the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destiny has called us to bring the one responsible for it all to justice today. $527. Let's go. Look at my 2 goats standing side by side finally.
Let us now reconvene.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution has never been more ready.
You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted. Now that you mention it. Oh, back then, I thought you were more loud than you were reliable. You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well. He's still got that ego of his, though.
Prosecutor Blackwell, with the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes, I guess we can keep the chit-chat for later. Bailiff, please bring in the witness immediately.
Even with those handcuffs, Prosecutor Blackwell seems to be pretty much the same. 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess.
Bobby Fulbright here. I heard I was needed on the stand, so here I am.
Detective Fulbright, do you know why you've been called to give testimony?
Yep, because it's the only one reason why I'd be caught. And that is because it's time for justice! And justice we trust!
Objection!
You can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies.
What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice?
And there's that scar. Yes, yeah, now that I look at it, it does definitely look more like a scar than I remember. To me, it looked more like the sort of the Apollo Justice symbol, which is just like,
I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey!
Exactly the same as always. Come on, perceive his hand. Tell me about it, he must be feeling awfully confident. Well, he doesn't feel fear.
Fulbright, if you wish to dispel our suspicions, then get on to your testimony.
Alright, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that.
May very well be the spy behind the murders and bombings, both past and present. Fucking Inspector Gadget over here. The embodiment of justice.
I'm the very embodiment of justice itself. I would have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. All this bit about escape route is only a theory. You don't have any proof. What we do have proof is that Athena Sykes is the culprit. It's this lighter with her prints on it.
So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false? And that the defendant is the real culprit?
That's right! Mr. Lawyer's escape route is totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto a ladder.
We don't have proof. You are correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either.
No, I guess you're right. But you can't define justice with evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice just is.
How can you hate this man? How can you hate this? Don't make me break out a dictionary on you. How?
No, please don't throw the buck at me.
No. Tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up a stupid pun for him. God. You couldn't have had. Wait, didn't he? Wait, the motherfucker, you didn't perceive that one coming? Put your eye patch back on. Your fucking bracelet is useless, man. Let's try not to lose focus, alright?
But my justice is crystal clear. When that clear are your eyes, wake up and smell the justice.
Silence.
Enough of your rubbish, Fulbright. If you have even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court's questions and prove it.
Prosecutor Blackwell.
Prosecutor Blackwell looks torn. Well, Fulbright was his partner, after all.
You were the one who helped me stick those psychological reports up my ass to smuggle them into prison. I trusted you with my butthole, Fulbright!
Prosecutor Blackwell is right. The truth will be under cross-examination. Our suspicions against Detective Fulbright are, at this point, only suspicions. As is my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any objections?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Now ask away. Don't hold back.
Well, there don't appear to be any objections. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
I really feel like we should be letting either Athena or Apollo handle this, but you know, fuck me, I guess Phoenix Wright has to solve everything.
I'm the very embodiment of justice itself.
I think I would have liked, I don't think Phoenix, not immediately, caring that much about Trucy is necessarily an issue. I do think it would have been a good excuse for Phoenix to leave, to go to Trucy, and that way Apollo could have taken over the defense.
Hold it!
The embodiment of justice. Those are just empty words.
But they say if you keep saying something, it can eventually become true. Isn't that how people make their dreams come true? Too? By wishing over and over?
Well, the game is called Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. Well, actually, the game I'm currently playing is called the Apollo Justice Trilogy, actually. All right, let's just move on.
I would have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments.
Hold it!
My arguments are hardly far-fetched. That's careful reasoning behind my theory.
Well, apparently there's reasoning behind even a tofu burger. But what we have against Miss Sykes, though, it's not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And it's got the lighter, with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on it and the victim's blood.
Yes, that's true, but... Wait, Detective Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to trial.
If you harbor any suspicions, I suggest you ask Fulbright, right, Dono? Especially about that lighter.
He's right, but what exactly should I ask? Number of prints could work, as I think maybe... Could her gloves, I think not all of her fingers have prints on them, but try the position. I want to get this wrong. Please tell the court about the position of the prints on the lighter.
Around the same spot on either side, as they would be if you were holding it up.
Huh. I suppose if it was used to light the room, it would be held that way. Could you please add that statement to your testimony? Right game is annoying, yeah.
Prints are placed just the way they would be if someone was holding it.
Hold it!
It's just if they're young print.
And please tell us more about the circumstances surrounding the ladder.
What? I'd much rather expound on the topic of justice, but alright.
Let's see, what should I ask about? About Aura Blackquill. Please tell the court what you remember about Miss Blackquill at the time.
She appeared to be really angry at the bombing commotion disrupting her work. She even threw a robot at me.
Yikes, I hope it wasn't poor Clonko.
This is very important information, isn't it? I'll just add this statement then.
Why don't you let me decide that? Well, it's extremely crowded, having your work interrupted. Hold on, we did that one.
Well, lighter with thin spread side.
I mean the lighter that's on the Space Museum, right?
The one and only. After Miss Sykes murdered Mr. Turner, she escaped the Space Museum. That's when she dropped the lighter. And after the launch pads were switched, she ran out of the Space Museum. But her image was caught by the security camera.
Without evidence, I should probably save this fight for another time.
It's just the way they would be if someone were holding it.
Hold it!
Yes, Miss Blackwell did mention she saw a lit lighter being held up.
Yep, meaning the person Miss Blackwell saw is the owner of the fingerprints. It just strengthens the argument against Miss Sykes.
This line of questioning is going to get me anywhere except conviction land. Try asking him something else? Let's press something like this. Proceed.
Certainly. Her work being interrupted.
I'm beginning to wonder. Is Miss Blackwell never not crabby?
Well, they already took her down to the station, so it's a bit late to ask her.
Just my opinion, but maybe it's best we don't ask her about that. Ever. Should I try asking the detective something else? Yeah, tell me about the lab instead. Tell us anything you remember about the lab.
That lab, huh? Well, it was so messy, there was hardly anywhere to step. I guess they were in the middle of building a giant robot.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it looked when we visited in the afternoon, too.
Okay, I know the drill. You want me to swap the statement into my testimony, don't you?
What? No,
Well, out of you. I'll just swap it in.
Thank you, Bobby.
Life's very messy, so it's actually kind of a poor choice for the evacuation.
You fucking idiot. Why would you say that?
Hold it!
Alright, let's see the number of prints. So how many prints were found exactly?
Hey, the thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger of her right hand.
So thumb, index, middle. Your Honor, that is an important statement. Could I please have it?
Swapped into my testimony, you got it!
You beat me to it.
Man, investigating and testifying speed is the key. No finger of her right hand.
No, we don't have any data on Athena's gloves, so it's definitely not this. So yeah, let's You aren't fooling anyone. You chose the ladder in that very room on purpose to create your escape route.
That's not true. It's just that when it comes to ladders, I'm very particular. I had a good feeling about that ladder.
This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Huh? Did I mess up somewhere along the way? Let's proceed with your testimony, shall we?
Certainly.
The statement that was added. Not sure if it's relevant or not. At least he seems willing to answer questions. Let's keep asking about different things and see if we can uncover an inconsistency. Detective Fulbright is a tougher adversary than I thought. Messi was actually kind of a poor choice for the evacuation. No shit. Center diagram. Utility knife. The pamphlet includes a diagram of the boarding lines and cross section. Space on page. Hope capsule. That one exhibit. Moonrock earring. And some psych profile. Yeah, it's autopsy report, security camera video. God, I can't believe this whole thing started with that video. Jesus, it's been so long. Door. Jim's apparent on the launchpad side. Or a statement. There we go. Wrong hand, Fulbright.
Objection!
That statement is clearly inconsistent with the— Ah! Don't be absurd. Huh? I must have gotten it wrong. Could you at least tell me what you think so? In the art of sword, you must slash your opponent before he draws his weapon. But in your case, you'd be struck down before you even touch your blade. I do think Farewell My Turnabout. Sorry, I've just been too focused on this, but yeah. I think Farewell My Turnabout is probably top 2 cases. My top 5 cases, I would say, are probably Farewell My Turnabout and Rise from the Ashes tied at the top. Then below them, Turnabout Goodbyes, and then probably Turnabout Secession. And then below it, the Stolen Turnabout. I would say those are definitely my top 5. But in your case, you'd be struck down before you even touch your blade. I'll try to draw faster next time. That I'd like to see. But in the meantime...
Yes, in the meantime, here's a strike against you.
Oh, well, they work together. What? But we did the thing, right? Thumb, index, middle fingers of our right hand. And yeah, the aura statement is that you held it on their left hand. First person I've not seen put Bridges of Turnabout in their top 5. Bridges of Turnabout works on a narrative level. The problem is the actual mechanics of how the crime was committed make no sense. And I don't even mean like it's a thing like, oh, the cape falling on Maximilian Galactica's bus, which is like a 1 in a million thing that like is just pure fucking luck. I'm talking like swinging the body across the ravine using the bridge is actually physically impossible. Like it's not like even like, oh, 1 in a million chance. No, the chance is actually 0 in a million. because it's just, you can't do it. The laws of physics do not work like that. Just both, you know, based on how tying ropes works and how pendulum mechanics, that's just not how it works. It doesn't work. Okay, did I present the wrong evidence? Hold on. These are so diverse. Yeah, that's always great to have. Though I will say it is kind of annoying to watch everyone dog on my favorite game all the time. All right, let me just double check to see if I presented the right evidence or not. Fingers on the right hand. Oh, I presented the wrong piece of evidence. I am stupid. Serenade is okay. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with Serenade. I never got the complaints that people had with Serenade. I don't actually understand the complaints most people had with most of the third cases. I mean, I think Recipe for the Turnabout is garbage, but the other third cases I think are fine.
Objection!
Okay, yeah, I presented the wrong evidence. Great stuff. I did also predict, amongst many other things, that I would get Athena charged guilty through misclicking. I like 3-3. I think 3-3 is the worst case of the series. By a long shot. Say the prints were from a right hand. Is that correct?
That's right. Very clear prints.
That just doesn't add up.
What does it add up?
Complaint about Serenade is 3/4 of the case only existed because everyone just accepted the joint dislocating pistol could have been shot by a child. I mean, if they had actually been like properly trained to use a pistol, possibly. Or did Mr. Blackwell, who saw the culprit herself? Like, if you, like, yeah, you wouldn't fire a pistol like that with one hand, but if you did two hands, that would be fine. Personal favorite, goodbyes. Personal least favorite, Lost Turnabout. Interesting. What don't you like about Lost Turnabout? Use the lighter on the left hand. But yeah, goodbyes is fantastic.
Oh!
So here's the dilemma before us. Why are the prints on the lighter from a right hand instead of a left?
Ah!
You're right. It doesn't make sense, does it?
Your Honor, this lighter can hardly be called evidence. Incriminating evidence. The witness's claims don't even hold water.
Detective Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this.
Ah! I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-hand prints. But then why are they inconsistent with the Blackwell statements? I've got it!
What have you got, Detective?
A mirror! The witness must have seen the reflection of the culprit in a mirror!
That is... Do we have a layout of the room? The mirror was here. No, because Aura was looking in through here. She shouldn't have been able to see the mirror. Unless the mirror was here and I'm misremembering. A cliche amnesia. Oh! I completely got cases confused. Sorry. Lost Turnabout. Yes, Lost Turnabout isn't great. I agree. I misread completely. I thought you had said Stolen Turnabout, and I was really confused because that one's in my top 5. I got Stolen and Lost confused because they're both, you know, kind of similar terms. My bad. Yeah, no, I agree. Lost Turnabout is it's on the lower side, definitely.
It's just a bit of reaction to culprit in the mirror. Go on. Miss Blackwell was looking in through the window, burning left one, wasn't she?
I believe so. In this little window in the back to the right of the room.
That's right, across the room on the opposite wall.
Oh yeah, you would definitely be able to see that.
Is a large mirror.
A stolen tournament is great, easily the best. Oh yeah, the music is fantastic. I do remember seeing it. Ah, so are you saying?
Yeah, a culprit Miss Blackwell saw has been a reflection of the person in the mirror.
I see. In that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they?
Ha ha ha, now do you see? That's the logic of pure justice.
Mesh on the right. That makes sense.
Objection!
Your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof that Miss Blackwell saw was a reflection.
Silence.
Right, Dono. You'd sooner nick yourself than him like that. Put some more muscle into it.
Huh? Look at me, Master Mascatos themes back to back. It's like any day. Yeah, it's fantastic.
That's right. Besides, the lighter couldn't have been in the left hand.
And why not?
Miss Blackwell said she saw an Earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? The emblem is only on one side of the lighter.
You're right, there's only one emblem on the other side. Wait. Couldn't have been in the left hand. Because, yeah, if the lighter was in the left hand, well... Yeah, if the lighter was in the left hand, the Earth emblem would be blocked by the hand. Oh, that is true.
Exactly. As blank and smooth as a judge's fine scalp. The culprit had held the lighter in the left hand, they would have covered the emblem.
Uh-oh.
What's more, this kind of lighter you flick open with your thumb before lighting. That the culprit had held it in their left hand with the emblem out invisible, they wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it. But if they held it in their right hand, they could easily open and light it. This all means the culprit was definitely holding the lighter in their right hand.
No. I'll back my beautiful contradiction.
It appears you've planted a flower that bears no fruit.
Ah, ah, ah. See how it withers before the fires of justice?
That means Clay was stabbed with the left hand. So left hand was used to stab Clay. Does that actually change any of the facts of the case? I don't think so. He's tough. He managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point.
And justice we trust. How do you see? I'm not this phantom you've been talking about. I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet you're just a figment of your imagination. Oh, it's so sad, but I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit.
Hold it!
Detective Fulbright, I believe you said that the emblem is only one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that?
Huh? Of course I'm sure. Hey, take a look for yourself and see. Do you see enough emblem on both sides of the lighter?
I knew it. You're lying, Detective.
Pardon me?
You mean?
Yes. My bracelet reacted to his statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. The hell? What could he be hiding regarding the fucking lighter? And I think if he used my talent,
Might be able to figure it out.
Justice Donor, are you to use that cheat of yours again?
It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackquill.
Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on then.
And Prosecutor Blackwell's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo, you're up.
Here goes then. Detective Fulbright, could you repeat your last statement one more time?
What in the world are you up to? Huh. Alright, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like. Now listen carefully.
In 5 hours and we are still here. It's a long trial.
The Earth emblem is only on the side that you can see when held in the right hand.
I know where to look. Apollo, the god of looking at hands. On the side that you can see when held in the right hand. Okay, I was wrong. I guess we're not gonna see his scar. God damn it. Aha! So, even an emotionless monster has a tell.
Gotcha.
Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase the Earth emblem, your left hand moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running it along the edge of your holster.
Mr. Lawyer, I don't know the foggiest notion of what you're talking about.
So yeah, we should not let this man have a gun with him right now.
Be that as it may, I know it has something to do with the lighter. Let me examine it.
But what? You're not making any sense. You can't just...
Silence.
Be still and do as you're told, Fulbright. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind them having a look-see, should you?
What? No, not you too, Prosecutor Blackwell. Remember that time I helped you stuff those psychological reports up?
Silence!
There must be something important. I will allow the defense to examine the lighter.
Ah!
Good, now maybe we'll learn something new.
I hope so. Let's check every inch of this thing. Yeah, 3D investigation, let's go! Now, there's a lot of blood on this thing. And the back is covered with blood. Say, do you notice anything funny about this blood stain? You're right, it suddenly breaks off unnaturally. Supposedly the lighter was held at the right hand so the emblem was visible. Print should be around the emblem, the lid when you open it. So the print should be around the emblem and the lid when you open it. Right, there's definitely something off here. Yeah, because if you were to grab it with your right hand... It's a, yeah, there. Huh. It's hard to tell if the prints are from the right hand or left just by looking. I don't think each print with the I don't think looking at each print with the naked eye will tell us anything new. This lighter definitely hides a secret. I agree, let's check it out carefully. This is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about. Is anything noteworthy? Huh? Man, look at this. The emblem is actually some kind of button. The 10mm pistol. The one piece of evidence we'd been fucking missing this whole time. And that's why the bloody the prints are wrong. A handle, a trigger. Is this what I think it is? There's no question, it seems. What you have there is a gun.
Oh, what?
A gun? So that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial when Director Cosmos was on the stand. The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe a .10 caliber. Little compact gun probably takes bullets of that caliber. It looks like this is the gun that fired at the scene.
I'm flabbergasted. The lighter was a gun?
Though Detective Fulbright would touch his holster. That's right, whenever he mentioned the Earth emblem, he must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. A lighter that transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's not the kind of thing any ordinary person could get their hands on. In fact, I'd say it's strictly in the domain of elite spies. Detective Fulbright, you will explain yourself.
There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I made it as found to the Space Museum and then brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out.
Objection!
Whenever you mention the Earth emblem, you touch your holster. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun.
Accuse me all you want, but where's your proof? Do you have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun?
Not exactly.
And whose prints are on it? Miss Sykes' prints. It proves that she's the culprit who fired the gun at the scene. Ah!
It would appear the detective is right.
Are you really trying to prove her client innocent or what? I thought it pains me to do this, now that we are where we are. I have to make the following assertions coming from the prosecution side. The person who fired the gun at Director Cosmos in the lounge after the incident, and the person that Miss Blackwell saw holding the lighter, and the person who murdered Mr. Darren, and the person who bombed the Space Center, are all the defendant, Athena Sykes, put on the lighter are decisive proof.
No!
Now you see, your man on the side of justice couldn't possibly be the culprit.
Yeah, let's go. I always believed in you, Detective Fulbright. Never for a second.
And I think this about sums up Miss Sykes' part of this whole affair.
The evidence certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. Do you have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackwell?
Evidence is everything in court. Therefore, Fulbright's claims stand firm. What? Calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he has to as the prosecutor.
Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice. You shouldn't cast suspicions on people based on something as dubious as a habit. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedhead.
Objection!
Say the man who wears sunglasses at night. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. I'll prove that this lighter is not Miss Sykes, but yours. Ah! Sounds like you've hit something, Apollo. It's just that the prints on the lighter are the basis for accusing Athena. I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself. You mean you think this lighter might be forged evidence? That's right. It could all be part of Fulbright's bigger plot. Did he do anything out of the ordinary while I was off on my own? I can definitely think of a few things.
It is indeed. Have a look at this.
What's this? A lighter?
Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge.
Yeah, it just happens I've compiled the print data for everyone related to the case. I can always make another copy myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift.
If we assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along, there's gotta be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence? The owner of the prints, where the prints are on it. Yeah, where the prints are on it, because they were left on it in the gun form, right? And the prints were left on it. The owner of the prints. Can I look at the lighter turned into a gun again? I can't. Okay. It definitely had... Yeah, so you'd still have the Earth emblem on that side. So yeah, you would well... Where the prints are on it. Anything you know about where the prints are? No, I guess if it was fired as a gun, that's about where the prints would be, but it's gotta be something odd. Oh, okay. Yeah, how the prints were left on it. No, I guess I don't see anything strange about how the prints were left in the lighter. Nothing unusual with the angle of the prints, or they were patchy in places, but... Well, I mean, yeah, we know that that's wrong, but we don't have any proof of it. Are they really Athena's fingerprints? Definitely match her print data. But what about the data itself? I see. He didn't forge the prints on the lighter. He forged the fingerprint data. Detective Fulbright, you were the one who provided us with the lighter and print data. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, what about it?
You say Miss Sykes' prints match the print data. I have to wonder, was the data you used official?
Mr. Wright, are you suggesting the evidence might have been fabricated?
I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official sanctioned print data. The people involved in this case. Fucking Emma Sky jumps down from the roof.
What? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity? There's no need for such antics.
Silence.
Your Honor, I lend my voice to the defense's request. You must allow the test to be rerun.
Very well, then. Bailiff. It appears the official data is here. Thanks, Taka.
And the results?
It's just that the defense claims. This proves the prints and lighter do not belong to the defendant.
No!
Yes.
The fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clay Tarrant.
Now that's a curveball. What the fuck? Mr. Clay's fingerprints on the lighter. That explains why it was a right-hand print, because obviously Clay's right glove was the one that was removed by Detective Fulbright.
I see. Come to think of it, wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints?
I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get fingerprints to confirm his identity after all.
When you took the deceased fingerprints, you could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood. After which you wiped the blood off his hand.
Ah!
By your own admission, you were also the one who compiled the phony print data. All to put the blame on Miss Sykes.
Ah!
Alright, I think we got him. This ploy must have been to distract us from the Phantom, who was behind everything. You were out to create the impression the Phantom wasn't the true culprit.
So, does this mean Detective Fulbright really is the Phantom?
Remember the killer's escape route. No ordinary person. Have been fearless enough to attempt it. I think should we maybe remove his gun? Now that we're seriously considering this, because this man has no fear. I would not be surprised if before being captured he would rather just pull out his gun and just start shooting people. I don't want to die. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it. No! Detective Fulbright, you were the only one who could have used that escape route. No!
Fulbright, are you really the Phantom?
He's just gonna go blank-faced, isn't he?
Answer me, or so help me, I will slash thy titty slavers where you stand.
Oh, all right, I'll talk. I confess. I'm not the Phantom.
Silence.
It's all over. Now be a man and admit it already.
We're only about halfway. You are insane. I do not believe you for a second.
But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself.
That sounds less than wholesome to me.
Oh, through Fulbright. Okay, that I can handle.
A person who hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to uncover information. That's what you really are, Fulbright.
That's right. I was working to track down the Phantom, but sadly, even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. He took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him.
What?
Objection!
You're telling this now? But if what you say is true, then who was the mystery person Miss Blackwell and Mr. Starbuck saw?
It was the Phantom, I tell you. All I did was help him by having the emergency loud lowered for him.
Objection!
I don't believe you. How do you explain the fabricated lighter?
That was also one of the Phantom's demands. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Letting the garment of Athena sites is just another one of the Phantom's orders.
You expect me to buy that? No, he's got the scar on his right hand. This is all just bullshit.
Fulbright, what was the Phantom's ultimate objective?
I was told I was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want the launch to happen must have given him the order. Actually, I have to apologize to you too. The Phantom told me to get close to you. He ordered me to get back that psych profile you have on him.
So, he sent a buzzard of his own to tail me this past year, did he?
I haven't been the champion of justice. I've just been a pawn of evil. A pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago.
Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity.
I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries.
It was red-white!
There's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Well, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom at all.
With the ceiling blown off, I suppose you were vulnerable to a sniper shot in this courtroom.
Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was shooting Athena like a criminal. Does he really think he's going to lie his way out of it now? On the surface, everything does seem to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Wright, if we can't find a flaw in his logic. He's right. Come all this way, we can't let Fulbright wiggle free now.
There, I finally told the truth. Now I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom.
You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackwell. You believe me, right? That is terrifying. That is legitimately one of the scariest things I've seen in my life.
I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom.
What? How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackwell? It's obvious he's the Phantom.
Silence.
Evidence is everything, right, Dono? And you must admit there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom.
That's his hand. Remove his right glove.
Yes. As I recall, the only solid proof we have to this point is the fact that Fulbright fabricated evidence.
But
I've known Fulbright here for a year now. And all this time, he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie.
Prosecutor Blackwell!
This fool truly thought he could reform a death row inmate like me. He went so out of his way in his efforts for me, he actually became quite a nuisance, really.
Prosecutor Blackwell, you believe me? Please tell me Prosecutor Blackwell hasn't really been taken in by this big phony.
However, even if it was against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You will have to pay the price for that. Throw away yourself at my mercy. Don't you ever betray me again. Have you got that?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Such a bond of trust is a rare and beautiful thing. In any case, it looks like everything has been resolved. I can now hand down a not guilty verdict with confidence.
Very good. I'm glad to hear it. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up, and Miss Sykes will go free as well.
Not yet. Mr. Wright, we can't let the trial end here. We do, the Phantom, the man who killed Clay, will get away. I know, but... what do I do? I don't have any proof that Detective Fulbright is the Phantom. Is this it? Is he gonna get away just like that?
Now, if you'll excuse me, my next investigation awaits. And with that, I'm off!
Who is it? Yes! The defense? No, wait, not the defense. The defendant feels it's not time for a verdict yet and would like to see this trial continue.
What? But I was just about to declare you innocent of all charges!
It just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, think you could scooch over? Dina, what are you doing? Hope we don't get held in contempt of court. I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Are you relieved that you're no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? Are you grateful for Prosecutor Blackwell for what he's done to you? Oh, she's gonna analyze him for emotions.
Of course I am! And I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart.
Oh, this could be a great reaction if it... You know, where are you going with these questions? Apollo's just there like, what the fuck? I have yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. The suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all. What does that mean? You not have any evidence that the heart doesn't lie. That's it. With your special ability, we just might be able to stop him. Your Honor, the detective has been deeply traumatized by our accusations.
Yes, well, even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow.
If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what might happen to him?
Prosecutor Blackquill, can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting?
Oh yeah, opinions on Athena's objection theme. It's great. All the music in Dual Destinies has been fantastic.
Fulbright. I think you'd better have the counseling.
Not you too!
You've been making batty remarks ever since you were accused of being the Phantom. Such as, you're an undercover investigator and your family has been taken hostage. I fear you may have finally lost it.
But I thought you believed me!
Silence.
Not for a second.
Oh, you amuse me so.
What's going on here? Psychological manipulation at its finest. Find it awesome that the protagonists all got their own objection themes? Yeah, it's really cool.
That was an excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon.
I knew you would catch on, Athena.
Huh? Mind filling me in here? Yes! Athena and Blackquill working together to take on the Phantom. This is what I want. Phoenix, get the fuck out. You're not needed. Get out. I don't want you here. You're ruining the moment. Where did Apollo go? He's gone. He's like, okay, I'm gonna go sit down, guys. I think he got it. I think I think my wounds are starting to open back up. I'm gonna go sit down. I'll be in the gallery.
Guess you left you in the dust, huh? Simon is only pretending to believe Detective Fulbright because he knew I'd notice if there was a lack of emotions, like joy or relief in his response. So he gave me the chance to take a listen. And listen I did to the voice of Detective Fulbright's heart.
What? You two are working together just now?
Come now, Athena. Show us what's inside Fulbright's heart.
You got it. Time to check the instant replay. Widget, mon ami? Let's do this.
Thank you for believing in me, Prosecutor Blackquill. I am an undercover investigator, but the Phantom was coercing me. He stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. I'm bad person for cooperating with such a man.
Not a single emotion. This is a really cool way to have the new mechanic, the mood matrix, actually like be crucial to the final case by having a culprit who doesn't feel emotions.
But he took my family hostage. What else could I do?
Even with all his over-the-top expressions and gestures, he's registering no emotions at all?
That's just like I thought, and right in line with the Phantom Psych profile.
Don't look at me like that, man. Staring into my fucking soul, it's terrifying.
Detective Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom.
Why is he grabbing his watch? I don't like him grabbing his watch.
What's going on?
Wait, hold it! What do you think you're doing, detective?
And me? Yeah, I'm not doing anything.
He's trying to hack into the Mood Matrix program. I can't do anything with it like this.
Taka!
Ah! Fancy device you have there, but I'll tolerate no cheating, thank you.
Oh, and even that comes back.
Sorry about that. As an undercover agent, I tend to use my secret arsenal without thinking.
More like as a spy.
Thanks, Prosecutor Blackquill. There. Now you can't hack me anymore. I dare you to try to hide your lack of emotions from us.
Lack of emotions? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings. As a matter of fact, it wouldn't be very deeply with that accusation.
What's going on? All of a sudden I'm getting an overwhelmingly happy reading. But he's literally crying as a river over there.
My mistake. How about this?
Ah!
Next, now he's angry all of a sudden. What's he trying to pull?
Like as not, it would appear a friend is not completely without emotion. It's just as it says in Dr. Sykes' profile of the Phantom. The subject has a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuations.
Welcome, Mir. Oh, I get it. So he had some emotions, right?
Precisely. This leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotion from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he is controlling his emotions.
Hey, Cat Prosecutor Blackwell. You're correct. It's the result of my daily training. A very important skill for us undercover investigators, you know?
More like for spies. Seriously? How done Phoenix is this done with this whole thing? But I wonder why he suddenly showed several strong emotions. Wait a minute, I think I know. I sense there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, Detective.
The feeling I'm trying to hide, that's a good one.
I think he's finally feeling some fear.
Yeah, what I've been saying on the Phantom because I don't have emotions. I'm just trying to show you the range of deep emotions I truly possess.
And you have no objections to me analyzing you, right?
Now, analyze away. But I will state it again. I am not the Phantom. And be forewarned that your analysis will have no effect. Because you're about to see what an undercover agent can really do. Me, the Phantom. No way.
Oh my god.
I'm so sad. See, I told you, I have emotions. How dare you accuse me of being someone who would kill over a moon rock?
He's all over the place.
I do regret cooperating with the Phantom, of course. And I'm so glad this whole misunderstanding is cleared up now.
What the? How are we supposed to pick out what's unnatural from this mess? I don't know what we can do with this either. This must be his defense against your ability. You think this is what he meant by what he's really capable of? I hate to know what's going on inside that guy's head. Well, we know he's hiding something, and that he feels threatened by Athena. Being only human, his true feelings, an emotion he can't completely conceal, must be hidden somewhere in his testimony. Okay, so he's able to conceal all of these, right? Because they fluctuate. Look here. That one fluctuates. The anger fluctuates. That fluctuates. Yeah? Dare you accuse me of being someone who would kill over a moon rock? Anger is fluctuating. Happiness is fluctuating. Oh, is sadness not fluctuating? There it is. Well, let me just double check my theory, because sadness / fear over there isn't fluctuating at all. Surprises, and let's look it over here. Fluctuating, 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 fluctuating. Yeah, there's only a single emotion here that isn't fluctuating, and that is fear. I found it. I found the one emotion you're truly feeling. What? Hidden in the middle of that chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. When you talked about the moon rock, you felt fear that wouldn't fade.
Fear, huh?
The fear that a man with hardly any emotions feels, huh?
And it's a response to moon rocks? Detective Fulbright, I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because... Failed you, lost it, you failed to steal it. Well, he didn't because the moon rock showed up again as part of the phony Fanty bomb, right? He didn't lost the... I guess maybe he lost it when the bomb was I'm not sure what to say here. Thought it was that his identity will be revealed, but I have to go with you lost it. You lost the precious moon rock you went to so much trouble to get, didn't you? And the frustration has turned into fear in your heart. Oh, it's so frustrating. I can't stand it. I'm not so sure a man could make that 20-foot leap would feel fear about that. Yeah, I guess you're right. Okay, then it definitely has to be his identity. I just thought that was too obvious. Of course, that's it.
Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity.
I don't know, he was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. There's a number of organizations that want him dead. People believe I was a Phantom. I could be killed on the spot. I bet even now. There's assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom and all.
Detective Fulbright, I think I know why you would feel afraid. You're afraid the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity.
If his identity were revealed, he would be killed immediately. That's certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid.
Me? Afraid? I don't know what we're talking about. So, there really is something about the moon rock that would reveal his identity. Apparently so. Wait a minute. Maybe the Phantom didn't so much steal the moon rock. More like he had to take it with him. Because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity?
Hold it! Where do you think you're going?
Hey, I'm not going anywhere.
Is it just me, or was he going to use that weird watch thing to try to get away?
How many more of those toys does he have? Where can I get myself some? Inspector Gadget, motherfucker. Detective Fulbright, you will answer honestly to this court right now. Why do you feel fear in connection to the moon rock?
In justice, we trust. No emotions, Mr. Not emotions, Mr. Lawyer.
Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom. Because I'm afraid? Don't make me laugh.
Ah! What was that just now?
All human beings have hearts and experience emotions. Sometimes analyzing a case from a psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth.
It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts at analysis serve no purpose.
And now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim that it's defective. In an era where evidence is fabricated, do you truly expect feelings to be accepted as proof? And where exactly is your proof that I fear the moon rock anyway?
Well, I admit I don't have a conventional proof.
See, in terms of Moonrock, we have the Moonrock earring. We have the fact that the Moonrock was stolen. And we have the fact that the phony Fanty bomb, for some reason, had a piece of Moonrock inside of it.
But I say that examining a person's heart has its merits.
Ah, really?
Why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices, the hearts of the people in the gallery. Oh, look at the triple defense squad!
Oh, I hear
is distrust?
As you see, the people are on my side. Because all they see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine.
But it's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people.
Uh-oh, he's got Athena doubting herself. Miss Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into this courtroom. It has freed the hearts of many witnesses and has been a key to getting the truth.
What nonsense! Your Honor, the defense's claim is a false one. I don't feel any kind of fear when it goes to the moon rock.
I see. Very well. I will give the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel that a person's emotions are quite as compelling as actual evidences.
But, Your Honor.
Still amazes me to this day that Simon Blackwell can stand so confidently on his side with only Taco, while Phoenix, Apollo, and Athena all need each other and still doubt themselves at times. Well, Blackwell has been on this fucking Phantom chase for like he's been at this for 7 years. So he's been like, at this point, he's just gonna fucking go for it. Like, yeah. But to be fair, like, let's be honest, like, Blackwell could not catch Fulbright as the Phantom on his own, right? He was able to help us by using a psychological manipulation to give him, to try to get Fulbright to show emotion so that Athena could then analyze him. Like, this, because at this point, we're not working against, like, it's not Blackwell versus Athena, Apollo, and Phoenix. All four of us are working together. And Taka, all five of us, are working together to catch the Phantom. So since we're all working together, it's not like he's on his own. It's the five of us. And I think without either one of us, he would be getting away, because we had to use Apollo's perception ability. We had to use Athena's psychological analysis. We used Blackwell's psychological manipulation. We used Taka to stop him from using his gadgets. Six included. The judge isn't doing anything, let's be honest. And Phoenix is mainly the one who's just pushing things along, essentially. Also, welcome, Sakachi. I don't think I've seen you around here before, but I may have. We've actually been getting quite a few new people during these Ace Attorney streams.
There, you see? Nobody believes you and your jumped up charges.
However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analyses can contribute to making the truth clear. I have seen her do this firsthand several times already. Surely you jest.
So, does this mean you will accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor?
Yes, I believe your claim, Miss Sykes. I think there is merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regard to the moon rock. That is the court's opinion on this matter.
And that's a win for me. Now, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you'll tell this court the reason for your fear.
Analytical psychology. My fear.
Fine! I'll show you precisely why those abstract things can't be considered evidence.
God, he's so deranged. I love him. Fear of the moon rock.
So let's see. At this point, we've had prosecutors be the big bad. We've had defense attorneys / mentors be the big bad. We've had the defendant be the big bad. We've had the chief of police be the big bad. We've now had a detective be the big bad. So like, what's next? Like, the only thing I can imagine is that the judge is gonna be the true culprit in spirit of justice. Like, that's the only thing that's left. That's the only thing they haven't done yet.
I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock, because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. Why reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of a moon rock? No. So the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice.
And there you have it. Now, do you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock?
Sure, you sound convincing enough. But so does any 2-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence.
What does he have now? You can't get one over on the Twisted Samurai like that.
The phantom is like mist. No flesh, no bones. My sword alone can't cut it, right, Donna? With your detective reasoning and the body of evidence before us, let us send this miserable phantom fellow to the other world together.
You and I, Prosecutor Blackquill, we have a duty to bring the Phantom down and restore the people's faith in the courts.
Indeed. By covering for Athena, I allowed the Phantom to escape. And as a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust with my murder conviction.
I bear part of the responsibility as well for being suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. The two of us and the Phantom were the beginning of the Dark Age of the law.
And it is also our burden to get away the foul specter we created, is it not?
Kristoff in his fucking jail cell watching the trial like, I did stuff too. This is my fault too. Why did I get any fucking credit? God damn it, Right? I hate you. Right! Got recommended this stream in my live tab. I only joined AA fandom back when the anime characters came out. Been obsessed since then. Love seeing new people get into it. Yeah, I'm glad to have you here. Yeah, I've watched a bit of the anime, but not all of it. I'm planning to fully watch it at some point. I would love, especially now that the Apollo Justice trilogy came out and Investigations is coming out. And, you know, like, the only thing I can think of is that they're sort of drumming up hype for a new Ace Attorney game that they're probably going to announce sometime in the future. That's the only reason I would think they would bring in the Apollo Justice trilogy and the Investigations duology, including, you know, localizing Investigations 2 for the first time. So I'd be very interested if all this new sort of like new support for Ace Attorney. I mean, we've been on the channel, we've been playing this series for about 4 years. We've been slowly making our way through the game. So yeah, but I would be very excited for if this newfound hype around Ace Attorney that's going to be coming with all these new releases and ports and stuff. I would hope that it actually gives them the excuse to actually continue the anime into Apollo Justice, because I think a lot of my issues with Apollo Justice could actually be very easily solved in the anime. I think probably, yeah. It's awesome. I really wish they do Apollo trilogy. 6 hours, the case is still going. I'm sorry. Well, okay, so I have 2 reasons for really wanting an Apollo Justice anime. The first is, in order to animate Apollo Justice, they need to animate Rise from the Ashes to introduce Emma. And that would probably work as like, and that's just one case. That could probably work as like a movie or something, which would be really cool. So first of all, Rise from the Ashes is one of my favorite cases, so seeing that get animated would definitely be worth it. But also, I think one of my issues with Apollo Justice, I have others, but one of the main ones is I feel like a lot of Clavier's character is very implicit rather than explicit. Like, when you play the first trilogy and you like look at Edgeworth's character development in the first game, for example, it's very obvious. Clavier's, you very much have to read in between the lines to sort of get the whole, like, his sort of the to, you know, assume that there's probably some sort of abusive relationship between him and Kristoff, and him sort of breaking free of his brother's sort of manipulation after all these years. Like, there's a lot of interesting stuff to Clavier's character, but I just think the game doesn't actually explore it as well as it could. And I think, like, I've seen so many great animatics explain, portray that so well. Like, there's this one animatic that I saw recently that was the song was Fish in a Birdcage, and it's easily one of probably my favorite Ace Attorney animatic because of how well it depicts Clavier's character that it sort of didn't really get touched on that well in the game. So I feel like the one thing the anime could do is actually have some more scenes. Like so let me talk about this animatic for a second. In it, there's the part after well, I assume it's after Darian's after Turnabout Serenade, but it could have been after Secession, where Clavier's like is like just walking around depressed in the rain because he's you know, after, you know, his best friend and his brother both got convicted of murder, and then he happens to run into Phoenix, Trucy, and Apollo, who then welcome him, and they sort of walk off together, and the rain parts and the sun comes out, and then we see that sort of we see a photo of him with Darian get replaced or covered over with a photo of him and Apollo, and a photo of him and Kristoff getting covered with a photo of him and Wright. I feel like exploring how his friendship with Apollo replaces the loss that he feels with the loss of Darian, and having Wright act as a sort of mentor to him afterwards that replaces Kristoff's mentorship, I think would be a really good way to actually expand on his character a lot, and that's actually a really big opportunity that the anime would have. Emma, God, I love her in that case. Clev got done dirty, but honestly, it was just the only prosecutor who was immediately just a good guy and nice dude. Yeah, exactly. I love Clavier because he legitimately is the best prosecutor in the series, and I've sort of been debating whether it's him or Edgeworth, but after seeing Edgeworth sort of have a subpar performance in this trial, if I'm going to be honest, I am firm in my belief that Clavier is easily the best prosecutor in the series. I love him, and he definitely deserves to get more love. And yes, Emma is also probably my favorite assistant in the series, and yeah, she's great. Though I suppose as a scientist myself, I am kind of biased in that regard, you know?
Using all that remains is the rightfulness of the court and the faith of the people.
So yeah, I do like this. Phoenix and Blackwell sort of putting an end to the Dark Age of the Law together. I still think it should be... I still would like it to be Clavier, since technically the start was Clavier accusing Phoenix of using forced evidence, and he bears some of that responsibility for trusting Kristoff as well. But I think this works as well.
Trust! Understanding. Huh. Fragile ideals are the masses who are controlled by emotion. Humans cannot trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing! Once two people overcome their misgivings, that's where real trust is to be found. You're free to believe what you want, but trust like that is stronger than you and your lies anyways.
The power of Universe 7! The power of trust! Fear of moon rocks.
I felt fair when I thought about the moon rock because they remind me of the Phantom.
It only reminded you of the Phantom? Don't make me laugh, you are the Phantom!
Evidence is everything in a court of law! Or did you forget? I was supposed to testify over a silly thing like feelings.
But those tactics won't work from here on out. You need real evidence. Ah, I hate to admit it, but he's right.
I'm very afraid of them because they took my family hostage!
Your family? Like, who in your family specifically?
Oh, I don't know, like, maybe my lover, for example.
Objection! We talked about your love life! Yes, we talked about your love life yesterday, I think. And you said that you were having love troubles. All right, boys, that's the evidence we need. It's over. We got him. For example, maybe we need more concrete answers than that. I even have the achievement on my Steam profile to prove that we talked about your love life, bitch.
Baby, my mother, my son, my daughter, maybe it was all of them. I'm so sad and worried. I missed them so much.
He's obviously lying.
Look how upset I am. Is it any wonder I followed the Phantom's orders? And the Phantom to be afraid of Moonrock, not
Hold it!
You can't think of a single reason that the Phantom might be afraid of the Rock?
I thought the Phantom wasn't even supposed to have feelings. How can someone like me with my wealth of emotions be expected to understand the guy?
Phantom, a person with very few emotions, would only be afraid of something really big. This cover getting blown big. I'm willing to bet the moon rock was something to do with his identity, but what? Maybe the Phantom's fingerprints are on the rock? That fingerprints can be wiped off. And maybe he wanted the rock so bad, he literally jeweled on and left his DNA. We're dealing with a spy here, Athena, not a slob. True. Maybe the DNA part isn't too far off. Right, it has to be blood. Because obviously, since he got stabbed in the hand, and then had to carry the rock out, he had to grab the rock with his bloody hand, and so probably got blood all over it. Huh? Something unexpected happened to him during the incident 7 years ago. I just know I have something that can show why the Phantom is afraid of the moon rock.
I'll just continue with my testimony while you're pondering it, if you don't mind. The fact that I'm not afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him.
Hold it!
And how afraid are you exactly?
I'm so scared! I start to shake even when I see the moon in the sky.
Did you shake when you see Miss Sykes' earrings?
Well, to be honest, since the very first time I met Miss Sykes, I felt more than a little frightened of her.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess some people just inspire that much fear in others. Mr. Wright, you were thinking something mean-spirited and rude, weren't you? Ah, of course not. Has beef up misreading defenses.
Now do you understand? The very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock proves that... In fact, I'm on the side of justice.
After all what you've done, how dare you speak the word justice?
And justice we trust. I'll say as much as I want with absolute confidence. Whatever I say is just, it's dust. That's how it works in the dark age of the law.
Ah, we won't get the best of me with that twisted argument of his. I'll find a way to get him right where I want him. Like the Fulbright, or rather the Phantom, feels fear in regard to the moon rock. Probably has something to do with being afraid that the true identity will be revealed. Right, so that's why the Phantom had to take the moon rock with him 7 years ago. In that case, if he had something to show the real cause of Fulbright's fear, he might just be able to expose his true identity. Okay. It has to be this one. Character, I'd say Edgeworth is stronger, but it's pretty Clev is better. You're right, Miles is weaker. Force. Makes you wish. Yeah, I definitely felt like Miles showing up was forced. I felt like Clavier would have made it much better. Like, one of the most hype moments in Justice for All is Miles' return. So having Kristoff actually return to prosecute a case would be very nice. Plus, I know for a fact Kristoff would have been more focused. Like, don't get me wrong, I think Edgeworth could have worked, because, like, Edgeworth was definitely acting more like his, was acting as Fantastic. Oh, thank you! I definitely think Edgeworth could have worked, because, like, I definitely felt like he was acting a bit more like his Game 1 self, where he was, like, very focused on getting that guilty verdict. Even, like literally telling Phoenix, oh, small details don't matter, when, like, that's literally, like, a thing that we've already established in previous trials with him definitely matter. Right? So I think it could have worked if there was actually some kind of commentary about him also having been corrupted by the dark age of the law. There was a little bit of that with, like, Apollo has reminded both of us what it truly means to hold a trial, you know? But I feel like they should have leaned into that a little bit more, because it really felt like Edgeworth was just like Edgeworth was definitely not acting like the good truth-seeking prosecutor that we've come to know him to be, or at least that he was in Justice for All and Trials and Tribulations, but it doesn't really get addressed, and I feel like it should have. I feel like it could have been something more interesting to have Phoenix too obsessed with getting Athena innocent and Edgeworth too obsessed with getting the guilty verdict, both in their efforts to save their to end the Dark Age of the Law through their own methods, and have Apollo come in and sort of set them straight a bit with his more unbiased investigation of the case. Which is kind of what happens, or at least that's how I read it, but the game should be, but I think if the game was more explicit about it. I don't think it was intentional, I guess is the issue. It felt like a relapse, like it was him losing faith and needing something to push him to keep believing. Yeah, exactly. The problem is the game never acknowledges that, so I don't think that was actually intentional. I think that was just the writer for this game not really understanding not really understanding the Edgeworth that Shu Takumi wrote so beautifully in the first two games. So, that could also be a thing that the anime fixes by sort of, like, you can literally just add a little bit more dialogue to when Apollo comes in at the end. And that would make, an anime for Dual Destinies could also make it so that Phoenix has less of a role as the, like, protagonist, because, like, yeah, I still think he would be the lead in this trial. Obviously, you wouldn't change something that big, but you could have Athena and Apollo contribute a lot more, because obviously, as long as you're playing as Phoenix, Phoenix has to be the main contributor, and you're not going to be swapping POVs every 3 seconds, so you can't do that. So the fact that we're playing as Phoenix kind of locks him in as being the only person pushing this trial forward. So I think it would have been, so I think with the anime, there'd be a lot more opportunity for the dynamic between Phoenix, Apollo, and Athena to feel a lot more balanced and egalitarian rather than just Phoenix being the one doing everything, you know? For Clive Rosa, I feel like a relapse, which is funny since this game, right? The investigations games, well, yeah, it's interesting. It's just like that's especially because like the investigations games are honestly where Edgeworth is at his best, and then this is a massive relapse for him. So I don't know. All right. Anyways, sorry. Oh fuck! I didn't mean that. I need to present evidence. I'm definitely more of a fan of Shu Takumi. That's absolutely true. Because it also feels that like Shu Takumi isn't scared of, you know, letting go of the past, right? Like Edgeworth had a beautiful character arc throughout the 3 games, and yes, he was brought back constantly, but in good ways. But then with Apollo Justice, he's like Shu Takumi was willing to give up the past, right? Apollo Justice has no mention of Edgeworth or the Fae Clan at all. I believe it's the only game in the series to not have that. So, like, Shu Takumi didn't bring back Edgeworth for a cheap, like, cameo at the end of Apollo Justice, and I feel like, I don't know. And he was also willing to let go of Phoenix as the protagonist. I just think this new writer is sort of too stuck in trying to make Phoenix write Ace Attorney than trying to actually push the world of Ace Attorney forward. But that could have also been a response to the poor sales of Apollo Justice. Yeah. All right. What do we have here? It's got to be the knife. I think so. I think he got blood on the moon rock. That's the only thing I can think of. Security camera video look bad. Yeah, okay, let's go for it.
Objection!
Yep. Apollo Justice is the best-selling AA game? Really? I looked up the sale numbers, and Apollo Justice was, like, the original trilogy sold extremely well. Then everything since Apollo Justice had sold pretty badly. Maybe I misread that? So obviously the trilogy has obviously had its sales boosted due to being, you know, the most widely accessible through like Steam and stuff for a long time. So I guess that doesn't really take into account the like sales on release. Fulbright, I assume you know what this is.
Of course, that's the knife the Phantom used to kill Clay Darren.
Not quite. That's right. And the exact same type of knife Miss Sykes used 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's hand.
Yeah, that was discussed earlier, as I recall.
Yeah, I always interpreted the thing in his hand as his, like, veins bulging because he was, like, clenching his fist so tight for justice. I never considered it to be a scar. But now that I've looked at it again, it definitely looks more like a scar than veins. You dodged it first, but only got as close, but I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember clearly now. The knife went back into the back of his hand. Miss Sykes stated that she remembers the culprit bleeding. My theory, the culprit's blood got on the moon rock. She's afraid that the blood was analyzed, his true identity would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the crime scene.
You mean, if you run analysis now, we'd know who the Phantom is?
Yeah, I suppose so. But unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing.
I got a piece. That may be so, but I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in great detail.
You can?
Of course. Not?
You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me.
Ah! What this court needs is a bully-free zone.
Ah, the infamous sword of the beguiling cloth. It's an edge that compare. Come now, ready it with me, and show us how finely it cuts.
Your Honor, this is an outrage.
Oh, I mean...
This is an outrage!
Get him, Taka! Tear out his throat!
Gone right to the...
Let us start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab. In this video of him, it's nowhere to be seen. No, it's in this hat.
Oh, you're right.
But here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime? Oh, true, there. He could have just retrieved it later. Good thinking, boss. Gary was super tight at the Space Center back then.
All that in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personnel effects were to be examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf to those checkpoints.
Does this mean the moon rock is still somewhere in the Space Center?
In the name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible!
And why is that? The Space Center was searched from top to bottom, especially the lab.
But the moon rock, it was never found.
Ah, I'm gonna forget about that.
A sad but true fact, we still haven't a grasp on how it was done. But the Phantom made the moon rock vanish into the ether.
There's no way it just disappeared. Logic and evidence tell us otherwise. Phantom didn't have the moon rock on him when he left the lab. Yet a thorough police search didn't turn up anything. Never turned up in 7 years after that either. Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing it himself. How? Must have been a way. Think, Phoenix, think! How did the moon rock vanish from the robotics lab? I've had longer streams. Security check up his ass to check.
That is, you see, Fulbright. I happen to know your secret location for hiding your treasures. After all, you were the one who taught me how to sneak the psych profile into detention all those years back. Bailiff, examine this man's ass.
Prosecutor Blackwell!
it had to have been the Hope capsule, right? So they took the moon rock up into space. And that's why the second bombing took place immediately after it returned. Because he needed it, because as soon as they opened that capsule, they would realize the moon rock was in there and his cover would be blown. So he staged the second bombing so that he could go in, get the capsule. And then his whole plan was to blow it up. However, yeah, I guess a piece of it ended up surviving the explosion.
So, can you or can you not show what happened to the moon rock, Mr. Wright?
Yes, I can, Your Honor.
What?
Oops, so sorry, I mean...
What? Well, in that case, let's have your answer, Mr. Wright. How did the Phantom make the moon rock disappear?
The Hope capsule.
Take that!
That's the Hope capsule, right?
The one piece of evidence that hasn't made sense this whole time.
The one that went up with the Hat 1 rocket.
He couldn't carry the rock out. He couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. So there was only one safe place to stash it. The Hope capsule was there in the lab that day.
Yes, the team must have loaded it onto the Hope space probe eventually. But if that's what happened, then the moon rock would have been launched into space with a rocket.
The perfect hiding spot.
Preposterous! It would mean that for these past 7 years, the moon rock was...
Exactly. The Phantom got rid of the moon rock the most cosmic way he knew how. That is insane. It was out there in the depths of space, aboard the Hope space probe.
What?
Order in the court.
I understand now. The Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the Hat 1 anyway. The villain. He used his primary objective to conveniently kill 2 birds in 1 stone.
Right. He was gonna have the Hat 1 just blow up and then the moon rock would never come back. But his plan got foiled by Mr. Starbuck being the biggest Giga Chad known to mankind and managing to succeed the mission anyways. So that's why when the Hope probe finally came back, he had to spring his new plan into action. That's right. He planned for the moon rock to be turned to cosmic dust out in space, thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. But Mr. Starbuck and the others foiled the Phantom's plot.
Yeah!
The Hope space probe sailed us safely on its mission and returned 7 years later. All this talk about Hope is giving you some Danganronpa back. Yeah! As we analyze the blood on the moon rock, it should make one thing crystal clear. You were the Phantom all along, Detective Fulbright. So he killed Clay just so he could get the moon rock back? I believe so. His original assignment may have just been to sabotage the Hat too, but at the same time, he also had to retrieve the evidence of his crime 7 years ago. That's why he went to the boarding lounge. Attacked Clay as he made his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. In the end, it was all he could do just to escape himself, so he didn't get the capsule. Clay must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. He probably hung on to the capsule after all it was worth until his last breath. No!
Oh, this is so funny. You make me laugh. You really do.
Oh, he's totally out of whack now. It's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you admit it all just now?
There's nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, undercover investigator. I tell ya, I'm not the Phantom. The blood on the rock is just another one of his schemes, a trap.
Now I'm not sure what to think. I suppose that the Phantom is a spy or it's assault. A trap is not out of the question.
Objection!
But in that case, you could say anything is a trap. What? What makes a trap a trap? I've been framed into taking a blame for the Phantom. Your Honor, I believe further investigation is in order.
Silence.
Further investigation? More like plotting your escape. But no more. I'll bring you to justice myself if I must. Here and now.
Cut him down. Harmonica voice? Are you an actual voice actor or something? No, I just like doing it. It's just fun. I just, yeah.
I guess it's time to show you. That's what I'm capable of. Die, Simon Blackquill!
Hey, you guys are really... For his neutral special, he wields a gun!
Yo.
Hi, Miles. It looks like I made it just in time. Oh, finally! Have we got the evidence you were looking for? Edgeworth. But thank you for the compliment. I have a good news for you, Mr. Wright. I've uncovered very crucial facts. You find something out about the Phantom's true identity? You might say that. I started by looking into the first people on the scene 7 years ago. All three, an employee and 2 officers, were registered in the robot's recognition systems, but none of them looked the least bit like Detective Fulbright. That's not good. Detective Fulbright steal someone else's identity? But there's more. I have yet to share my most important finding. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackquill, you'd best brace yourselves. What? I am terrified. Miles! Miles! Don't do this to me! Miles! You could have called me in advance! Uh-oh. This is where this whole thing gets turned around, isn't it? The man you see before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead. Yep. He killed Fulbright and stole his fucking identity. Jesus Christ. Well, what's that supposed to mean? An unidentified body that was found a year ago has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints. So that's... so yeah, he wasn't Bobby Fulbright for a long time. He only just last year.
And does this mean?
Yes. The man there is an imposter pretending to be Bobby Fulbright. An imposter! Dun 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 dun.
This man! Who in the world is he?
A year ago was when Bobby Fulbright was assigned as Prosecutor Blackwill's person. Just why he was that's why he killed him and took over his identity. Jesus Christ. Question mark, question mark, question.
Enough of your trickery! If you will not reveal yourselves to us, then shall I do it for you?
He pulls up.
Hey, Nick, it's me!
Larry?
What the?
Ah, his face!
Oh, look what you did to my mask.
Masked? What is the meaning of this?
Okay, you've got me. I guess I have to show you who I really am now.
Ah! Wait, but then
Yep, it's me, Solomon Starbuck.
Mr. Starbuck? But that can't be right! You can't really be the Phantom, can you? I don't believe it for a second! Nuh-uh! Because Bobby Fulbright was out and about investigating while Starbuck was in fucking detention for murder. They literally cannot be the same person. It just... Starbuck was... Bobby Fulbright testified in the case. Like, there's no way. This is just another mask.
Silence.
Of course not. The real Starbuck was aboard Hat What, which is set to be destroyed.
Yeah, this is just another mask. I mean, didn't I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator! I can change identities at will! I can be anyone I want!
How many masks do you have? Not so fast. I have the Phantom Psych profile right here. If you compile a Psych profile on you and compare the results, it will prove you're the Phantom.
It's time for me to show you the real meaning of the phrase, the end justifies the means.
That voice! Those words! I cannot accept such evidence here, Miss Sykes. Professor Means? Mask? I'll take what I want by any means necessary. Now give me that evidence. Huh? Ah! Time to take out the trash. Permanently. Oh, good ya! Now do you see how powerful the end justifies the means can be?
Silence.
How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face.
Ah, but that's the life of an undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value to me at all. It's like the fucking ultimate imposter from Danganronpa.
Or perhaps it is really the case that you don't even know who you are anymore. What must you see when you look in the mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I'd wager.
Well, aren't you just a master of psychology, Black Quill? That's right. I don't know who I am. I am always living as someone else for my assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like. Well, let's tear apart all these masks and we'll find out. Or even what my personality was like. My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotions, soul. I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss. Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck? What's with this guy? Is he even still human? And now we resume with your lessons, Professor Wright. Huh? I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood on the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom.
I believe there was blood on the moon rock in that capsule. Now that we know you aren't even Bobby Fulbright, your claims of Phantom Trap won't work anymore.
Then why don't you bring this moon rock in? It's decisive evidence from the Hope capsule.
I think I will do just that. Get ready, because the Hope capsule is about to seal your
Fudge! It was a courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence. It was blown to smithereens.
Not all of it. There's still one piece left. It looks like you have finally caught on. Full marks for the defense for effort. But what a shame your hope was lost in the courtroom explosion. That's the real reason this courtroom was blown up. It was all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence. I can't believe it. Have we really reached a dead end after coming all this way? Is the only evidence we have on this guy been destroyed? How dare you continue to call me the Phantom? As I've said all along, I'm just a nameless undercover agent.
Objection!
And the defense will continue to assert that you are the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or at least a prayer.
I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright. At least put some weight behind your swing, or I don't know.
I know, I'm trying. There's only one thing that can unmask this menace, the moon rock. That's blown to bits in the courtroom bombing. Is it really gone without a trace? What if some tiny part, some little fragment still exists? Yes, and as you can see, the Cylind moon rock was there too. Strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Let's see your proof. What evidence will finally prove the Phantom's
The phony Fanty! The campaign that was started to end the dark age of the law will now finally come to fruition.
Take that!
Isn't that the bomb that blew up the courtroom? And the moon rock along with it? Are you saying this will reveal the Phantom's identity?
Yes, Your Honor. Focus your attention to this photo taken after the bomb. Specifically, right here.
Take that!
Please take a look at this newspaper article.
This article about Hat 1!
Please take note about the strange black and yellow rock on the left. That's the moon rock. When we look at this photo of the bomb fragments, see how there's a rock-like object with the same coloration?
Oh my! Yes, I see it!
It would seem that the moon rock is much more durable than the Phantom thought. If we take a look at the fragments the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. And DNA testing on the blood will prove the witness is indeed the Phantom.
Unbelievable!
But that's impossible.
That's surprise to be sure. That's one bloody tough rock. Let us have the fragments tested straight away. Oh, and you'll be having a DNA test too, fool, right?
Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing.
Let's go.
Prosecutor Blackwell, what do the test results show?
There was a rock fragment that had blood on it that appeared to be several years old. DNA testing revealed. Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed.
They confirmed it was the witness's blood, didn't they?
There's no use trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Admit it. You are the Phantom.
Objection!
Huh? That's alright. Did you just raise an objection to yourself? Oh no. No, I didn't say a word. That was my objection, Apollo. Huh? It was him all along! Why? There's a pretty good objection too, don't you think? Now he's me?
So, did you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright?
Uh-huh. No, not really, Your Honor.
No, not you, Mr. Wright. I mean the witness, Mr. Wright.
Or could this charge get any more insane? Now, Mr. Wright, these fragments of rock in the photograph. Oh, it's just like it. How can you be so sure they're pieces of the same moon rock that were at the robotics lab? Go away, front-facing Phoenix. You don't exist. Care to explain what you mean? Well, there haven't been any rock. There may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood in it. But how do you know they're not just rocks? You can't prove they're the moon rock, right? Actually, I can. With an earring in the shape of a moon.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. Just compare the fragment with the rock in the newspaper article. Anybody can see they're the same. They have the exact same coloration.
Objection!
But maybe some other rock with the same coloration happened to be in the courtroom. It's highly unlikely a rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be there. But you can't deny it's a possibility.
Objection!
Your blood was found on one of the fragments. Apollo? There's nothing suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock. And why not? I know it sounds like an excuse, but several years ago I tripped and fell in this very courtroom. I was hurt pretty badly. Maybe that's how the blood found its way onto the piece of rubble. And he must realize how ridiculous that sounds. Yet I suppose it's not completely out of the question. I see you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. I thought that the worst of times were when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Well, why don't we get those fragments analyzed? You can ask an expert to verify whether they were the moon rock in the robotics lab or not. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible. And why not? In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they were from, you need a sample from the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it with. That moon rock doesn't exist anymore. There's no sample data left either. So you see, short of going back in time, there's no way to prove that any of the fragments are from the moon rock. Oh, no! There's really no way to prove it. It's literally on your face. You finally ready to throw in the towel?
Objection!
So, the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? That's right. It was such a valuable rock, too. Shame, really. But it's lost to us forever. He's wrong. It's not completely lost. There's another piece of it, right here by our side. A shining fragment of hope that can turn everything around. A final piece of evidence to put this phantom away for good. The defense's piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have what now? Final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care. We do? We do, even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet.
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing, as usual. I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me. Piece of evidence. Please call me. Please call me the ultimate hope. It's just about the only thing my mother left me with me are widget. And this earring. Maybe she did love me in her own way. Dina, you may not know it, but your mother left with you a very important piece of evidence. She did? You're bluffing. You don't have anything of the kind. Oh, but we do. Evidence that will finally corner you. Because we have a moon rock of our own. Yeah! Oh! You mean? Exactly. A gift Dr. Sykes left her daughter. An item Athena has cherished and worn all these years. As distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed to her daughter, that fragment of her love will shake off the darkness of the past and give us all hope for the future. This is the defensive sample of the moon rock.
That's your sample.
This earring that Miss Sykes always wears was made from that original moon rock. What?
Huh? It was right here all along.
No. It can't be. If the composition of the bomb fragments and the earring are found to be a match, then it will prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that the origin of the fragment in this photo, since the test results showed the blood on the fragments, was yours. This means that the identity you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. The killer is you! No alibi, no justice, no dream, no hope! The identity I tried to hide. I don't have an identity to hide. I may not have Athena's ears, but now even I can hear the fear in your voice. Fear? I don't feel fear. I left all my emotions behind years ago. Every human being feels fear. What's the Professor Ozpin quote? The single quality that is common amongst all amongst all creatures on this planet is fear. You simply can't face the emotions inside you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust. And I suppose you do? I didn't have anybody to support me at first either. I couldn't face the fear inside me. Couldn't get over the trauma of my past. Like I said, I don't feel fear.
Objection!
You're just a coward running away from yourself. Yeah, if even Christoph Gavin can feel fear, you've got nothing. And I had my doubts about Miss Sykes. I felt like I could collapse under my weight. But I wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation. Running away from myself. How can I run away from myself when there's nothing inside? Nothing at all.
Objection!
Jesus Christ. I know it's hard for someone as unwilling as to trust others for you to understand, but people have emotions. It's just a fact of life. And so people can be weak at times. But that's exactly why people need to trust one another, so they can gain the strength to face ourselves when things are at their bleakest. Without trust in others, how can you ever hope to face your fears? Stop! Go away, front-facing Phoenix! It's cursed! It's so cursed! The fear inside of me. Is this? No. I'm afraid! I'm scared! I feel fear! You can't outrun yourself! Remove that mask and unleash your emotions! Confront your guilt head on! With your own true face! Ah! Triple objection! Let's fucking go! Blackwell, you wanna... Hey, Blackwell, join. Come on, scoot over to this side. Scoot over to this side. Come on. Taka can join in too. Just, come on. Get over here. My own true face. No, please don't. I know you're here. Where are you? See, I haven't revealed anything yet. Honest. My own true face. I don't have one. My face. Oh, this is so cool! Is this my face? No, that's not it. No! Is it me either? Is it me? Which one is my face? What am I? What am I? What the fuck? I mean, Blackquill called it. Are we not gonna evacuate? There's a fucking sniper, guys! Why are we just standing here? We're all gonna die! Also makes the least amount of sense in the whole franchise. Don't get me wrong, it's still up with a feel that feels... It is pretty nonsensical, but it just looks so cool.
The police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackwell, how is Detective Fulbright, I mean, his imposter, doing?
He's a lucky fellow. The bullet didn't hit any vital organs.
Fuck, what is this, Dragon Ball? Yeah, good thing you missed all my vital organs.
All of them?
World's worst sniper. Who the fuck was that? Shelly, you're losing your touch.
He appears to be in no danger of dying.
Yeah, Phoenix can tank the bullet, true.
Well, that was fortunate for all of us.
The analysis of that final piece of evidence Right submitted is in. The composition of Miss Sykes' earring and the fragment of blood, the fragment with the blood on it match. They can now be certain that this is a fragment of the moon rock in question. The murders and bombing at the Space Center, both past and present. The bombing of courtroom number 4. And all of his other crimes, as numerous as the stars. Under suspicion of all these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. There are still a myriad of things we wish him to tell us about, after all.
Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end.
A card just drops in the courtroom.
Before I do, will the defendant please return to her proper place?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, this court finds the defendant, Athena Sykes, not guilty!
Let's go! Oh, well, you know, at least the sniper was nice enough to bring confetti, you know? Because that's clearly the only person that could be throwing that from the non-existent roof.
Court is adjourned!
"9 p.m. Congratulations, Mr. Nick. Thank you, Pearls. Thank you for being there for Athena. It's the least I could do. But Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial. Daddy! I'm so glad to see ya. Trissy, are you alright? Are you hurt? I'm fine, Daddy. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep our spirits up. That's our Trissy for you. I'm really glad that you're safe. Right. I fear I owe you another debt of gratitude. Edgeworth, put it on my tab. First time Simon is smiling on an acquittal. Oh, I did not notice that. I never would have caught him if it weren't for all of you. Oh, come on, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? You're the ones who have been tracking the Phantom all this time. Plus, you were the ones who gave Blackwell permission to serve as prosecutor, right? Yes, well, we knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. The police and I were trying to find him, but we never did manage to do so until this trial. Well, we never would have won this trial without you. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was key to its successful conclusion. Besides, it was you that saw to it. I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it? So you figured it out, did you? Yeah, getting my license back went just a little too smoothly, you know? It should have been much harder after the evidence forging scandal. And I owed you a few favors. Hey, Edgeworth, think you can finally bring the dark age of the law to an end? Even the darkest night tends to dawn eventually. Our sun will rise again. Besides, now that Prosecutor Blackwell has been cleared of all charges, a great deal of mistrust towards the court system would be swept away. You know, you could have said that with a bigger smile, Edgeworth. It won't kill you. Instead, the furrows in that brow of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper. So I should smile more, huh? I'll think about it. Here's the thing. If he was in person, that means the real Bobby Fulbright was dead all those years ago. The real Bobby Fulbright was killed about a year ago. So Bobby was legitimately, like... Bobby was around until he got assigned to be on, to be Prosecutor Blackwell's handler. And so when that happened, the Phantom took the opportunity to kill Fulbright and take his identity. So he's only been Fulbright for about a year. The complicated love-hate relationship between lifelong rivals. Dean, I'm guessing, Blackwell? Yes.
I am forever in your debt. You went to all that trouble, even taking the bar exam while you were overseas.
Well, I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So I studied and studied, and I was frantic. I'm so glad I made it in time. A lawyer can... It's over! A lawyer cries when it's all over! Love how Matt still refuses to admit how happy he is. I wish they would bring back his smiling sprite for, from Rise from the Ashes. It was so cute. Him, like, off to the side, like... It's barely, but I still made it! Atta girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally let your tears out when it's all over. The lawyer can only cry when it's all over.
Yes, I survived on the skin of my teeth thanks to you.
Shame on you, Simon, for trying to throw your life away like that.
It was never my intention to just throw my life away. But some things in this world are more important than your own life.
The moment Lana starts smiling is magic. Yes, that is one of my favorite moments. Also Adrian Andrews as well. Like what?
My honor-bound duty to protect with my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure.
Huh?
That's some loyalty. This guy really is a samurai through and through.
The fucking weeb.
Yeah, just like prosecutor, just like detective or officer Marshall. Prisoner Marshall at this point actually is a cowboy through and through. Well, it looks like we can breathe easy now. Paulo, Dina, thank you both. Took all of us together to pull it off.
You bet it, boss. What a team we are. The Right Anything Agency is a fucking force to be reckoned with. It's definitely the most amazing turnabout I've ever seen.
I'm a lucky guy. My office is the best, most capable lawyers around.
Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna work extra hard to make up for all that worry I caused. Apollo Justice is fine and ready to go. Let's hear it for the Right Anything Agency. Well, nobody's gonna try harder than me, so you better watch out, Apollo. Simon is free thanks to Mr. Wright. There's so many more people out there who need our help.
You're right. I'll be needing you both to help them. Still a long way to go. Get ready, you two. You won a major victory, but the war is far from over. There are still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. If we ever hope to fully bring the dark age of the law to close.
Hey, I know one thing we have to do. We have to celebrate with a bowl of piping hot noodles.
El Dude! Hey, Nicky boy! Hey, Apollo, Athena, look! You want the saltiest noodles in this side of the country!
Huh?
Nothing like a bowl of Eldoon's noodles after a trial. All in Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works at the Right Anything Agency, right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? As a boss, it's your duty to express gratitude to your people for their great work.
In that case, allow me to join the festivities. I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles.
I have an idea, Daddy. Why don't you just invite everybody involved with the case? The more the merrier, right? Oh, Mr. Nick, look how far you've come. Who knew you'd grow up to be such a generous gentleman? Say the line. Guys? Under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say. Only if I get to join in. Ain't no fair. I want to say it too. Oh, let's go triple objection. Okay, here we go. Yo! The objection. Let's go.
Objection!
Yes! That's such a great way to end the triple objection. Now I was trying to think of something nice I could do for Polly now that he's back. So I decided I'll go around and get a bunch of jobs for him to do. I find a lost cat, install an air conditioner, give a computer lesson, find a lost item. You think I should find new legal cases? Nah, that's okay. This is the Write Anything agency after all. Jesus Christ. Now it's ruined because DLC case? Tina and Apollo are so wonderful in court. I better study as much if I want to be a judge someday. My grandma says, eat lots of peppers and they'll ignite your passion. But I should figure out which to grow, green peppers or yellow peppers. Or maybe I should go with hot as the sun red peppers instead? Red? Okay. Yeah, it is really nice getting to see all the characters. At the end of the dark age of the law, you say? just how naive. Don't you know it's sometimes necessary to get a guilty verdict by any means possible? What? They're putting me under investigation? The chief prosecutor wants to see me? Oh, enter this cleaning house. Let's go.
I've been asked to debut the great masked wrestler, Tenmatara.
He's scheduled to go up against the Amazing Ninetales next.
Oh, what to do? I'd like to finish with myself.
Just Mr. Demon Lawyer to be the Amazing Ninetales too.
That's not a bad idea. I bet he'll be all for it.
So are we to meet as foes or as little friends?
Would you believe it? I'm Alderman of Ninetales now. Pretty impressive, huh? I took over after Rex Scooby for the good of my beloved village. What do you say? Would you like to make a little donation to help us out?
Hey, you, what do you think you're doing? Sink into the matter.
The jig's up. Better make a run for it. I love Filch. I thought I wanted to be an artist, but after seeing the amazing job Athena did, I started becoming genuinely interested in law, and I'm studying for the bar exam. I'm gonna prosecute Athena someday. Yo, S-E-E.
I'm studying my buns off too, but not for the bar exam. I'm gonna pass the Themis entrance exam on my own merits this time.
Nice.
With a score of 100 points, of course.
Hugh, Juniper, our dream will live on forever! I found some really sweet boxes for all three of them, but it's because I want to be the legal journalist instead of the lawyer or the judge. But anyway, thanks to the trial, the school newspaper's future is as bright as can be. Now let's see what the fresh blood has to say in the new school newspaper. Ever cried so hard at graduation rehearsal, her cardboard box got soggy. Oh no.
The one night only reunion concert. I still remember that evening. The president of the student council sang like no high school student I've ever heard. When she's a judge in her own court someday, I'd love to have a jam session with her. It'd be the coolest trial ever, yeah? I can already hear it now.
I'll be there. I'll be there. Make the spin-off. Give me the clavier spin-off. I give this place a good cleaning from top to bottom. It's already a mess again. I guess the only thing I can do now is
Clean up the attitudes of the people in this office. If Mystic Maya due to come here once her training is over, it simply must be done.
Ooh, Maya in the third game. Let's go.
We absolutely need more Clavier.
Aha! Humanity's desire for outer space will never die. In fact, planning for HAT 3 rocket has officially begun. Look upon me, people of this great nation, and witness the glory of Yuri Cosmos. What do you... Oh, Director. Yes. Rocket preparations are fully complete. Yes. Just leave everything to me. Assistant Director Yuri Cosmos.
If there is a Clavier spin-off, it absolutely needs to... His unique mechanic absolutely has to be some kind of rhythm game.
I am going to the moon in the new rocket. If Athena or Mommy Metis come to the moon, I would love to show them around. But which is more interesting? Monty's Pirithus or the Mare Tranquilitas? You'd think they would like either one. Yay! Hooray! I wonder how Miss Aura is doing. I'd rather be near Miss Aura than on the moon. Oh, Miss Aura, I just want you to use me again like you used to.
Kinky.
Ready for launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff! I'm going to the moon for real this time! For me and for Clay! Thanks to my lures, I know I should never give up. But I'm worried I can't breathe in space, and in fact, it's cold as heck. Oh man, now I'm getting really nervous. Ah!
No, I am not employed here. I simply came to request their service in defense of my sister, but no one's around. I've been kept waiting for a long time. What sort of case brings you here? Oh, your father was accused and wished for Athena to defend him. Then perhaps he and I shall meet in a courtroom in the near future.
Be a Pulfin and like this, we ended up... I look forward to your next month's salary assessment.
Please forgive me.
Blackwell's acquittal has brought all manner of ills to the prosecutor office to light, and it seems solving in cases thawed the chill of winter into a warmth of spring. Now I have right yet another debt of gratitude. I will repay to him one day. You can trust in that. Don't worry, Edgeworth. We got a good partnership going on.
All right, and proper credits. All right, sorry. Wouldn't it be if it didn't end like this? So, who ended up being your favorite character in the game? Will you end up doing a tier list ranking of all of them? So what I'll end up doing is once I finish Spirit of Justice, I will do a tier ranking for the Apollo Justice Trilogy cases. Then I want to go through the entire series before I do a character ranking, because once I do a character ranking, I want to rank every character from every game. So I did a tier list for the Phoenix Wright trilogy for cases. I will do a case tier list at the end of the Apollo Justice trilogy. I will also do a case tier list for the Investigations games when I finish Investigations 2. And I will then play Great Ace Attorney and do a tier list for those cases as well. And then I'll do Professor Layton and add those as well at the end. And then once I'm done with every single Phoenix Wright game, then we will make the full character tier list. How do you feel about Dual Destinies? I actually quite enjoyed it. I mean, it's got issues, right? Let's not be... All right, well, I'd be glad to have you along for the journey. Yeah, so obviously we're still not done with this game. So I don't want to give my thoughts on it quite yet because we still have the DLC case to do, which we'll be handling next. You down to say your opinions on some of this game's controversies? Yeah, shoot me with them. Though there's still the DLC case, so it might be better suited for me to wait until after the DLC case to be able to answer, because I think the DLC case is important to the overall game at the end of the day, just like Rise from the Ashes, even though it wasn't part of the original first game, definitely elevates the game. Like, if it wasn't for Rise from the Ashes, I would not like the first game as much as I do. But I think Rise from the Ashes adds a lot to it. So I might hold off on giving my full opinions on the game. Didn't impact that much, so a lot of people say it's the best one. Just stand alone. So Rise from the Ashes but shorter, basically. Well, Rise from the Ashes was also a separate story. Sure, it was mainly a continuation for Edgeworth as a character, but story-wise, it was on its own. So, and I think I do want to evaluate the game as a whole, including the DLC case. So I'm gonna hold off on talking too much about my opinions of the game. But if there's controversies regarding the cases that we've, but if you want to tell me about some of the controversies, I can give my quick opinions on them. But I'll reserve giving my full thoughts on the game until after we properly finish the DLCs. But regarding what's in the future, we are we'll obviously do the DLC case. After that, we're not going to continue that much. We're not going to Oh, the Hat 3 rocket. Let's go. No, go ahead and keep posting them, Vergonian.
I'll be fine.
And then I'll just read them afterwards.
T-minus 15 seconds.
Squad.
10, 9, 8.
Bro, imagine it goes in flames like the fucking Challenger. What a way to end the game.
1. Liftoff.
Oh, Simon. The rocket, a great symbol of hope and restoring the darkness, restoring light to the darkness, in the dark age of the law.
Mr. Starbuck!
You'll be fine. Just believe in yourself.
The moon's closer than you think!
Yeah, well, it's not that close, but sure.
Thanks, guys. I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
Let's go.
All right.
That's a very nice ending. I really like that. Throughout the years, I've seen as much joy as heartache. Honesty is deceit. Just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair. I believe that hope and friendship can lift us all up towards a brighter tomorrow. The end. All right. So now that we know how to break black psyche locks, we want to go back and figure out what the fuck Kristoff was up to. You on to the next game? No, not quite. All right, and then we have a special case. Yeah. So, all right, let me go through these. But I would love an Ace Attorney game that you'd have to play as the judge. That could be interesting. Let's see. Phoenix losing his character and becoming a rookie again. Yeah, I much prefer Hobo Phoenix. I do like the whole Phoenix being a defense attorney again. I like him sort of leading this team of defense attorneys, but I think he should have had much more of a backseat role of mainly... Like, I guess it would have been fine for him coming in at the end to help put an end to the Dark Age of the Law alongside Blackwell. I think that would have been fine, but I don't think he should have taken the lead in most of Case 5, like he did. And yeah, having him as a playable character just leads to him feeling dumber than he should be, which is never great. The Apollo's changes secondary antagonist, and the rushed storytelling of Clay Terran. I don't think Clay Terran is necessarily rushed. I mean, that's just kind of how it is, right? Like, because like Kristoff was also kind of rushed if you think about it. I think it was done well for, you know, obviously it's not a character that they had in mind beforehand. I feel like, yeah, they could have maybe had him show up in the previous cases to sort of build up his character a bit more so that we actually have a bit more stakes in it, but I don't think that was necessarily too big of an issue. I think Apollo should have remained as the protagonist. Again, I think the biggest issue with this game is having Phoenix return as the protagonist. I easily, you know, my favorite part about this game was Apollo and Athena's dynamic, both in Monstrous Turnabout with Apollo leading and Athena as the assistant, but in particular in Turnabout Academy with Athena leading and Apollo as the assistant. I think it was I really like having two lawyers that are essentially kind of equals and that they both can swap around between the assistant and the lead role as, you know, case to case. I think that's really cool. And I kind of wish that that kept going and, you know, that was used more throughout the games rather than just in those two cases, because obviously first case was mainly Phoenix and then 4 and 5 was a lot of Phoenix as well. So I'm interested to see what the DLC case is going to be, though. I definitely think Phoenix should not have been a main character at all. I feel like maybe playing him in the first case, I would have been fine with him showing up to save Athena in the first case, just because, like, hey, you know, you get to play as Phoenix Wright again, you know, and his triumphant return is like cool. But I don't think I would have had him actually lead the 5th case though. And I think that would have solved that issue. The complete sidelining of Apollo Justice characters. Trucy, I don't feel bad about, because Trucy, like, her role was Apollo's assistant, but having Athena around, I think, while I love Trucy as a character, I think Athena and Apollo have a much better dynamic than Apollo and Trucy did. In fact, I think it's probably my favorite assistant attorney dynamic because it's equal. Right, it's not an attorney and then the weird little child that helps him out that has like weird special quirks like magic or spirit channeling or science. It's two equal defense attorneys who are equally competent of taking the lead in a case or helping with a case. And I think that really works. I love that so much. So I think sidestepping Trucy as an assistant was perfectly fine. Clavier's the one I'm a bit more disappointed with. I feel like him coming back, I did like when he was back. I do think he was utilized well with him, you know, having been mentored by Professor Court and being completely against the Dark Age of the Law and only caring about truth. I think his characterization was handled really well in this game. I just wish we would have gotten more time with it. I feel like it would have been cool for him to have been the returning prosecutor in case 5 instead of Edgeworth. I feel like it would have made sense. Especially if Phoenix was like, okay, Phoenix is the protagonist, sure. I feel like if Phoenix wasn't the protagonist, I feel like it would have made a lot more sense for Clavier to be the returning character to face off against Apollo or something like that, you know? And plus, I guarantee you, Clavier would have handled that final case much better than Edgeworth did. Not being able to fully showcase every protagonist due to splitting them up in 5 cases. Yeah, that's kind of an issue. Again, I think that would mainly have been alleviated if Phoenix just wasn't, like, have Phoenix act as the protagonist for case 1 just for the sake of tutorial, right? Like he did. I think case 1 would be fine. I have my problems with case 1. Phoenix being the lead isn't really it. And then you could just have, like you did, Monstrous Turnabout, mainly Apollo. Turnabout Academy, mainly Athena. Then Turnabout Countdown can be mainly Apollo again. But then Apollo obviously, you know, goes off on his own path. So then maybe you can play as, so then you play as Athena. And then 5th case, you should maybe play as Athena when you're trying to absolve Black Quill of guilt. But then after that, when, then you can switch to playing as Apollo when you're trying to when he comes back and like takes off his bandages and everything and tries to actually start pinning. And I think it would have been cool for Apollo to be the one to figure out who the Phantom was, and then for Phoenix to come in with Black Quill to work together to take down the Phantom. I think I think having more character switches, I think actually switching between the 3 characters in the final case, I think would have been really nice. Or even just have a thing where like you don't have a POV character, and it's just all 3 characters are trying to think through the case, and you make choices. Like Apollo is like, I think there's a piece of evidence that contradicts that statement, and so then you choose a piece of evidence, and Apollo presents it, and then Athena realizes, hold on, that's a contradiction, and then he chooses a piece of evidence, and she presents it. Like, I feel like it could have been a lot more. There are ways to balance it out a lot more, but I think if you just remove Phoenix as a protagonist, the issue mainly fixes itself. But yes, that was a big issue. Apollo didn't really get it. Apollo and Athena did not get as much focus as they should have, especially Athena. With her whole, like, that's easily my biggest issue with the game, is the fact that, like, Athena's whole motive for becoming a lawyer was to acquit, Simon Blackwell, and she doesn't really even get to do that. Like, I feel like we should have definitely, like, I feel like, okay, like, breaking the Psyche locks, okay, sure, let Phoenix do that or let Apollo do that, fine. But I think once the black Psyche locks were removed, I think we should have swapped to playing as Athena, to finally get Blackwell acquitted or something like that. Dark Age of the Law makes no sense, focusing around Phoenix for forgiveness of Blackwell's murder, despite having Manfred, Gatto, and Portsman. Yeah. I feel like it's just more high-profile cases is the only thing I can think of, right? Obviously, the, I feel like that's mainly... I think, obviously, Phoenix would have been quite shocking because he's obviously made quite a name for himself and was a very well-known and respected attorney at the time. And, yeah, I do think, like, the law has definitely been corrupted in the past, but I don't know, I can understand how sometimes it's just a certain thing is what breaks the camel's back, you know? And that's what leads. So I don't think that was necessarily the case. I feel like the Dark Age of the Law could have been explored a little bit better, that's true. But I don't necessarily have an issue with how it started. D being a soft reboot when it comes to AJ, kinda. They introduced Athena, but you can only play her in 1.5 cases. Yep, that basically ties into one of my main points. I think Athena should have had a much bigger much bigger role in case 5. 5 high being much like a rehash of 1-4 and 1-5 mixed together. I mean, there were definitely some parallels, absolutely, but I don't think they necessarily hurt my enjoyment of it. Blackwell being a watered-down Gatto-Lana mix. I didn't really get that. I actually quite like Blackwell as a prosecutor. I think he's smart. He's obviously, you know, has his own motives, but ultimately he did actually help us out a couple of times, and like him sort of helping Athena find her path during Turnabout Academy was really nice. And he actually made some decent arguments. I would not compare him to Gatto at all. I think, yeah, I don't really have an issue with, I think Blackwell is great, yeah. Definitely not as good as Edgeworth or, you know, Fivier, but still. Fulbright's reveal is never foreshadowed. It actually is. I missed it completely. But, he has the scar. It's never actually brought up in the case, which I thought was interesting. But every time he does this pose, you can see the scar on his right hand from when Athena stabbed him. The only piece of evidence he ever left behind was on his own body, the stab wound. And you can see that from the very first moment you step into court. So as soon as I heard that Athena had stabbed someone in the right hand, I should have, in my mind, immediately gone to Fulbright. I think Fulbright was actually, I think the Fulbright reveal was actually handled very well. Clay being Paul's best friend didn't feel rushed to me because he was playing to be busy with his own life and had nothing to do with the law. I feel odd. I feel like he could have still made some like cameos in like earlier trials, especially since there was a whole, you know, this whole game was built on flashbacks. I feel like there could have definitely been a thing there, like how, like we get a lot of Junie. Junie has very little to do with the actual fifth case. She just sort of gets inadvertently blamed for the bombing, yet she shows up in like 4 cases actually, right? She shows up in the first case. She shows up in Academy. She shows up in 4 and 5. So, like, yeah. I feel like that could have been a bit better with Clay instead. Moon Matrix feel unnecessary. Also, there's rumors about them copying Danganronpa. I didn't really get that. I I don't really think of what Danganronpa mechanic could even be compared to Mood Matrix. Like that, I'm not thinking of any Danganronpa mechanics that's even similar to that, but maybe I'm just missing something. I don't know. I like Mood Matrix. I think Mood Matrix worked well. It's a nice new way to sort of expose the witness's lies, and I think thematically it works really well with the sort of ooh, we can change we can change some let's change some tunes, shall we? What's the big like let's go with that one. All right, sorry, let me keep going through this. No, I liked Moon Matrix. I think it was a cool way to bring back well, to add a new sort of way to analyze testimonies. I think it could have definitely been used better, that's for sure. I think it would have been cool, kind of what they did here, where you sort of had the choice between, okay, should I analyze his emotions to try to draw up more testimony, or is there a statement for me to refute? I feel like I feel like it could have been I feel like it could have been better if like that was always the case. Like you're always trying to draw more testimony so that then you could refute it. I feel like that could make the thing a bit more challenging. Apollo and Athena also do feel more realistic than Tristan and Apollo, since it's odd having a 15-year-old magician going around with strategies, but Athena. Well, to be fair, we did have Maya, who was 17 in the first games, and Pearl as well. So I don't think Trucy was bad. I like Trucy. But I do like having two equally competent attorneys working side by side. It's a really nice dynamic. So there was this one song that I really enjoyed during this trial, but I don't know which one it was. I don't know. Athena works again, justifies the means sucked. Nah, I thought it was fine. I thought it was, I mean, yeah, like many things in this game could have been developed more, could have been developed better. I think that also comes in with the Dark Age of the Law. I think it could have been developed better and more. But if, you know, what was there, I think I enjoyed. Never got why fans hate. Plus, it was a great way to show why, to once again reaffirm the fact that Clavier is best boy by having him be like, oh yeah, the end do not justify the means at all. Fuck that shit. I never got why fans hated Athena so much when she was introduced. She was kind of great, but yeah, Phoenix and Gold kind of run things. Yeah, no, I love Athena. I think Athena's a great character. I really enjoy her. I enjoy playing as her. I enjoy having her as my assistant. I just wish we got to play as her more. Absence of the jury system? Well, it was always a trial. I guess it never necessarily needed to come into play, but I think it could have been cool. I know the Great Ace Attorney has the jury system, because obviously Shu Takumi was like, yeah, I like this thing. I'm bringing it back. So I'm very excited to see how that plays out. I think it could bring in some very interesting mechanics. So I'd be interested to see how it was implemented in this. But yeah. So if there's a cliffhanger, thank goodness Apollo seems too focused on his job to chase girls, other than worry about the unrated sibling relationship jokes. Not really. I think it's been very clearly stated throughout the games that Apollo and Trucy have very much a sibling relationship, despite not knowing they're siblings. Like, this has been stated explicitly that they like Trucy sees Apollo as her sort of like big brother, and Trucy sees Apollo sees Trucy as a little sister. Despite the fact that they don't know the truth, that is what their relationship is like. Yeah, scratch number 3. Everything with Apollo Justice is completely discarded. Scratch number 3. Oh, yeah, kinda. Except for Apollo. I thought Apollo was handled really well in this game. Again, I would have liked to play as him more. That's really my main complaint, is just I don't want to play as Phoenix. Just don't. Stop. But, you know, I think what was there with Apollo was really good. I really enjoyed his arc, and plus he just looked so badass with the code and the eye patch. This thing, though, even though I never realized until you said it, like, I think it's great now, but you're essentially the first person to notice the first try. Oh, the thing with the hand. Yeah, it's weird that the game never points that out. I thought that could have been an interesting thing for Apollo to perceive as a way to be able to uncover him, because that's like I actually think that would have probably been better, because like it's kind of like Manfred von Karma, right? Manfred was caught because of the bullet in his shoulder. The thief, the Phantom would have been caught because of the stab wound in his right hand. But it is nice that it was there, and honestly, I'm kind of disappointed I didn't. I only realized it when I started thinking of Fulbright as the actual culprit seriously, when I realized that he's the one that set up the evacuation ladder. I should have really realized, because I was like thinking through people's hands. I don't know why I didn't think, because I just didn't assume it was a scar. I thought they were like his veins popping out with enthusiasm or something like that. If it was flashbacks, that would work, but in present day, Clay was accused of being defended, then well, yeah, but during Monsters Turnabout and Turnabout Academy, those both take place before Clay gets murdered, so he could have just been, you know, like Apollo's friend that just shows up. I think they meant Psych Dive from Danganronpa. Oh, you're not talking about Moon Matrix. You're talking about the thing at the end of the cases where you like sort of like choose the multiple choice options to build out the to build out the like the logic of the case. That definitely feels like that Psyche Dive, or like Logic Taxi or whatever the versions are. Absolutely not Moon Matrix. Yeah, I think you probably just mixed them up. But yeah, it definitely. I think you could argue that definitely, but I think it's a good mechanic. So I'm like, hey, if you're gonna steal a good mechanic, fucking go for it. I really like that kind of thing where you sort of like build your logic step by step. So actually having it brought, it's also kind of like the logic system in Investigations is very similar to the deduction system in the Sherlock Holmes, Crime and Punishment, and Devil's Daughter games, which I really like that system. So having even just a semblance of it in Investigations was really cool. Get me wrong, I also have my opinion on those controversies I'm saying apparent ones when you will complain about. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm not like, you know, yeah, I'm just giving my opinion on them as well. The same grounds with Perceive. Oh wait, I rather goofy flashback to lines said 5 seconds ago. I mean, that's very Ace Attorney, you know, and that's very visual novel. Like, I'm sorry, no game will ever get as much flack for flashbacks as fucking Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc. Mukuro Ikusawa, the 16th student lying hidden somewhere deep beneath this, somewhere in this school, the one they call the ultimate despair. Watch out for her. The amount of times I've heard that line, it's been seared into my fucking brain. Phantom Song, that's the one. Okay, I guess it just takes a while to build up. Personally enjoyed the Moon Matrix as well. It makes for Athena's character and plays off. Yeah, and it also ties in really well with the Phantom. I guess I shouldn't really be calling him Fulbright at all. The Phantom, obviously his whole thing is like he's the whole no emotions, but everyone has emotions. So I think it was tied really well both with the narrative and thematics of that character, of like the big villain, also being tied to this new game mechanic. And also having a brand new villain, having the detective be the villain this time was cool. Like, I legitimately don't know what else they could do. Have the fucking the judge is now the only person left that like could make an like that they could use for a villain. That's the only that's the only character like archetype that they haven't used for a villain yet. I hope A7 will be full of Athena 6 games that will a full-on Athena 6 game that we can see her coming to her own real full-on partner. Right, anything is instead of just junior partner in training. Yeah, I feel like she absolutely would deserve a full game of her own. I think that would be really cool. Just like how Apollo has his own game and Phoenix has 50. Yeah, I think it would be really nice for Athena to have her own game. I would also like a spin-off of Clavier. Honestly, so So for those that don't know, the investigation games originally were meant to have Emma as the protagonist before it was eventually swapped to Edgeworth. So it'd be interesting to continue the investigation series, but rather than doing them with Miles Edgeworth, to actually have Clavier and Emma instead of Edgeworth and Gumshoe, because then you get more Clavier, which is always great, and you get Emma, who is also great, and she was originally meant to be the protagonist of the investigations game. So I would really enjoy that. Everything gets insane in this game with the amount of attorneys it is we got. It's only time. Oh yeah, I absolutely think the reason why they decided to actually release the Apollo Justice trilogy and the Investigations duology is they're definitely, I think, trying to drum up hype for an Ace Attorney 7 release. I absolutely believe that, and possibly even an extension of the anime, which I would welcome both of those. History of the backlash your character got in the past for being Maya will keep her from being the star focus of the next game. I mean, that is definitely a thing that could happen. Yeah, I'm actually gonna close out of the game and just put on some of my music because that'll just make stuff easier. And I'll just pull up the chat here. It'll just make it easier than having to look at my phone the whole time. Yeah, I don't understand why people didn't like Athena. I guess, yeah, the game probably didn't develop her too well, that's for sure. But you know, I think what we had there was good, and is not popular in Japan. I would love to have a new game for her, and I loved Athena. I know some people that like Athena. I don't know. This game's a modern device. Apollo Justice shows you building a chop and investigate a quest to reduce characters. I think I think Apollo Justice trilogy they had to if they want to do a seventh game, because obviously there's you know, they need, you know, people to actually be caught up on them. There's a lot of people have only played the Phoenix Wright trilogy since that's the one that's available on modern consoles without emulation. I think investigations. I mean, as I would love for them to have to bring some of the investigations characters into the mainline series, I highly doubt that's going to happen. So, but I think it's mostly just a way to increase hype, if you will. Device is Apollo Justice trilogy. But yeah, I'm very excited to see what obviously the DLC case and what Spirit of Justice is gonna be like. So the plan going forward, I don't have time to beat Spirit of Justice in the time until the Investigations duology comes out, and I definitely want to play the Investigations duology when it comes out. So what I'm gonna do instead is we're gonna hold off on Spirit of Justice. We'll play Investigations 2 when the duology comes out. And then after that, then we will do Spirit of Justice. And after Spirit of Justice, we'll move on to the Great Ace Attorney games, and then finally, I almost said Phoenix Layton, Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton, which I'm considering maybe actually playing the Professor Layton games before playing Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton, because I feel like I'd get more enjoyment out of that game being familiar with both of the series before the crossover. But yeah, that's how we're gonna be going forward. I'm gonna end the stream here. It's been this is way too long. The sun is probably coming up wherever Surundut is, so or probably has already come out if I had to guess. So I'm gonna get out of here. But deal puzzle. Oh, I fucking love puzzles. I adore puzzles. So Layton games are definitely something I would want to check out on their own. But for the sake of doing the crossover, I would really like 8-hour stream. Not even the longest I've done. Let me see. The Apollo. There's the Apollo Justice Mason system investigation was quite lengthy, if I remember correctly. Let me see. Apollo Justice. Yeah, my Mason system stream was 10.5 hours. I want to say there's a longer one somewhere, but I don't remember what game it was. yeah, these long streams, I mean, if a game that gets a stream this long, it's, I think, the best sign that I'm really loving my time with it. Yeah, I would love to, yeah, I'm glad we got a bunch of new people these last couple of cases popping up here, and I would love to have you all join me for my journey through the rest of the games. I love Ace Attorney. Obviously, you know, I haven't played all of it, but the ones I've played, I thoroughly love. It's one of my favorite series, and I can't wait to see what Spirit of Justice has for me. I know a lot of people like Spirit of Justice. I know Sir Dunn hates it, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see. So with that said, I'm gonna end today's stream here. Thank you for watching. Like, comment, subscribe, you know, all that good stuff helps the channel. And yeah, I will. Tomorrow we'll be playing some Persona 5. We'll be playing some Persona 3 Reload tomorrow, so tune in on that. And yeah, I will see you all when we return, probably on Monday or Tuesday for the DLC case. Yeah, see y'all. Thank you for being here.